guys claim them nonetheless. We got Ritual and Cold. Even though they did, Peterbot and Poyo, I think Ritual and Cold did really good against Pete and Poyo. You see that? It's crazy, right? David Beckham sent me this cup and gave me the skin specifically. David Beckham himself, hashtag epic partner, gave me the skin and outfit himself. He was like, look, I know you've been watching the FIFA World Cup this year. Go ahead. Have some fun. He did it. He did it. He said that. He said it himself. Go! Something like that. What's up, Biscuit? Not today, buddy. What is this one? All right. Where'd the yellow go? Hold up. Wait a minute. Wasn't he just yellow? That's not a bad emote for like David Beckham either. I'm just saying. That's not a bad one. That's not a bad one. What do you mean, Warrior? Warrior, I'll show you the check right now. Trillion. Like not right now, not right now, but like later right now. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, dude, Biscuit, it has. It's already put away, sealed product with the rest of them. You know what I'm saying? Not like right now. Like I can't do it right now. Name somebody who has more Fortnite cars than I do. I'll wait. Don't worry. These are all like real vehicles I have in real life too, by the way. These are all real ones. Yeah, I have these in real life as well. All of them. Enough looking at shirtless Beckham. Let's get back to the drop map. Who do we think is going to win today? It's a win. 6 games. I got Aegis and Vino placing well. I got Shadow and Virgo placing well. I got Cold and Ritual placing well. That's already 3. Acorn and Bolts is 4. And guess what? I'm going to go ahead and throw a Hail Mary. Guess what? I'm going to throw a Hail Mary. I'm a central mid, just like David Beckham. And guess what? I'm going to call Clicks and Rapid top 5. Go ahead. Come on. I'm going to say it. I'm going to say it. Clicks Rapid. Going to take down Team EU. Get top 5. Honestly, the only thing I'm really scared of here is every spot is contested, which could be good, could be bad. I was going to say, you know? That's my thing. Wait, what the? Bolts top 3? Muzz and Tyler, where are they at? I know they're in here because they barely got in. Muzz and Tyler down here, contested against Yuz and Sharkman. The thing that scares me a little bit is Yuz and Sharkman been landing here most of the season already. Muzz and Tyler are a little bit new to the drop, so if there's any nuances to the drop, you almost got to give it to Yuz and Sharkman, but it is Muzz and Tyler, so. It is Muzz and Tyler. And you got to watch out for Shadow and Virgo, uncontested, landing top buildings, getting the floor loot, and then in the distance, you know? What's up, Hash? You like hash browns? I like hash browns. I like tater tots, too. Is Muzz IGL? I don't know who the IGL is, to be honest. Warrior. You should know! I should be asking you! Huh? Sorry, I'm just a little, like, on top of the world today, you know? On top of the world. On top of the world. On top of the world. Anybody else get their tickets to Spider-Man Brand New Day? Are we all seeing it? Are we all seeing it? And if you're not seeing it, why not? Biscuit, don't even worry, dude. It's just cards, man. Unless you're going to open them, which you probably do, don't worry, man. Why are we all seeing it at the same time? What's up? Spider-Man Brand New Day brought to you by Jacob MVPR. I'm not seeing it. You rather play Fortnite? That has to be one of these. Like, what? 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 That can't be real, right? That can't be real. That's got to be like. Oh, oh. How you doing, Mike? I'm doing pretty good, dude. How you doing, little man? Probably taller than me. I mean, not. I mean, unless you're 6 foot, but other than that, because I'm 6 foot. You guys saw that pro am. I'm definitely 6 foot. Shirt I was wearing was a large. Yo, Biscuit, you here? All right, game starts in 1 minute. Replay starts in 6. You gonna be here all day, dude? What's up? What's up, Dirk, man? I saw you on the YouTube the other day, bro. For some reason, when I see Dirk, man, I think Dirk Nowitzki, and I'm just like, bro, oh, shoot it, you know? If you want to, bro, it's up to you. Because sometimes it doesn't let me. It says like I'll do the same exact prediction and questions as like you and other mods who run them, but it tells me that there's something wrong with community guidelines or something, and I can't. I'm gonna play the Beckham Cup. No, I'm definitely not gonna play. Beckham sent it to me directly using Epic Games, hashtag Epic Partner, but he sent it to me directly. He also sent me this McDonald's cup. I might have had to use the coupon in the app, but he told me it was available. So I have Beckham Cup plus David Beckham, and it's all directly from David Beckham. You know what I mean? So you know what I mean? It makes no sense for me playing in it, like winning it, taking it away from somebody else. You know what I'm saying? Game 1 brick. Don't tell me that. Don't tell me that. This has to be a delay, right? This has to be a delay. This has to be a delay. So we're going to know. Finding server? No way. No way, bro. Finding server, finding server, finding server, finding... There's nothing on Veno. There's nothing on Venos. What the heck? So, what happens? Skin Cup is bugged too. So, but didn't the Skin Cups run on the other tournament, on the other regions? Didn't it run on the other regions? No, Pete is not playing, Chalk. If Pete's playing anything, it's that Skin Cup, but I don't know. I don't think he's playing. Huh. Let's go ahead and look at David Beckham again. You guys, if you guys want to check out what you guys might be playing for in this cup, you know what I mean? A lot of people probably already have it, but we got David Beckham, Business Beckham. We got Business Beckham. You can take the sunglasses off. You can put the or these aren't even sunglasses, are they? They're not even blocking the sun. It's not even loading. Fortnite! Hello? And then you got this Beckham, which is shirt on or shirt off, but obviously Skin Cup working. Yeah. He has his soccer cleats on, you know what I'm saying? The dog is separate. It's with the Batman bundle, you know what I'm saying? So I don't know, man. How did match 1 break? So nobody got into match 1 is what you're telling me? Nobody got into match 1? Beno's in a whole different game. Really, dude? Really? This is really happening, dude. This is crazy. 42k V-Bucks? Who has 42k V-Bucks? Was that Clicks? 42,000 V-Bucks. Bro can buy the store. Imagine, because how long does it take to gift somebody something? 2 days? You only have to wait 2 days now? Bro, let me start adding people and just start gifting stuff out if I had 42,000. Let's just stay in here just in case. That's what's happening. Let's just stay.
Wait. Yo, do you guys get in? Oh my god, thank God.
Wow. Wow.
Wow. Hey, you want to play a little skin color rapid real quick?
So, what's the move here? What's my prediction for what? FNCS, Division Cup, Skin Cup? Like, what is my prediction? My prediction here is that I am the most electrifying man in esports entertainment. And you can take that and you know, maybe cash it at the bank. I don't know if they take that type of currency, but you know? Who's your all-time favorite Fortnite player to watch in tourneys? I mean, I would think like you got to give like Peterbutt his credit. He is very, very entertaining to watch. Who has some crazy solo clutches? I think Veno in terms of gameplay, very entertaining to watch. He always seems to pick up like big eliminations. Wow. If it's a solo type tournament, yeah, Warriors on the money like Muzz, Smart, Rapid recently. I don't know what that scared me a little bit. Oh my god. Lower that a little bit. I'm trying to think who else in history, dude. If you remember Unknown Army was very, very entertaining to watch, just running it down. Talking about real OG, because you're talking about all time. In tourneys, I don't know. I don't know if this counts as a tourney, but if you remember back in the early days. I'm talking early days, okay? I'm talking early days. But back in the days of when Aiden on the controller ran down Nick Merckx, Tilted Towers.
I know, right?
You know what I'm saying?
I timed my shit wrong, timed the Adderall wrong. Now I'm going to be fucking zapped like in 10 minutes and I won't be able to express it.
Who else? So game one messed up. Vinny and Zexro, right? Zayt and Saf, Booga and during World Cup, like the actual World Cup. Who wins FNCS, your opinion? Well, let me tell you this, Toshi. In this question, right? Hold up. Pause the question. We got a raid. Keel with the raid. Yes. Shout out to Keel. Shout out to Keel's viewers. Community, thank you so much tuning in. You know what I'm saying? Glad to have you. Oh, stream dropped. Man, are we even live? Hello? Refresh. Oh no. Okay, Kill. I see how it is, bro. I see how it is, Kill. Just want to say I see how it is, brother. See how it is. Slammed with a big raid. And then all of a sudden, I can't handle Keel's pressure. Probably in game, out of game. What's my emote button? There we go. Why does this cover the emote? Well, either way, dude. Either way, Keel. Thank you for sharing your stream with me. Mike, we're seeing right now, game 1 didn't load, obviously. Game 1 did not load.
Expect you to pre-fire that.
Anybody else watch Shroud? Yeah, see? There is nothing. There's nothing.
Hey, who's the fragger in this duo?
You know? They are happening, but just game 1 didn't load, so probably going to have to wait the duration of game 1. How do you think Lacey would do tonight? Top 10 at best. Maybe top 7 at best. But as far as I look, let's check that out. Oh, what the heck? Oh, never mind. I thought that was my game real quick. Last time I looked, they were like triple contested at the Clustered Coast, but let's see. Triple contested at the Clustered Coast. See, the thing is, Lacey being on 65 ping, I don't think necessarily affects too much, although I haven't seen their games. I haven't seen how he actually plays playstyle-wise. I think it's more so arc and then having somebody who's competent enough. So if Lacey can listen, follow, and do stuff, I don't think it changes much. Who do I think? Oh, your question. Yeah, who do I think wins FNCS? If Peterbot and Cold and Ritual continue to contest each other, I think it could be something like a Veno, Agers, Acorn, Bolts. I got to look at the drop map, obviously, kind of get more names. If either one of them leave and Peterbot's uncontested, then I would go with Peterbot. In terms of NA West, like, I don't know. I think NA West is up for grabs, to be honest. I wouldn't put one team can just win NA West. I think Phoenix and Retro are really good, but like a 12-game series where you have a volatile region, that's what I worry about more so. Oh, you saw that? I hit one. Are we getting a 3-day streaming streak? I don't think I'm streaming tomorrow. I'll probably stream after the World Cup on Sunday. Watch the play-ins for day 2. You know what I'm saying? That's probably the better of the idea, you know? This is NA West right here. And where's the other one? Is it Clicks playing against what? Rapid and Curly? Not Rapid, Curly and Rise. This is Division 1, Central Division 1. Where's Veno? Veno's streaming, right? Who's he playing against? But I think it's obvious that Peterbot and Poyo are probably still the favorites, because I think we don't really get to see Peterbot play serious 100% of the time, even in divisional cups, elite or not elite, eval finals and stuff like that. So like it's very hard to get a gauge on like how good they are at any one given moment in my head. But you also got to realize it's Peterbot, it's Poyo, so it's like they're one of the best teams in the game right now, no matter the region. Just my thoughts. Just my thoughts.
Who's Thomas playing with, by the way?
Where's Peterbot? Oh, they didn't die yet. They're about to win their game. Wait, they're about to win?
Wait, check his friends.
Do 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 do.
Yeah, he is.
Trying to see.
Yeah.
Wait, who are they playing with? Like, who's their third?
I don't know.
It's not showing how many are left.
Not live. Okay.
You back out? I think they're playing like Skittles, maybe.
Yeah, probably Skittles.
You know what is going on, which is crazy? When you actually think about it, which is crazy?
No one knows your map. No one knows your map.
Brazil is going on. Their tournament is working just fine. How does this work? But NAC doesn't. Does anybody can anybody let me know? Can anybody let me know? Okay. Randu, I remember that name. Deguara, Mac. Okay, I remember these names. Fantastic. Ed is still alive. Phaser just went down. Lua is still in here. Okay, I remember that. PH Zin, Edson Bot. Okay, I remember some of these names. I'm not a stranger. Lua and Romero. Okay. I'm not a stranger to these parts. Looking up. JP King moves on over. PH Zin moves on over along with him. Okay. Looking at some Fortnite action here. Some competitive still going on. Dakura, Max still having to make it on the right side. Even with Gonzalito. Ooh, looking down. Oh, big shots, but Matt gets hit with one of his own. 50 HP, or I should say shield, gone just like that. Uh-oh. Not a bad situation to be in. John Bones Joes playing Fortnite. Who would have thought? I was kind of wondering where he went. Night and gone here. Already in the backside of the zone. They get an elimination onto one. You can see why they're hurting. They need the resources. Randu's are here. Charcoal. Loud. Ramiro. Are we missing any names? No, it doesn't look. What's up, Fear? This is Brazil right now, by the way. Got out for 10 minutes. Hit every red light on the way home after getting called. Damn, bro. Damn. Bro, he's really working the shift. KTZ's here. Luluzito. Rodri's on the other side, trying to break down. Silence, looking across, trying to wreak havoc. They have the luxury. Giovanni's right there, taking a lot of that pressure along with Fatality, but they find a cubby that they can go ahead and feel confident, trying to stay alive. More pressure coming in from all directions. 300 above the damage threshold for some. 500 for others. KTZ's here along with Edson, PH Zin, looking like they're the team on the high ground here in Brazil. Mythic, Maven. Have double mythics when it comes to the shotguns, but I bet you I make a crisp $100 at most. Hey, there's some people that don't have a job though, Lotto. What happened to clicks in the theme? Right now it does look like game 1 for Central is having its issues. So I was just like, you know what? Instead of watching nothing, we can watch something, you know? Can I get an amen? Can I get an I would think they have to wait for that game to finish. So it's been 18 minutes, probably a couple more, and then they can queue up for the next game. So I would say maybe 5, 10 max. I don't know the exact timing, but something like that. Oh, damn. Sayun just bumped into Mac. Not his down, though. So he doesn't get the siphon. Pardo's there on the other side. Lulu, Rodri still trying to move up. Just staying on that silent layer. Silence is here as well. Speak of him. Rodri and Lulu on the other side. KTZ, Edson, PHN, they do lose out on that high ground. Why is game 1 delayed? I don't know. That's what I was wondering. Brazil works, NAC does not. Everybody did. There is no game 1, if that makes sense. There is no game 1 for Central. So it's not, you know, Randu's up on high ground along with GRX trying to get sprayed. Multiple teams trying to move up. Low is on the other side. GRX, Randu, they have to make a decision how they're going to move across, and they're going to go ahead and do it by Shockwave. Reconnect towards that high ground, giving themselves one of the best positions in this game. They just have to have the chug jump heal. KTZ, Desire's there, running through, catches the team off guard, slip in, but KTZ does go down. Desire ends up in a tough spot. Teammates gone. No longer can be the hero here in this situation. He does have a chug, get up to about 160 HP and shield here. Trying to stay as long as he can here. Sayun, Pardo, Just staying to the front side of the zone, but it does teeter-totter back and forth. They have to go over the top, and they do so rather flawlessly. Rodri lost his teammate all along the way, but he's still looking to fight tooth and nails for any bit of points here in this game. Not sure which one it actually is. I'm not sure how high above the leaderboard he actually is, but any moment is better than not taking action. Big shot again, gonna fire off from above. Catches one scrambling around, probably without a build. He gets through one build and the other. Sliver of HP gets caught before he's eventually knocked down. Rodri just trying to stay alive. The siphon's there yet again. He does have two different chug jugs, but we don't know how empty they actually are. He has to start making quick decisions here in order to stay alive, but we look back at the high ground. Pardo, Seiyun, they're up above. They are getting targeted out by that second height, and that's why they're immediately putting down that pressure. They don't want to let their chance at this win go to waste. Seiyun even dropping down, reconnecting where he can to start to build that confidence up. The zone cuts back just a little bit in their favor. They're just trying to make sure to reconnect every chance that they get. Edson PHs down below, but Edson gets caught off guard. He probably didn't pay the bill. He gets taken down. There goes Rao here on the other side, getting spread from multiple angles. One elimination. He is going to be a solo. King here, he's the one who got that one elimination early on. JPF trying to stay alive. There is a couple players right next to him. He just has to knock on the door and burst his way in, but the zone is cutting off his options here. In fact, the elimination goes to the side. He's not able to get it himself, but he drops down and finds one more out. Pardo, Seiyun, they're dropping down and really trying to take control over this game. Seiyun staying above, pressuring everybody, making it easier for his duo to hit those shots inside of the box. Sanku's there. Another person positions himself. This is why he's taking his time, knowing he has backup. Seiyun even dropping down, trying to join the party. You cannot have all that fun without me here. As another elimination goes down, KK drops down Novice. Those are all solos most part, dropping and trying to take each other out. The duo almost full HP on the high ground here, in the best position in this lobby. 321 points and counting. Spot somebody try to do their heal off inside of the zone, knocks on the door, makes him, displaces his position before they go ahead and reposition on the other side. Knowing the zone's going to do the work, Sanku has to peek. There's only one chance he gets, and that chance is going right out the window. I wish I could say these names a little bit better, you know? That'd be nice. All right, this is Central right now. This is Central. This is what we're doing. We're not really doing nothing in Central right now. You know, I don't.
Yeah, because we haven't played games yet.
That's it. That's it. You know?
Yo, is that real?
I think so, bro.
Oh my god.
You know, I try, Fear, dude.
Yeah, I am.
I actually do try. I know I mess up a lot, but
Warm it up,
bro, how do I claim this?
Dude, I was like,
It says
Pete,
claim
I was
now.
like, Pete, you want to coach today? He's like, nah, bro, I'm going out with Boo. I'm like, going out with Boo? What do you mean, bro? I thought he was going out.
I have to connect, dude. What the heck?
Yo!
Yo, that kind of scared me. Whoever that was that screamed extra loud kind of scared me a little bit. What is the Brazil leaderboard, though?
Unreal.
Pardo and Seiyun, after 5 games, 342 points. Edson PHN, 329. Phaser and King going down in 30th place, probably lost their chance at winning, 267 points. If those two top teams go down, they could have a chance to win, but Mac, DeGuerre, same position, 254. These are probably the top 4 teams right now that could possibly win this entire tournament, but Pardo, Edson, got to be your favorites if you watch Brazil. Right? Right? Got to be your favorites if you watch Brazil.
Pete, let me get a kill, Pete.
Yo.
Who's getting
That's
boosted,
not bad.
Luka?
Division 1, 4 minutes until next game, so they're getting ready to start the next game. Hopefully it loads. Hopefully it loads. You casting the play-ins tomorrow? I mean, I'll be watching Sunday and won't be casting tomorrow. Won't be watching tomorrow. I won't be watching day 1. We'll be watching day 2 after Spain wins the World Cup.
No, he doesn't die here. No way.
I mean, this is a guaranteed win.
Right after Spain wins the World Cup. Oh, okay, hold up.
It's him. It's his.
Oh, he's putting delay back on? Okay, I like that, I guess.
That'll be okay. I said do it, I think.
Just trying to think right now. Just trying to think.
I got 1 minute, by the way.
Are
No fucking
you talking about FNCS or the Divisional Cup? Let me ask that.
Yeah, but I can't.
Or are you
fucking
talking
stop
about
taking
just
it out of the
overall?
lobby. It is.
Both? I mean, I think you got to go like Pete Poyo, maybe Acorn Bolts, Agers, Veno. Let me see. I just want to look at more names. It's hard to just do one. What the heck? Division 1, I would say like Agers, Veno. What did I say? I said Agers, Veno. I said Acorn Bolts. I said Shadow, Virgo, Ritual, Cold. And then I had like a surprise pick of Clicks and Rapid when they were contested by just Genius and Chari, because you got to believe they'll win that off spawn. But if it look, they all marked this thing as a joke because Fax said the con clicks as a joke, so they're on con. Okay. Well, I know one team was originally conning them. It was just Demus and Hari. Whether that was true or not, that team had originally conned them, I think, since the map came out for the most part. Or at least when I initially saw it. Everyone else. You're righter than a left, you know? Well, FNCS is tomorrow. Play-ins, Joshua. So it goes play-ins. Let me see the order. I think it's like play-ins to something else, to heats. Let me just double check what it is. Hold up. Or is it play-ins to heats? I think it's like play-ins to heats. Miss when the broadcast did opens? Bro, you got me, dude. Don't even worry about it. You don't have to miss nothing. FNCS Major 2 play-in right here. Let's see what it is. Bro, I can't even... It's just the play-ins that it shows me. I should know this stuff, bro, but I can't remember. I believe it's play-ins to heats, right?
Okay.
Yeah, play-ins.
Okay.
And then after that,
What up, bud?
you'd want to get top something to get heats. And then after that, you want to play heats to get to finals. And then from that, you play the last chance to get to finals. I think so. We're here. If Clicks is on a delay, does that mean the game had already started? Yup. 38. So we could probably get into the game. Shout out Clicks for having a delay, dude. Because now we don't miss anything. We had nothing. What is this? Wipe out Harley. Thanks for watching on Twitch, guys. You guys can earn that here at this channel. If you guys don't already have it earned, just know that you guys can earn it here. Make sure you link your Epic Games account with your Twitch, and it's 100% free. All right, we're a few seconds early. This is game 1.2. Just because, I don't know. Top 15 plus 5 in heats. Yo, no way, Drew. No way, Drew! No way! You did 2 things! You did 2 things! You supported... debatably one of your favorite streamers. I don't know what the list is. And then 2 is you took money away from Amazon and gave it to me. Bro, what's better than that, huh? What's better than that? All right, we gotta stop it a little bit. Make sure, bro. Jeff Bezos ain't gonna know what hit him, bro. He's gonna be looking at his bank account, realize some of his money's missing. Play-ins. So play-ins is just opens. No. In a sense, yes. So play-ins is only for Division 1 players. So it's opens, but it's only open to Division 1 players. All right, hold on. This is not what we wanted to see right here. Is Clicks in them contested? Does not look like Clicks is actually contested, just like you guys said. Sinister Strip, uncontested by Veno and Agers. We got a triple con at the Golden Grove. We got something going down here. Where's the drop map? Hold up. Boom, 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 boom. Yuzin Sharkman, bottom left. Golden Ozone, and then top right at Wonky Land. So we're actually going to watch the Josh Yamzo, Reet, and Cooper fight at Wonky Land. Let's go, Zoe! Let's go, Zoe! Come on, chat. Put your elite thingamajigs in chat right now. Your elite allegiance. Does look like Zoe accidentally hit the railing. That's okay. He's going to get a pistol out of it. Josh does get the shotgun. Josh Yamzo are going to be contested by Reet and Cooper on the other side. But let's quickly look on down here with Yuz and Sharkman versus Muzz. One of them's going to drop underneath, take the instant barrels. On the top side, it's Tyler and Muzz just trying to quickly try to break the glass. Not sure what this actually does. Oh, we're going for some loot up above. Just quickly trying to farm up as much loot as possible. Big shields. Doesn't have a mini yet, but they are contested over on this side of things. We got Flex in a 1v1. He was able to get a knock onto one. Vibes is looking like he's going for a revive. Only a small health disparity, but nothing that one shot can't overcome. And right now, pauses, stops the revive, gets up above. Jesse Jerem rolls away. He only had one build left, and that's where it goes into a 1v1 where Vibes is going to win that exchange. Does look like Muzz, Sharkman going their separate. Wait, what is this? Clicks and Rapid already getting aggressive right there. That's 2 eliminations from Rapid. Missed the first, but Seek, he didn't miss it. He went down. You like Click's new name? It is a nice name, bro. Spicy 1X, you know? Not bad, not bad, not bad, not bad. Continue looking around right now. Who else is contested here? Pessy, Devade. Still looking up right now. Cooper, Reet. How did they switch sides? It looks like Cooper and Reet are trying to go offensive onto Josh Nyamzo. I do believe they saw that one coming. Gold Warforge. They do have a shotgun with a stinger. Josh does have the blue. Cooper's running it. Big shot by Yamzo. Josh finishes that one off. Reet in a 1v2 situation. The battle for Wonky Land begins, and it begins here. Zoe goes down, so now it is going to be a straight 1v1. Reet peeks. They trade shots yet again, but Josh is the one who comes out victorious, taking down both Reet and Cooper. That's how we get it. That's how we get it over here at Elite. Let's go ahead and check on Epic Realm. Pump them over here at Golden Grove. Going for some fishing spots early on. They realize it is triple contested, so nothing is going to be handed to them at all. Like some rapid loadout check. Quack snacks. Shotgun stinger. They definitely have a good loadout here. What's up, Larkos? How you doing, brother? What's up, Lucifer? Void, don't know where you got that one at, but we can probably look over here. We could probably look up. We could probably look over here. Oh, so he is hiding underneath. They did find at least one of those eliminations here, but they're looking for Stars. Is that guy's name Stars? No? You count Prom as FNCS in your opinion? I mean, it could be an FNCS, but I don't think it means the same as the other FNCSs. Does that make sense? Because no matter what it's called, it is what it is. One person going underneath. Let's go ahead and see right now. Cole, Madden, they did get the Mythic over here by Scroll and Zany. This is the other half of Cole Madden's drop spot. It's not just that island in the middle. It's everything up above. So when they have a team up here, this is the same as being contested. You can see they don't have necessarily the best loadout. A good chunk of materials missing. But they don't want to necessarily take the fight against them this early on, which I don't necessarily disagree. Yes, Click just calls and celebrates it. Like, I mean, I think almost anybody that has a fun personality would. That's the thing, right? And I think Clicks knows, but what is he supposed to say? You know what I mean? You got to be in his shoes. What are you supposed to say in that situation? Oh yeah, it doesn't count. Exactly. So, I mean, I don't think anything's abnormal with the way the community's handling it. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, we all love Fortnite, right? Kyrie over on this side. Josh Yamza moving on out. I'm trying to look for Acorn and Bolt, so no longer in Frosted Flakes. They immediately rotate towards the center of the map. We do got 2 different Chug Jugs, full purple loadout for both of them, plus the 2 different Chug Jugs. So 60 on Acorn's Chug Jug. Just leaves me to believe maybe they took some damage along the way, so they're trying to go ahead and pad the stats, encourage the surge. Does look like Ritual and Cold are in a close box-to-box exchange. Ritual already gets the down on the cringe. EU seemingly hurting early on onto this one. Cold getting tagged from the side. The third party slowing him down, but luckily Ritual was able to win the 1v1, continue to put the pressure down. Eclipse just trying to back away, and this is where Ritual knows he's weak. He's gonna have to stop to heal up, so as long as he keeps pressuring him, even if Cold isn't fully healed up himself, they're gonna eventually be able to put enough pressure to get this elimination. Either way, if somebody steals it away, that's one less worry for them, with Eclipse no longer being in the lobby. Cold not necessarily being in box-to-box against him just yet. Ritual gets the shots on the other side. Third party getting Eclipse even more weak in this situation. Cold healing just enough to not get one pumped or down from far away. But Bolts and Acorn, remember, they were not too far away from this POI. They're the ones who actually get the points for the elimination, but Ritual and Cold will get the reward of the loot. If Click count and Pete count it right, I mean, exactly, but at the same time, like, even if Pete counts it, like, I'm pretty sure Pete doesn't actually count it. Does that make sense? Muzz, Tyler, over on the south side of the map, still haven't found their way out because they're still dueling against Yuz and Sharkman right now. And Muzz and Tyler, less than 400 builds combined between the two. Healing early, making sure they're not able to get one pump. That's going to be the signal for Yuz to go up. Sharkman might not have any extra white heals. That's why he's trying to break in the box. He needs the Cypher to the down, but nope. It's he who's going to fall. Muzz gets the first elimination, and Tyler just negates fighting the opposition here in this exchange. But he, too, needs a little bit of HP. Yuz from up above. Might be a moment here for Tyler. He might go down. They could easily shockwave back, but their mending machine is under siege by somebody else. Yuz runs out of time. Muzz takes down Yuz. Ooh, already shooting bodies here. Already shooting bodies. Who's already a 6-time champion? Yeah, it just all to me, it all depends on. I don't think the conversation is that serious, if that makes sense. Let's pretend Clicks counts it. Who cares? Ooh. G-Money's moving right now. I like the way he separated himself off that last wall. Northern re-peaks, though. Caliper's here on the other side. G-Money consistently putting down pressure. The cones to block him off. Just trying to go ahead and take the floors. Northern with a bad peek. He's going to go down. G-Money quickly is going to get the cleanup. Siphon, HP. Now he's going to look strong. No longer able to get one pump. Caliper gets found out. Osid just spraying through the builds, making sure they can basically pinpoint their position. Now G-Money gets the wall on the other side. Peeks to get the elimination. Back-to-back for G-Money here. Rapid crashed. Oh, no. Hold on. They were green. They were green. Let's see. Let's see. Try not to do too many spoils, Dubcat. That's fine with me. Maybe if we see it first next time, but yeah. Oh, no. You were asking? Okay, never mind. That's fine. Both are impressive, but Proem is not serious FNCS. I agree. We'll check up on him later. Glacier was able to get the Mythic, King and Craze. We got Gold Pump, Blue Pump, Extra Chug, Shockwaves. Not too bad. Let's check on Curly and Rise real quick. Purple Pump, Blue Pistol, Purple Pump. Okay, not bad. Bro, come on, no spoils. Wait till we see it. You're good. Might be a first time. Just no spoils, you know. But since you spoiled it, you can check out my newest video on YouTube. Give me some feedback. Dash here. I haven't checked on Higgs. Higgs and Curve up at the top side of the map. We saw them in Eval Finals get gifted zone after zone after zone, but definitely see. Biscuit, thank you for that. Okay, moving in. I've seen a lot of zones head up in this position lately. Cole Madden might have a good run in this FNCS. Cole and Madden could have a sneaky good run in this FNCS. Let's check on Kanata and Sphinx. We do have the Mythic. Strange seeing this in Kanata's hands, but hey. He's confident, I'm confident. Sphinx here. The AR is going to go ahead and walk down the other edge. Going for the drop. Chance and Scare there as well. Ari and Demus up at the top. Golden and Ozone making their way in. Let's check on Pump and Epic. Outside of the Mending Machine. There's another team lurking nearby, though. This is where you do have to start to be careful. Other teams may need to access it, but it's Daze from underneath, and Daze looks like a solo. Reboot van nearby. That could be what Daze was looking for, but he probably hears them up above and has to continue moving. Oh, here it is. It's happened. It's happened. Game 1. Rapid decided. I've had enough. I had enough of game 1. That's what Rapid decided. Game 1 doesn't actually work. They queue in game 2. Rapid crashes here. Breaking news, folks. Rapid has gone down. Virgo has gone down. Virgo has gone down. We got Cold and Ritual both in. Yep, Cold and Ritual both in. Okay, not bad. Got Aegis Veno both in. Yep. Who else? Prodoxy and them reset Surge. That's why he went down. Ritual Cold here. Daze. Maybe that happened to Daze teammates. Everybody else seems to be alive as of now as a duo. Yamzo, Josh making it in from Wonky Land. Osmuz, let's check. Let's see where they're at. They gotta be here somewhere, right? Still making it in. 4 medkits. They are traveling underneath. Probably hear that. Probably waiting to see if a team uses it. 1 tick to 2. They still got plenty of time here as long as they counted it right in the storm. That's Kodak. Oh, who in the heck is this, dude? Who is that? Are Osid and G-Money, are they going for the drop or are they going for the Elim here? They spot out Pepsi and Devade. Couple quick shots coming out from Osid, but he still has to hit the Rift himself, so you got to be careful not to make too many enemies here. They could start to fire off from below and cut your journey on that Rift short. Click still by himself. Gonna have to start to rotate using the first of 6 shockwaves here in this game. 5's there on the other end. He's gonna go ahead and try to shockwave over the players underneath. 2 shockwaves already expended, and we're only here in the 5th zone. 4 clicks. Not necessarily trying to go deep, but right now this is where his chance is quickly running out. 88 below the damage threshold. Does have the Lance Head pistol. So if he could find somebody out in the open, he could deal a lot of damage in quick succession. Vibes underneath. Quick attention coming out from Clicks, but not enough to continue moving forward. Fnai and Moneymaker, they're going to be in the distance here. 98 below. Clicks falling further and further. So where it is going to get tough. But luckily for him, he is on the line as of now. Meaning everybody behind him has to make their way into him. No shots connecting onto Osid. Sees Muzz coming in the distance. He has decisions to make here because he has to be able to connect with any one of these shots, or otherwise it's going to get tougher and tougher for him as this game continues on. Grind, he's going to go down. 71 players still up. That elimination will bring it down to 70. Epic Whale getting tagged up. Pump finally Clicks connecting with one of those shots. Epic Whale does go down. Devade gets tagged up again. 28 below. Clicks is finding some success here as he pushes himself over the line. A couple more teams trying to go up and over. Pump being one of them. Clicks connects with yet another shot. 62 above, but we are going to start to move in this next zone. That's where you know things aren't going to continue to stay as easy as they are, as another opportunity there comes and goes. 4 clicks. 62. Managing it well as a solo here. 181 above that damage threshold. See where some of these other players are positioned at. Shadow, another one of our solos here. He's going to be 262 above the damage threshold. Ritual and Cold, 346. Already positioned in towards zone. Knowing more and more teams are going to have to make their way on over towards him. Still look off in the distance. Acorn and Bolt's got to make their way in. Buzz Tyler still got to make their way in just a little bit here. Rise and Curly. Veer still trying to make his way in. We do got Acorn and Bolt trying to make a mad dash, but Zoe gets the knock onto Acorn here. Is he going to try to go for the cleanup? It does look like he's spraying over in that direction, but Bolts immediately builds on over, trying to save the day. Big beams coming out from Yamzo and Josh. Unfortunately enough, they're not able to move on over and get the elimination. Void Magma, they're down there on that same layer. OSID, G-Money rotating on by as Zoe and Josh continue to try to pad the stat. Storm Surge, deal with it now, worry about it later. Donnie just getting beamed until he's eventually down by chance. May not go way of Zoe and Josh, but you got to imagine they helped start that lobby spray. Donnie's down. Devade gets taken down by Moneymaker as well. Listen gets beamed. This whole edge of the map right now is just getting absolutely annihilated. So tough for anybody to make it in. Zoe's there on the edge. You can see Magma Void putting pressure. Listen up above, taking damage yet again, getting sprayed in the side. I'm not sure if Acorn sees this or not, but this could be a perfect opportunity for him and Bolts to try to get it back here. You can see multiple item slots down and out. Acorn having to make that decision. Is the loot worth going for? And I'm not sure it might have been. Picks up a mini, 10 Chug Jug, not able to get back up to 200 effective shield and HP, so he's got to use a little bit more on that other Chug Jug if he wants that to be a possibility. Him and Bolts lurking on by, trying to catch anyone off guard in this situation. And right now, Void and Magma might be that team, depending if they got pre-edit set up. They're just trying to toss away the idea as they go right back on up into familiar territory. Builds being passed on over, knowing Acorn's the IGL. They get blessed in this next zone. Dash here, Sphinx, Panada. We still got Fanai in here, along with Chance and Scare. Chance, Scare, new team on the block here. King and Craze looking back at him. Chance and Scare dealing with the pressure pretty well, but it comes on the side as well. Passing around the ammo. This is where King and Craze got to be careful. They're running out pretty quickly here, especially with the Stinger SMG in Craze's inventory. Cole Madden, I really haven't seen too much of the Mythic. I'm not sure we're going to get to see too much of it. OSID's down. G-Money tries to get back. OSID's going to go down. The elimination is going to be found out by Madden. Now they have a decision to make about how greedy they actually want to get in this situation. Top 26. Clicks is the one that is able to take down Fanai. Josh takes down Noxy. Cole and Madden still alive. 546 above the damage threshold. Acorn finds another elimination as well. You even got Cold and Rapid here. Golden Ozone using the shockwave to close the gap. Muzz on the south side of the zone. You can kind of see where we're going. We're moving over on this side of the map. Little bit of a divot, but not too much to work with. It does look like Clicks picks up yet another elimination here on the side. Rapid might have crashed out of this game, but 3 eliminations from Clicks and 1 team away from getting these placement points. Looks like Yemeni is getting dealt Storm Surge damage right now. One more tick from Yemeni. He might go down. I'm not sure if Clicks knows. Probably here in the shield's cracked. Not peeking just yet, but he wants to go deep in the zone. Use that shockwave to not really run into too many players. Shot still coming in. He's taking a lot of damage, but nothing that one medkit can't overcome. But that's going to be his last medkit, his last resource, and his last chance to heal up any damage here unless he gets an elimination, and he instantly gets spotted out. Shield goes right out the window. Taki, they're the ones reeling the havoc. Clicks just trying to escape here. 12 HP in a dream. Well above the damage threshold. 2 players need to go down until it turns off, but this pressure is not slowing down. People know he's weak. They know he's a solo, so they're trying to take advantage. Another shot continues to pour in. Clicks cannot take too many ticks of that zone, but he's trying to use as much space as possible, so that way he doesn't have to dig deep into his materials. With only 9 builds left, he's going to have to get an elimination here. Pray for a miracle, because he is quickly running out, and Crazy going to make sure he runs out even faster. Gets the elimination there, making them look a little bit stronger. That's their second one of the game. Tyler goes down in the distance. Muzz trying to stay alive here. Trying to even go for the revive here. The zone's not moving that quick. They have a lot of time in the world to try to make that one become a reality. Shadow, we know Virgo did crash in this game. 10 points so far. Hasn't found as many eliminations as Clicks, who's been in the same situation as him, but he has a little bit more builds and he's still alive. Just trying to find anything to start to build that confidence. Acorn spotted out on the other side. One build away. Doesn't protect himself. Shadow gets the elimination. One less team to deal with, and he gets a little bit more loot. Siphon match might be a little, but it's something, and it means more than just a little bit for Shadow in this situation. Shockwaving up, trying to mirror out the high ground team. He's been dropping down right below that second height. This is perfectly played here by Shadow. Praise, I was going to say by himself, but King was still alive only for a few seconds. Still, both of them fall in the blink of an eye. Ozone rips them apart, not letting them get in any footing in this game. Top 18 situation for Golden and Ozone. They already have their global championship spot secured, so they don't really have to worry about much. One of the few teams that can say that here coming into Major 2. Kyrie goes down. Ozone and Golden stay ahead of the curve. Madden and Cole, 2 eliminations so far, 26 points, just building in front. He knows he has a lot left in the Chug Jug. This is valuable space here for Madden. Knowing he has a lot extras to work with, it actually moves on over towards the side. I'm not sure what Madden was thinking expending those materials, but maybe he just wanted to get up and over the hill before it became dangerous in the end. But sometimes when you have that extra material and extra resources to work with, you start to make those decisions. Does look like Josh, Yamzo, both of them go down. Muzz is able to get that elimination. QK, Mirops on top. Ritual dropping down. 2 eliminations from him. 4 overall. Minish, Javi, they're going to be on the other side. And it's basically their choice. And they're going to continue to try to knock on these doors. And right now, they just want to continue moving forward. Ritual as well, but he's running out of builds. Has the bare minimum left. But he's able to position himself right in front of everybody else. Good and a bad thing, because right now he's taking a lot of the pressure from Kanata and Sphinx. Basically burning through what's left of his materials here, but Ritual notices the pressure does die down, so he's going to try to slow down, use this moment to go, wow, oh my god, the flick shot, absolutely insane. Jargu gets ripped to shreds. Ritual trying to collect the rest of the scraps of that Siphon builds while battling simultaneously against somebody else. Ritual right now putting on a performance as we get inside of the top 8 where the meat of the points actually are. And Minish, Javi, they're looking strong as a team. QK and Mirops, they're up above. Cole and Madden still down below as well. Javi and Minish just trying to see Kanata and Sphinx and their loadout here. 3 eliminations using the Chug Jugs, healing early inside of the zone. They have a Shockwave grenade, so they can easily try to make their way back, but they have enough HP and shield once they get across that finish line. Zany barely crossing himself, able to escape the onslaught that was Golden and Ozone. Sphinx, as soon as him and Kanata make it inside of the zone, they immediately get taken out. Dozier, Crash teammate, happens, it goes around the lobby, drops Golden down, and Golden just absolutely demolishes Dozier next. Top 6 situation, 2 players running around this lobby as solo, Zany being one of them. Ozone, Golden in that mid layer. Madden, Cole, they're there as well. QK and Mirops, they're going to be up above. Golden loses Ozone. Javi loses a Minish. A bunch more solos join into the fray as QK takes down Ritual. Cole and Madden, they find some key eliminations onto Javi and a Minish, bringing it down to a 2v2v 1v1 situation. Scratch that. Ritual, Golden both fall. 2v2v1. Duos are now the last one standing as Zany falls as well. Cole and Madden, they have 5 eliminations here. QK and Mirops, they've been riding on the high ground for so long, but up comes Cole. First shot's gonna land, second one as well. QK taking most of the damage, but Cole's gonna go down. Madden got his back, he gets a knock of his own, and Storm does the rest. Cole and Madden, 7 eliminations, win game 1. I don't know, I liked it. Zoe crashed. Well, that's unfortunate. Swim and swipe. You guys can earn these on Twitch, by the way. You guys can earn those on Twitch. Next game's already started. Cole and Madden, 93 points. Mirops and QK, 84. Golden and Ozone, 72. EU scrolling Zany on 68 points. Back to NA as Ritual and Cold round out the top 5. And then we had Dolls here. Ishu, Kanata, Sphinx, Jargu, Carillion, Javi, and a Minish. And then Muzz and Tyler. Even with Yamzo crashing, still rounding out a top 11 here. Still rounding out a top 11. What do we think? Any surprises? Any surprises? Any duds? How long until next game? We got 1 minute until next game. Any surprises? Any duds? Clicks Rapid 17th as a solo. Let's check out that replay, though. One time for the one time. And when we come back, hopefully we got the next game if I timed it right. side of the zone. They have a shockwave grenade, so they can easily try to make their way back, but they have enough HP and shield. Once they get across that finish line, Zany barely crossing himself, able to escape the onslaught that was Golden and Ozone. Sphinx, as soon as him and Kanata make it inside of the zone, they immediately get taken out. Dozier, Crash teammate, happens, it goes around the lobby, drops Golden down, and Golden just absolutely demolishes Dozier next. Top 6 situation, 2 players running around this lobby as solos, Zany being one of them. Ozone, Golden in that mid layer. Matt and Cole, they're there as well. QK and Mirops, they're going to be up above. Golden loses Ozone. Javi loses a Minish. A bunch more solos join into the fray as QK takes down Ritual. Cole and Madden, they find some key eliminations onto Javi and a Minish, bringing it down to a 2v2v 1v1 situation. Scratch that. Ritual, Golden both fall. 2v2v1. Duos are now the last one standing as Zany falls as well. Cole and Madden, they have 5 eliminations here. QK and Mirops, they've been riding on a high, on the high ground for so long, but up comes Cole. First shot's gonna land, second one as well. QK taking most of the damage, but Cole's gonna go down. Madden got his back, he gets a knock of his own, and Storm does the rest. Cole and Madden, 7 eliminations, win. So we did not necessarily time it right. We did not necessarily time it right, but that's okay. We're getting in the game as fast as possible. Now it's the whole house power right here. Ooh. So is Click's not able to even queue in? Cause like if there's no power, you know what I mean? Oh, okay. We all back. I'm gonna use the restroom. We're gonna throw it on, what's the drop path right here? Fixing Rapid won't be as con. Where's the drop map at? Where's the drop map that I had? I mean, really, that's Yamzo Cooper. Those are gonna be the main ones for this buzz path. Maybe Muzz will be. Maybe Muzz should be, actually. I think Muzz hits first. Unless... Oh, no. I think Wonky Land's going to drop first. Wonky Land's going to hit ground first because of the bus path. And then we'll go to Muzz real quick. Because they cut the gliders. Depending on what they contest here. Okay. Oh, he missed it. Josh immediately getting a shotgun. Skittles going down. Some extra minis. So nothing just yet. Go ahead and check right back on over here. Muzz and Tyler taking one side. It does look like they do split it north and south side. They do split it north and south. Is there a third team over here? Reet and Coop are basically trapped in the middle. This could go really bad. Oh, Reet's already getting the shield cracked right now. Oh, forced out to cancel. Ooh. Really wasted that one. Not a lot of builds. Yamzo moving on the side. Wants to drop it because he doesn't want to give his way his position here. Going directly for that minigame. Reet accidentally goes underneath in towards the minigame, giving up a little bit of the high ground, giving away his position. But they're burning through a Yamzo's builds early on. Reet trying to go up. Josh is there. They trade shots. Reet goes down. This is not a good look unless you're Zoe. Gets the knock. Down back. 2-0 off spawn for Elite. Uh-oh. Sharkman took down Muzz. Uh-oh. Oh, Muzz gets caught out, not able to continue to build to protect himself. Knows Tyler dropped down below, and they found him out. Yeesh. I have to use the restroom. Who do you guys trust me to leave it on? Oh, they already got one Elam. I'm gonna use the restroom. I'll be right back. We didn't go up, you know? Warrior op spawn wasn't that bad, was it? Was it? OSID G Money. They squashed the team around their drop. Not necessarily in Chunkin Shores, but towards the north side of it. We got Veno, Agers, no points. What happened in that last game? Virgo, Shadow, they're together. Maybe trying to make up some point deficit. Does look like they're moving the Shockwave away. Decent shot. One's going to connect. Help the serves just a little bit. They're moving out of Heatwave early on, though. Got to be careful. King and Craze watching over Virgo and Shadow. Finally builds to protect himself. That is going to be Craze. Landing some shots onto Virgo. Shadow trying to close the distance. He gets tagged up a little bit by King. Shockwaves away. Going back to Calamari Canyon. Obviously, the broadcast does it better, but like, how do you guys like my third-party cams when I ghost cam out? Josh and Zoe, 48 points here towards the north. Scare and Chant still alive. Kanata Sphinx, top of the mountain. Business as usual. Drop at the north side of the map. They do have the Mythic Pistol again. Scroll and Zany probably lurking inside of the building. Oh, it's actually going to be on top. They're waiting for Cole and Madden to actually go for that drop, and then they're going to try to hit them together. $60 damage or so. Not terrible. It sucks, no peak. Just got to find excitement, right? You got to find excitement for what it is. You know what I mean? Clicks. It does look like they jumped on Hobby and a Minish again. Hobby's trying to run away. Let's go ahead and watch that one back real quick, though. Happened so fast. Wasn't able to catch it. But they're probably using their advantage here. Actually, no, lurking inside of the bush. They do catch a Minish off guard. Clicks immediately tries to shockwave forward. Getting tagged up all along the way by one, but Rapid's able to take charge. Bait and switch. A Minish goes down. Hobby trying to run away. Clicks beams him again, and shockwaves. Oh my God, that was nice. That was nice. That was nice. You got to give credit where credit's due. Uh-oh. Pumping Epic. Sitting in a bush. Is that team underneath them? Where is this team? Yeah, they are underneath. Okay. Just waiting for them to come out. Okay. Not bad. Not bad. Waiting for them to show themselves. Get a little music over here in the Golden Grove. We like that. We like that. Aviv, Taki, having to move down. Their triple contested spot. Forced them to the south. It does look like Aviv is now trying to maybe go for this reboot. Oh, spots out one. I'm not sure if he got spotted out, but that was actually a very, very good decision to try to get away right now. He's not using this because he doesn't want to heal up yet and give away his actual location. Why did the apple look so apple-y? Why does the apple look so apple-y? You think anything will leave the... Nah, I don't think so, Warrior. What do you mean no Pete, Poyo, or facts? I don't know what that means. Vive actually going back to the cluster coast. Good timing here. Good eye. I know, but like... Did Fax play Central? I don't understand. I guess that's the part I'm not understanding. Josh Zoe over on the side. Cole and Madden. Higgs curve. Scroll Zany. Oh, they're doing the lurking right now. They're lurking on a team, lurking on a team. It's called the Lurkception. In game, Mike, that'll probably be so miserable for Fax. If we were to ever play a game together like Fortnite, there's no way he wouldn't be miserable. Oh, could be good. This could be bad. Oh my God, Cole, just like that. They both shockwave over. Madden's there. They don't necessarily have the best shotgun split between the two, but they do got some early starting damage. Cole trying to heal. Chug Jug not fast enough to get the shields. Higgs just trying to burst through. Does have the burst AR though. It's not necessarily the best for taking on these builds, and that's why Curve trying to go on the angle, bleed those shots through onto Cole yet again. But luckily, Madden is there, but they have to be careful. Scroll and Saney are going to be up above, and I think Curve might have sensed something because he immediately shockwaves out, create distance, puts himself at the right angle to spot out potentially Zany and Scroll. I feel like I would get yelled at. And I've never seen Fax like yell at somebody in game before. But I feel like I would be the one. Check on Cold Rapid. Dang, the whole south side of the Battlewoods, and they don't even have that good of shotguns. Well, when this FNCS, Mike, you got to be specific. Problem is, like, if Faxity gets stream sniped now, knowing that, like, Pete's not on his team and there's nobody there to help him in fights, because I'm not helping him in fights. I can't help him in fights. I can't. Like, we would get W keyed. Uh-oh, Cole's by himself now. That's the Mythic Pistol gone, just like that. He gets caught lurking around. Cole's now going to be by himself. Eventually, I think Scroll and Zany will try to make their way back on over towards these mending machines, but they're going to run into Cole, and Cole needs to make sure, I feel like, pop a med kit or something, get healthy early, and then kind of go from there. But he's just trying to make his way down the side of that mountain. Remember, this is the fight where Higgs and Curve started it, got some damage, and then made their way back on over to Lifty. Was that him below Surge? No, 35, barely above. Yes, this season? I don't know, Mike. Your Div 1. No, I'm wow, I don't know how Pump ended up by himself. He's 400. Oh, Yemity down 20 HP, though, for Pump. Starting the med kit early. Not getting it canceled out, but Yemity does get cleaned up, which means the Siphon's going to go through a little bit quicker with that med kit attached. So for Pump, this could be his chance. But right now, there goes. Tries to go back. Gets a little bit of that shield. Has to start to pop the Chug Jug as fast as possible here. Threats and Visuals are going to make their way on over to try to collect that loot. But Mirops is there off the side. And this is where everything could come crashing down for Pump unless he tries to get away just like this. But he gets spotted out. A little bit more loot to work with. Pump, is this a moment where he's getting a little bit too greedy? We're definitely going to stay and find out. Unfortunately, dude, what happened was I took an arrow to the knee, right? I took an arrow to the knee during one of the games, something like that. Double gold stinger. Not gonna be hard for them to get damage. Spraying through builds here in the end game. Zone goes all the way on over to Zoe and to Josh. Over towards Wonky Land. It also goes on over to Clicks, Rapid, Shadow, Virgo. Everybody's safe as of now. Others that still need to kind of rotate in. Seek trying to make their way in. Let's check out Agers and Veno. Oh, it did look like Craze in them. Just taking a little bit too much damage here. Kings. I'm not sure if he was going for an elimination or not, but he ends up in a fight against Dash. Both of them just down to HP, no shield. Oh, barely watches his back there. Almost gets tagged up just enough to go down. A couple of those bursts in quick succession would have been led to the downfall of Kingaling, but he turns around just in time to save the day. Hold. Rapid also rotating in. 3 different Chug Jugs, big pots, and a couple shockwaves split between the two. What guard buzz you got? I don't even know what that means. Like haircut? My hair grew back since I got it cut. With a 3 on top. Into a fade, you know? Alright, they make their way on in. Got Higgs and Curve coming in on the north side of the map. Veno was able to take down Jerem. So they did find one elimination along the way. Picks up a little bit more on the Chug Jug, deciding against the med kits. They do have some extra med kits already, so. Oh, Vibes comes back. Vibes goes back to the scene of the crime, gets the down onto one. Vibes almost goes back-to-back eliminations before Agers shuts him down. It's not necessarily the performance I thought Agers and Venom would have in today's tournament, but so far, just getting saved here in the game could be the difference maker. It could be that difference maker, but 5th zone going into 6th, they know they got to start moving. They got to start moving quick. Could potentially hit that patch up. Shockwave's coming out. Agers having to start the med kit early. He knows it's going to be a 5-tick, so he has to save as much of that Chug Jug as possible. And this is where the pain is going to start to begin for Agers and Veno. 70 on the Chug, 200 inside of Veno's, but he's immediately having to go forward. Uh-oh, this is where it's going to get tough, dude, because even once they make it to zone, they still got to continue moving even further. Pauses for now. Did find their way towards a mending machine. Are they actually going to get a chance to use it? Might be a whole different question here, but they got about 8 seconds before the zone starts to move. Actually not going for it. They realize they can't. They might not have the gold. They might not have the time. 84 above. Another team rotates up behind them. That's options here for Agers looking back. Good damage on to Listen. That's definitely going to help their Surge tenfold here in this situation. Another Shockwave. Agers gets tagged up yet again. Only 20 on his Chug Jug. Veno has a ton, but he's immediately going to use most of it before he even makes it there. Depends on how these. Do you think so, Mike? You think top teams or everybody under the top teams? Oh my God. Now they fall below the damage threshold. One strike, Veno goes down, but Agers gets the get back, gets the elimination. But you see, they didn't get any actual heals from this. They didn't get any heals from. Oh, Seek ends up in the box again. Big shot by Agers. Veno's trying to save the day, needs the siphon. Wall gets taken away, and they fall as well. There goes my fantasy league. Encrypted Seek. Just getting absolutely demolished the backside of the zone. Shadow and Virgo getting some of that win. Zone moves towards the north yet again. Everybody has to be quick on the moves here. 400 above. First game they're actually getting to play together. Rapid had crashed at this point. Are they going to be able to keep it up, though? That's going to be the big question. Everybody else already beginning to rotate on over. G-Money does look like he's fighting for his life along with Osid down below. Jit does go down, and so does Listen. Man, Listen and Jit, a.k.a. Joe, they've had struggles all along the way. Pump even having a few, but at least he gets Epic Well back in the game, rotating in unison with forward duo Clix. They're not going to go ahead and get caught off guard. Clix Rapid, boxing up all along the way. Familiar territory over here towards Wonky Land, though. Iggs curve at the top side. Uh-oh, Clix Rapid. They get an elimination onto Epic Well. 530 above the damage threshold. They still have to start to rotate in. Clix dropping down that shockwave. They're making sure to get the effect so they can move much quickly through this. There's a big maze here. They're going to go ahead and try to grab as much of the glider as possible, but somebody jumps on top of Clix. Pump gets his revenge from Epic Well going down, but Clix still figures out a way to make it towards the zone, but he gets peeked out by somebody else at the last second. You got to imagine how frustrating that could be at a moment just like that, as Rapid struggling, trying to stay alive, getting sprayed from multiple duos simultaneously here. Still needs just a little bit left on these heals. Not much, but he wants to make sure he doesn't get one-shotted. Zone moving towards the western side of Wonky Land. Back on over. There's a lot of open territory. But for Rapid being a solo, this is where it gets tough. Yuz here, Ritual and Cold. 22 above the damage threshold. QK and Marops, they're going to be rotating underneath. They are in second place on the leaderboard as of now. It's Cold, Ritual. Build one layer up. They want to make sure that they have a box that they can shockwave out of. 3, 2, 1. They count it down. They get the green light. They start to go. Shots fire in their direction, but nothing is connecting on Cold and Ritual, making their job and rotation that much easier. Right below them, Josh ends up in a scuffle against Haris. He's going to go down. Haris trying to clean up the elimination, but Josh is running around. Cold spraying down. They want to make sure to try to steal away as much of this loot as possible. They see the Golden Goose inside. Haris might have to go on without it, and they steal away as much as they can. Ritual getting most of those builds, but still under 1,000. One more shockwave as they land right on top of Pump yet again. They increase their position, elevating themselves in this game. That's what's going to be huge for Cold and Rapid. They are starting to heat up here and find success, especially since the south side of their POI is going to be uncontested momentarily. Shadow and Virgo, they end up with somebody in their box. They find elimination, but they're not going to be able to reap their reward. The box just goes right outside. Shadow's able to take down Caliper, though, so they get back-to-back eliminations, and we're doing back-to-back Central and NA West. Virgo just trying to heal up before grabbing the medkits. Him and Shadow looking up, saying, hey, this might be the moment here. We might be able to take on high ground. They're at least going to mirror it for now. Just going up one layer here. Shadow, Virgo, they're climbing up the side of that mountain. Threats. Visuals, they need to watch out here, though, because it looks like they will be contested soon. You even got Cold, Ritual on the sidelines here. Threats trying to spot down as many of the players as possible. Scare going down underneath. Acorn's going to get the elimination onto Pump. Bolts is still going to be left by himself. He's in the backside of the zone, 10 ticks at a time, but it's only going to be 5 for now because the Siphon is helping keep him alive, but he runs into the zone. He gets cut short. Acorn finally makes his way on in, but only 20 left on the Chug Jug. It looks like both of their luck is finally running out. 58 points, and he goes up against HQ on the other side. That pre-fires him. Virgo Shadows still are looking up. They're ready to contest the high ground no matter the cost. They're ready to eat the zone here. They're ready to try to make a play for it all. Shadow and Virgo, they're one of the teams I think could take this tournament first place, and it's because of attempts at plays just like this. Now the Chug Jug is coming out. They're trying to make sure that Visuals and Threats drop their guard. They lower their radar, but incoming like a missile, Shadow and Virgo are sending it all. Threats and Visuals have no choice but to give it up. They don't want to contest it. They don't want to take the damage. They spent a lot of builds just to make it this far in the game. Top 10 situation for them is not going to be enough, but Virgo is weak as of now. This could be the time for anybody to shockwave up, but Visuals and Threats, instead of going up, they go forward. They want to contain the front side of zone, and they get the down onto Cold. He gets run down. Ritual is still alive, though. Golden, he goes down as well. There's a lot of havoc on this low ground right now. Golden has no choice but to fall flat. Ozone just trying to heal off as much as possible. Placement points actually matter, especially this stage of the game. You're getting into the meat and the potatoes. This is where you could really eat in terms of that leaderboard. So he goes down. Failure to get inside of the top 5. Shadow not only takes down him, but Ishu as well. That's his 4th elimination of the game. Sets eyes onto Threats. Luckily for him, he does not miss. Virgo follows up onto that one. That's their 7th elimination here. Threats gets cleaned up. Tank, he's trying to move in and steal away some of that loot. Threats, he's going to go ahead and go down, give it up for Visuals. He's going to pick up that Siphon. Final 4 teams remaining. Everybody alive is solos except for Shadow and Virgo here. Visuals, he's the one going up against the Titans right here. Virgo and Shadow, he's barely trying to squeak through. Virgo's just hot on his heels. He doesn't want to let the 4 possible points slip through, and they get the elimination, they get the game, and they move up the leaderboards for sure. I could have commentated that better. I could have commentated that better. That's all I'm saying. All right, let's see. Dozier and Ishu? Dozier? This can't be right, right? That looks right. Was this game 2? Are they adding an extra game, or is there only like 5 games today? I haven't heard anything. No way EU is winning. Nah, they're slowly falling down. 3rd into 11th. They're going to fall down, dude. They're going to continue to fall. Maybe if it was like 0 ping, LAN and stuff like that, but you know, right? Tell me I'm looking at this leaderboard wrong. I had to refresh it just one more time. It just didn't look right. It just didn't look right. It doesn't look right, dude. We got about like 4 minutes. 4 minutes till we get in the next game, give or take. Any surprises so far on this leaderboard? Any non-surprises? Dozier, Ishu, Dozier and Ishu. I think it was Taki and Ishu, Dozier and Taki. I don't know. There was a combination where they were actually pretty good. They just failed to put it together in actual finals lobbies. And right now, after 2 games, 4th and 7th place, they're putting it together like pieces to a puzzle. Ritual and Cold, though, uncontested. You see what they could do. Ritual and Cold, they're already vibing. Chemistry is already being built. Shadow and Virgo, uncontested, looking good. They're only 3 points down from 2nd place, only 9 points down from 1st. So it's obviously the recipe for success that they're cooking up. Golden and Ozone, EWC qualified, 4th place, 5th place. Consistency is definitely there. Scroll and Zanny, 11th place. Hey, they didn't get in the meat and the potatoes of the points, but they definitely pulled up 11th place consistency for them. Rops and Kuke, 2nd, 23rd. Averages out, 6th place on the leaderboard. Josh and Zoe, even though Josh or Yamzo crashes in game 1, they get a 7th place here in game 2. They go to 7th place, which is not necessarily bad, not necessarily good. Cole and Madden, 38, 0 eliminations, fall down to 8th. G-Money and Oatsid, consistent, but consistently outside of the top 10, inside of the top 15. That's going to land them in 9th place. And then Visuals and Threats. After a 0-point game 1, they get 2nd place and 4 eliminations in game 2. Honorable mention to Clicks and Rapid, 24th into 17, 6 eliminations, and they just kind of went down early. Acorn and Bolt slipping up just a little bit. Agers and Veno. Reet and Cooper at the bottom. Where's Agers and Veno? How many points did they get this game? 12 points this game. Eesh. It's not where I would expect Agers and Veno to be honest. It's not where I would expect them to be. If Muzz wins this game, I'll gift 5. I'm hoping for Muzz, but like that drop spot, honestly, like I don't like that drop spot for a team as good as Muzz, especially to contest over it. You know what I mean? Especially to contest for it. I don't think it's necessarily a good spot. But 1 minute to wait. About 1 minute to wait until we're in the next game. If you guys are familiar here, would you like to run replays? We'll run that replay when we come back. Hopefully we're in game 3. Or is this game 4? What's up, Benny? Doesn't have the best. It's not worth fighting for, boy. It's not worth fighting for. Replay, then game 3. This far in the game, top 10 situation for them is not going to be enough. But Virgo is weak as of now. This could be the time for anybody to shockwave up. But Visuals and Threats, instead of going up, they go forward. They want to contain the front side of zone, and they get the down onto Cold. He gets run down. Ritual is still alive, though. Golden, he goes down as well. There's a lot of havoc on this low ground right now. Golden has no choice but to fall flat. Ozone just trying to heal off as much as possible. Placement points actually matter, especially this stage of the game. You're getting into the meat and the potatoes. This is where you could really eat in terms of that leaderboard. So he goes down. Failure to get inside of the top 5. Shadow not only takes down him, but Ishu as well. That's his 4th elimination of the game. Sets eyes onto Threats. Luckily for him, he does not miss. Virgo follows up onto that one. That's their 7th elimination here. Threats gets cleaned up. Tank, he's trying to move in and steal away some of that loot. Threats, he's going to go ahead and go down, give it up for Visuals. He's going to pick up that Siphon. Final 4 teams remaining. Everybody alive is solos except for Shadow and Virgo here. Visuals, he's the one going up against the Titans right here. Virgo and Shadow, who's barely trying to squeak through. Virgo's just hot on his heels. He doesn't want to let the 4 possible points slip through, and they get the elimination. They get the game, and they move up the leader. We timed it right this time, right into the game. Hopefully everybody's having a great day. Watch some intense Fortnite action. Intense Fortnite action. All right, what's the bus path? We got Yamzo Rapid, and we got a triple con at Wonky Land early on here. Check this one out right out of the gates. Does look like a little bit of a split drop here. What are some of our other contested spots? Fights like this, I don't know if I should watch them right out of the gates or other like regular contested fights. Battlewood, Ritual Cold, South Side, Liam and Veer, North Side, Agers Veno, uncontested. Alright, this is for you, Warrior, alright? I'm saying I never did nothing. Oh, they're going for underneath. Oh my god. Yuz actually beats them for the weapon. Down goes Tyler. Muzz trying to make it across, but he gets cut short. Oh my god. Well, it looks like we both lost here. Oh, Visuals takes down Carillion. Uh-oh. Jargo's just fighting it out, bro. Jargo's just trying to fight it out. Wow. Okay, moving around the right sides of the map. Yamzo's just going to go ahead and disengage, find loot elsewhere. Not worth overstaying here. They do have 2 shockwaves split between the two, but when you're playing consistent so far, you don't want to necessarily throw it away that early. Ooh, clicks in Rapid. Oh, Rapid gets a nice beam onto QK. QK. Oh my god, QK. Oh my god. He dropped the pump though. Clicks didn't pick it up. He still has the Maven. Oh, Mirop's just bleeding those shots through. Oh no. The hunters have become the hunted. Clicks doesn't have shockwaves. He doesn't have builds. They are literally on the chase. No. Big shot on the QK. Okay. Now we're cooking. Now we're cooking just a little bit. Trying to get some extra build, some extra shield. Misses the first shot. It goes down. Clicks and Rapid down early in the next game. Recoup at the game. Team in between. Josh Zoe on the outskirts still. Higgs and Josh. Or not Higgs. Higgs and Curve no longer contested. What do we got here? Magma, Creon, Void. Ooh. Decent shot over the top. Void with the flank though. Creon still hitting haymakers though. Oh, in comes Skittles. In comes Skittles and Mason. They get the elimination onto 1. Not bad, not bad. I get scared seeing those Quack Stacks now, I'm gonna be honest. I get scared seeing them. That wasn't even the team they were originally fighting. This is just a team lurking. This is Hari and Cammy just, or Hari and Demus just lurking. Uh-oh. Things can easily change. Things can easily change. Yikes. Hear me out. Clicks and Rapid done. Major FNCS Snake before tomorrow. No, I don't think so. Who are they gonna change for? Unless Rapid and Curve get back together, or Rapid and Higgs. I don't know. I just don't see too many like better options that'll continue to snake. But we'll see how the cup ends today. Dozier shooting from the top of the mountain. Listen's still there. We get the mythic every single game. Majors and Veno. Uh-oh. Taking an early game fight here against H-Cube and Encrypted. Veno up above, pressuring on Encrypted. Hits the nice shot. Back to back. On the reload. Ager's going to be underneath. Veno making sure to make space. He's just Encrypted rolling around. Seek's just trying to get out alive. He gets chopped by Veno there for a moment. Oh my god. Fall damage as Seek tries to escape. Veno and Agers might be cooking something up here. Might be cooking something up here. Not bad on the top side. Let's go ahead and check on New Sanctuary. Fixing them no longer in this game. Mirops and QK are the ones who initially got the eliminations. Oop. Drops DK. Well, all fun and games come to an end here. Mirops is able to go ahead and converge underneath, trying to create even more space for himself. There's only so much space you can make in these underground tunnels. Not everything building the way you want it to. QK him separated, so this is where it gets a little dicey. Bro, can't even. He's struggling. Struggling to get back. Oh, are pumping Epic Whale making a sneaky move here on the Haru's Flare. Does look like damage is there. Epic Whale putting pressure on the other side. No shots connecting onto him. Vero is trying to escape, but there's barely nooks and crannies and crevices that shots can connect on. Epic Whale pump now attacking from two different sides. He's trying to hold on to the builds, but there's only so much one person can do. Now his teammates left by himself in a similar situation. Haru's, as the shots get bleeded through, he starts to panic, trying to build up, trade distance going higher and higher, but the third-party shots from Aviv and Taki starts to set in until he eventually does get taken down. Back-to-back eliminations by Pump here. Never say never. They'll never go down without a fight. And now another team, even though they might start to make their way on over, doesn't necessarily scare Epic Whale and Pump. That was Aviv and Taki, the third team that does drop over here on this side of the map. Not bad, right? Uh-oh. This isn't Reed and Cooper. This is that whole other team. Oh, no. Frosted Flakes. Acorns down. Bolt's getting beamed, trying to run away, create some space. The ramps are there. The Shockwave moves in, burning through his materials, just trying to continue to escape and create distance, but it's not as easy as it looks, especially when you got Agers, when you got Veno hot on the heels. Even Ritual and Cold, I should say, are the ones that got that first elimination. Bolt's barely living on a prayer, trying to continue to survive. Shockwaves again, trying to create distance, but eventually it catches up to him as Cold and Ritual get the elimination. I know there's a button I'm looking for here. It's definitely not that one. Benno, 2 eliminations. Fast elimination by Yuz. It's like one of these buttons, dude. I know it. Oh, it's there. It is. It's Y. Okay. Higgs taking down Zany. Ritual taking down Acorn. Eclipse moving in. Hey, where'd the... Where'd the teammate thing go? What did I do? I pressed something, dude. Well, definitely wasn't that button. Oh, dude, there's so many more buttons in replay mode that I didn't know existed. So many more buttons in replay mode I just didn't know existed. So they're going to go ahead and start to rotate in zone. Veno Ager still on the outskirts. 2 eliminations from the early game, though. I believe this is what place... No, this isn't what place everybody's in. Because Cold and Rapid are in first. Let's turn that right back off. Where was that one off? Squad ID. Session ranks. There we go. Goldzier and Ishu, they're still moving in on the map right now. Using the tunnels to try to make their way in. Shadow and Virgo going from Mending Machine to Mending Machine, just kind of re-ing up, making sure that they stay healthy. stacking all the med kits in one player's inventory. Then they go ahead and shockwave, move from any machine to make sure they rebuy those. Golden and Ozone. They already have their spot in the Global Championship on NA Central confirmed. And so they don't really have nothing to worry about this major other than obviously placing well. So that's one less pressure point that they have, or other teams have to deal with, I should say, that they don't necessarily. Josh and Yamzo still up towards Wonky Land. Curve and Higgs made their way over from their drop spot. They already have one person here. The team that was originally dropping on them. Third of the contest. You even got Reet and Cooper for some reason making their way back. You guys see what I mean about Reet and Cooper making their way back? Team here controlling the vending machine. Then you got the Reet and Cooper return. Well, it looks like they're going straight for that vending machine, but you swear you got to be careful if you Reet. Maybe you do think everybody's gone, but... he knows that's not his. He knows that's not his. They just run him down. They just run him away from the spot. They literally just ran him away from the spot that quick. How do you just run them off this quick? Do 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 do. That's Josh and Zoe from underneath, right? Yep. Josh and Zoe from underneath getting a couple extra shots for Surge. They're not necessarily maxed up in terms of loot, and they're in the 5th zone going into 6, but they're not going to make it there unless they have shockwaves, unless they have heals. They got a bunch extra here. Yamzo's going to take a lot of those in his inventory, a couple extra. He's going to go ahead and hit the patch up early so that way they can start rotating as a team, and then they're going to start to hit that wonky wheel. Does look like Cold and Ritual do find themselves with another elimination here. Caught wind of that one too fast. You think so, Dub? Why do you say that? Evade, Chance, Ozone, and Golden still have to rotate in from Golden Grove, but they're hoping to rotate in from the dead side. Same with Tank, Buka, Yuz, and Sharkman already in here, center zone, along with Shadow and Virgo. Shadow and Virgo tanking just a little bit. We can see where everybody's at in terms of Storm Surge. Shadow and Virgo barely above that line. I don't know. I think they'll be all right. I don't think there's going to be too many major changes before FNCS. You think so? I don't think so. Just my thoughts. In front of the millions. I didn't mean to look at them, but hey, it just works. 800 above. Shadow and Virgo here. Still barely above 3. At least they're not going to take... Ooh, at least they're not going to take active surge. I was going to get out right now, but they quickly fall 4 below that damage threshold, dude. At least it's not active yet. And it's only 1 damage. Depending on where the zone goes, it could be a blessing or it could be a curse. Because even if they get above, if it max pulled, they're probably going to take damage along the way. Pulls in their favor, at least. This is the blessing part. Said blessing or curse right now. It's a little bit of a blessing with every team having to rotate into them. Sharkman Yuz spotted out. Nothing really connecting up until that last second where Shadow's going to get him above that damage threshold. What's up, Kixie? Uh-oh, they take it back. A couple of switch shots are going to land. Ritual trying to make his way on over. Cold makes sure to get his back. It is now active surge. Shadow landing another quick shot. 31 above. They don't have the green light to go just yet. There's not that necessarily that feeling of confidence. They don't have enough surge to start to rotate on over. But this is going to be a great moment for Shadow to start to heal up just a little bit as he spots out Epic Whale and Pump. That's going to be Virgo's job to try to lay down the law and continue to put out that damage. Bro, you're too underrated. Best broadcaster of all time, bro. Thank you. I think I'm rated accordingly, you know? Not overrated, not overrated. Coop gets an elimination along with Reet. Still trying to follow along Shadow and Virgo right now because they're the ones on the line when it comes to that Storm Surge. Seeing Ishu, Dozier, they're at 144. Cold, Rapid, they're going to be underneath. Trying to check what their Storm Surge is. Way better off, I'll tell you that much. 913. They're just playing for the love of the game. Evade on one side. Does look like Craze is going to be left by himself. King no longer going to be in contention, especially since they're in zone. 5 ticks of damage. And now that King did get cleaned up, Crazy going to find himself below the damage threshold. Up until Kodak goes down himself. He tries to creep his way right back on in, trying to find an upgrade, any bit of that loot that he can use. There's not much to work with here for Craze, but he does have 40 left on the other Chug Jug, a full Chug Jug on the other side, and one well-placed Shockwave to get him in towards the zone as he tries to land a shot. Flyby, some would say, but he puts himself in the wrong spot, getting targeted out by Agers. Veno, they're just going to be the ones to start the train as another team comes in on the side. That's Sphinx, and that's Kanata to end that run right there. Gonna be a tough pill to swallow, but at least they still have a couple more games left. No, I think Levin's. I think a few casters are better than me. That's just my thought, but that's my personal opinion. All right, Ritual and Cold. Everybody having a little bit of a rotation to make. With some just tougher than others. Ritual and Cold, they get blessed with the front side of the zone. Shadow and Virgo quickly make their way on over. But once again, Shadow getting tagged up all along the way. Pump feeling a little bit of that pressure and that pain as well. Curve goes down. Oh my God, that was a big beam by Osid to get the elimination onto Curve. No Higgs in sight because he's just barely surviving. 1 HP, a dream. Higgs is barely just trying to put himself back together again. Just like a Lego. It does look like Shadow has been eliminated here out of this game. Not sure if Virgo has followed. Don't necessarily see him just yet. But Threats and Visuals starting to go ahead and build up towards the high ground. If they could somehow connect to the other side, this would be played perfectly for them. And right now, that seems to be plan A for Threats and Visuals. Use this already made build to your advantage. Do you even understand bushes? That's the thing. What do you think of the new Ivy skin? I don't know. I haven't found like a outfit that I really vibe with outside of like ones I don't have. Doesn't seem like Lacey is queuing. That's tough cookies for Ark, but at least he got his payday already. Maybe he queues late. Maybe he queues late. Yeah, I just looked right now. It does not seem like he's queuing up. It does not seem like Lacey is queuing up. Maybe he'll be here later in the game, but Virgo does go down, so good to see that at least he survived just a little bit longer. Wait, where are the placements? There we go. Top 22 situation here. Does look like Visual and Threats are maintaining their position above on the high ground. Veno, Agers, they're starting to look up right now. Almost a full gold loadout for the both of them. Shockwave, you get the box, just trying to get that little bit of a speed boost. They got a lot of catching up to do. Only 38 points. I don't think it's where anybody has expected this team to land so far. Looking forward, full team on the other side as Boz grinding, pre-edits coming in. Veno's doing what he can to continue to try to take as much control of that box as possible, but they not only push him far out, the zone pushes in a whole nother direction, so they're going to have to think twice, but Agers is still lining this one up. Pre-edit after pre-edit, they finally take him down, but Fanayan and Moneymaker up above. They try to steal the Thunder, but Fanayan's the one that's going to get knocked. Big elimination opportunity here for Agers. Moneymaker's just trying to build him a path so that we can attempt the revive, but I'm not sure that one's going to come to fruition, or at least not as easy as we would think. He's still up above trying to heal. Moneymaker's still there. Fanayan finally gets cleaned up, so that's going to be the second elimination for Agers, but a bad hop. He doesn't skip a beat, though, trying to follow, stay in the same box with Veno. Even with some mess-ups here and some hiccups, they're still figuring out a way to make it work. Visuals, Threats still up above. They maintain their presence. They're even reconnecting when they have to. Threats knows exactly what to do in this situation, but you have to be careful because lurking around at any moment, somebody could try to steal away your sunshine. Ritual and Cold on that mid layer, currently first place on the overall leaderboard. They had stashed it away throughout the course of this game. 178 points and counting. Slepsy, Donnie, they're going to be underneath. They got a couple of players down there along with them, but they're making sure that the path that they clear is theirs and theirs alone. They have a couple extra builds, but they run a Shark Beniyaz. The edit goes in. The rapid fire SMG is there, along with a couple shots from Donnie and Slepsies to back them down, so no straight push coming in as Agers, Veno, they battle for the high ground here, and it does look like Threats and Visuals are not ready to give it up just yet, but they might have to. Agers, Veno up above. They go ahead and take down Visuals and Threats in terms of positioning, and now nobody has a chance to shockwave up. It's just too high. There's no way for them to cover the distance without being caught out, and that's where Threats and Visuals, they've lost the plot. They're the ones that build the plan. They set out the blueprint. It's immediately getting stolen away by Veno and Agers. 5 eliminations here. They needed to catch up. They needed this game right now, but it's only top 10. You can't call it too soon, but Veno's dropping down. He wants more than just this first place. He wants to start picking up these eliminations, but he gets taken down by Moneymaker. Veno is gone. Agers now left by himself on the high ground. 30 builds left, more than enough to hopefully keep his position secured. Moneymaker from EU taking down the Major 1 NA champ. Ruins is down below. Agers are trying to watch out for everybody and try to land a beam if they try to shockwave up. QK's looking up. Mirops might be looking up as well. If anybody knows that high ground is only one player, that might be the key to success. Even Ritual is going down, separated from Cold. It's such a tough scenario, but we know what Cold can do. He's one of the best fighters in the game, and you can see why they got separated. Cold had no choice but to go outside of the zone. A recipe that only him can masterclass here as he tries to find his way back in. Only 30 left on the Chug Jug. One elimination could change the course of this game for Cold. Slepsy still alive along with Donnie, dropping down low. They run into Threats, but it's only so long, and he's not that much of a threat. Slepsy immediately drops him down on all fours, knocked, sent back to the lobby quickly as Donnie cleans that one up along for Slepsy. Visuals is able to take down Osid, though, solo on solo action as he's trying to keep himself looking strong, and he finds another elimination back-to-back for Visuals, but he's not really able to reap any of that reward. His teammate's there. Slepsy's the one that's cleaning it all up. It's not actually his teammate, but he's the one that gets the reward. Donnie gets taken out. Visuals finds another elimination onto Donnie, separating one of the few duos that was still left alive. Slepsy's here, but Moneymaker as well. All solos left in this game. Visuals, Slepsy, Moneymaker, and right now he's going to be on the high ground. He has the builds to maintain, but he's dropping down, making sure to close the gap. Slepsy down below finds the elimination onto Visuals. Siphon for the HP. Minis are coming into play as well. He does have the Chug Jug, but I'm not sure he has the time, especially with Moneymaker shockwaving up, trying to cause a little confusion. He has almost 300 left on the Chug Jug, so Moneymaker is just trying to make sure Slepsy doesn't have any heals left in the tank, and he does so perfectly. 7 eliminations from across the pond. They win on NA. Yeah, I didn't expect that. Moneymaker taking down Veno and clutching up the game. I don't think anybody had that on their bingo card. I really don't think anybody had that on their bingo card. Just gotta wait for the game to finish, then we're gonna go ahead and hit that refresh. Dude, how do we let an EU team take our glory? How do we let an EU team take our glory? Didn't he move to NA? You tell me. You tell me. Ritual and Cold still in first place. Mirops and QK move up to second. Visuals and Threats back-to-back good games moving to third. Dozier and Ishu in fourth. Slepsy and Donnie in fifth. G-Money and Osid in sixth. Shadow and Virgo after a 24th place one Elim go down to 7th. Golden Ozone 8th, Yuz and Sharkman at 9th, EU, Scroll and Zany move down to 10th, Kanata Sphinx, Higgs Curve, Moneymaker, and Fanayan with that win move up to 13th place, Cole Madden, and then Josh and Yamzo rounding out our top 15. Didn't he move to NA? I don't think so. I think there might have been a moment where like maybe he was trying it out type thing, or maybe he was visiting, but I don't think he like officially moved to NA. I'm not sure. You tell me. What's up, Wheat? Boom, boom, ba-dum, dum, 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 dum. Not bad, right? Are you talking about Moneymaker? He did move to NA. So he is playing NA? Is him and Fanayan in NA then? Moneymaker really thinks he's going to be better on NA than EU, bro. He has the audacity. See, Nolan, everybody knows more than me, bro. Nolan, I need you here in this chat to spread the facts. Put them on the table. From first moving as a solo. From first moving zone. That is actually crazy. Is it not? All right, replay, and then we got the next game. Let's watch that again, bro. We'll skip it halfway through so we don't see the whole thing, but we got it. That one up along for Slepsy. Visuals is able to take down Osid, though. Solo on solo action as he's trying to keep himself looking strong. And he finds another elimination back-to-back for Visuals, but he's not really able to reap any of that reward. His teammate's there. Slepsy's the one that's cleaning it all up. It's not actually his teammate, but he's the one that gets the reward. Donnie gets taken out. Visuals finds another elimination onto Donnie, separating one of the few duos that was still left alive. Slepsy's here, but Moneymaker as well. All solos left in this game. Visuals, Slepsy, Moneymaker, and right now he's going to be on the high ground. He has the build to maintain, but he's dropping down, making sure to close the gap. Slepsy down below finds the elimination onto Visuals. Siphon for the HP. Minis are coming into play as well. He does have the Chug, but I'm not sure he has the time, especially with Moneymaker shockwaving up, trying to cause a little confusion. He has almost 300 left on the Chug, so Moneymaker is just trying to make sure Slepsy doesn't have any heals left in the tank, and he does so perfectly. 7 eliminations. Come back in action. I always try to do replays, but it's play-ins. Yeah, play-ins start tomorrow. Threats and Visuals already get that first elimination there. Verobuka, Aviv here. Aries. Pump and Epic Whale at the bottom, so this is how they're splitting the cove. We got Reet and Coop center, Josh Yamzo towards the bottom, and a whole nother team towards the north side of the map. This one lasted a long time. This fight lasted a long time. I don't have like super faith in this being a quick one. What are the contested fights? This guy's already down. He didn't even make it. Surprised we're not pushing over. Whoever got the knock, I'm surprised we're not pushing over. And we got Tyler and Muzz again. Round 2, round 3. Yeah, 3 teams walkie, Sleepsy. 3 teams. It's been like that most of the day, if not all of the day. Oh my god, Tyler actually got it. Tyler is the one who actually got it. Pistol versus Maven, and Maven wins. Tyler and Muzz. Back-to-back elims off spawn for Tyler. Saves the day. Clicks and Rapid. Back in the game. Got Pump and Epic Well. Not sure what's going down here, but looks like he gets trapped down. No way to get back on up. Good beam by Epic Well, but fire comes in from Aries. Pump ends up in a 1v1. Quickly trying to go for the cleanup. Gets as much of the loot as possible. He is going for res onto Epic Well. I'm not sure if that's his builds or not, but either way, a whole nother team looking to crash this party. They're taking it down. Pump stuck in a bad spot by himself, and Verobuka's going to take down Pump, making sure him and Epic Well don't get back in this game. Reet and Cooper this time around taking the outskirts just like Yamzo did in that last game. Mason, Skittles, they might have been the ones that got the knock on Dolzir and Ishu, but either way, the revive comes into play. Skittles is able to get a knock onto one. Not sure where the second is at, but he's around the outskirts just trying to hide. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Clicks and Rapid, I think like 20th or something. Let me check. Let me check. $19th. Are they going to use their cube, try to jump on somebody again? It does look like they're looting up just a little bit more this time around. What do we got over here? Ari Demas, Magma, Creon. Ari Demas stuck underneath. Another team rotating on out. Rise and Curly. Haven't seen much of them against. Who won? Muzz or Yuz? Muzz won. Tyler got the gun off spawn and hit back-to-back, taking him down. Benno and Agers there. G-Money and Osid. Where's Moneymaker landing? Threats and Visuals win their off spawn as well. Uh-oh, Reek and Cooper taking a fight on an island against Ulk. Ulk and Gemity here taking a fight that they didn't have expected to have to take here in this situation. Cooper doesn't have a lot of shotgun shots. Can't take the prolonged fight in this. He had 2. Never mind. He had 2. He had 2. He had 2. Fast forwarding a little bit. Try to catch up with the time. Rapid takes down Vlex. So Clicks and Rapid still pushing around the south side of the map. Uh-oh. Where was it at? Oh, had to have been like down here. Yep. Rapid and Clicks don't know exactly where his teammates at. Reed and Cooper disengaging off the island. Uh-oh, Venno going for a lurk. Good damage on the ruins. Has Reed left or do you run away from Josh? It all depends on positioning. It's 2-0 Yamzo Josh, 2-0 and then a split. And then right now it's a split. So 2-0-2, depending on how you look at it. Good timing trying to steal that one away. Agers is here as well. But a whole nother team is starting to lurk their way. Third-party shots connect onto Agers. Uh-oh. There goes Venno closing the gap, using the shockwave. That's Zany and Scroll, that third party. Get a good beam onto Agers. All that surge going out the window. Venno just trying to go ahead and take the push onto Zany. And immediately gets beamed yet again. Him and Agers having a rough time getting surge in this game. It's only one game. Not too bad. Bro, Viper, if anybody's an old head, it's you, bro. You probably still playing on PlayStation 1. What's up? How you been, though? You probably got, like, sticky buttons on your controller because you eat candy and stuff while you play. Uh-oh. They separated Havoc by himself. He goes up and over, though. Still landing some good damage onto Venno. Even if Venno somehow wins this fight along with Agers, I'm not sure it's a positive damage ratio. Nah, this is like game 4? Something like that. After this, we're going to check out the replay for game 1 of NA West. We're going to check out the last couple minutes. Yeah, 4. This is like game 4. Yeah, late start. Yeah, no, it did. This should be game 5, I think, though. Or this is game... Oh, Aviv and Coop. Coop is down. Reet by himself now. Uh-oh. 1v2 situation here. It's not an easy team to have to go against. Aviv and Taki, they know how to fight dirty right now. They're keeping their distance and spraying their way in, not really giving Reet too much of an opportunity for a 1v1 up until then. He ends up in the box with Taki and Aviv and goes down. Oh, King is down. Uh-oh. It's not even on this side, is it? It is. They do go for the down on the King, but it looks like Craze is trying to get the revive back. Craze kind of stuck by himself. Going to need a crazy situation to stay alive here because he knows he can't be the hero with King. It is still early on in this game, though, so even if King does find himself going down, there could be a big chance if they get rebooted back in the game. Yeah, have a good one, though, Mike. Thanks for coming in. Are they adding another match? I don't know. I haven't heard anything, but I'm not the guy who ever hears anything. Does that make sense? Yeah, I can. We just looked at them a moment ago. They just took a weird fight. Lost a lot of damage, even with their elims. I'm not sure they're positive. I'm not sure they're positive overall. Does look like Craze is going to be able to get a chance to get his teammate back up, but Josh and Zoe end up a little bit too close for comfort against Scare and Chance. Hey, at least some shots are going to connect. Something's better than nothing. Especially since you see some missing shield here. 1 minute or 5 minutes, bro? As long as you don't spoil, bro. Be careful. Alright, so they are going to hit the blob. Who are they landing on right now? Who are they landing on? They're landing on Magma. Landing on Liam. Landing on Ruins and Havoc. Or landing on Boz. Or they could potentially land on Shadow and Virgo. But I think they're going to go this way and land on whoever that is. Well, looks like Veno just went down, probably. Hey, at least you had some context if you didn't see anything. I appreciate you. I just want to... But how do I say your name correctly? Hold up. I don't know how to say your name, bro. I'm going to be honest with you. If you tell me how to say your name, you phonetically spell it out, I got you, bro. Kieran? Oh, okay. Kieran UK, bro. That's how dumb I am, bro. American education. Forgive me. American education. Hold up. Hopefully we don't lurk back too long, but we just want to see where some of the other teams are positioned at. Josh and Zoe going back to Wonky Land, rightfully so. Higgs and Curve rotating through. In between two teams, very tough position to put yourself in, but hey, sometimes that's the way the cookie crumbles. If you want to rotate toward the south side, Clicks and Rapid. North side of New Sanctuary, underneath the waterfall. Hey, sometimes you just need a romantic getaway to a waterfall. They're at New Sanctuary, just kind of boxed up, keeping control of their actual POI. It is actually favoring their direction, so it's not necessarily a bad spot to be in. Kanata taking down Demas. Got to be towards the north side of the map where Kanata and Sphinx are going on the chase. Ari trying to get away. They don't know exactly where he's at, but they know what direction he went into. Some more builds here, so I'm not sure they're going to be able to keep up with the chase, but it could go back for the elimination, get some of that loot. Fourth zone moving into fifth, so it's not too damaging. Still one tick moving into two. Uh-oh. Get up above, trying to spray their way on down. In the... Oh, the double shot from in the bush. Havoc gets down Aegis. Oh, my God, the bad luck. The bad luck. Oh my God, the bad luck. How did Aegis die? Same situation. Hold up, I know what button this is now. Veno's got double pumped, and then Aegis got regular pumped. Oh, they both got double pumped, dude. They both essentially got double pumped each. Oh, they're gonna need to ball out if they want a shot. Let's go and check right now. Let's check on the leaderboard teams. Ritual and Cold, first place at the current leaderboard, 208 points. More of a gap than I thought we'd go into the game at this point. Mirops, QK, 170 in their Surge base, just making sure that they have a Surge. Threats and Visuals, a late game Surge up the leaderboard here. 168 points, 2 eliminations so far, rotating up the slow side of the zone on the eastern edge of the overall map. And you have G-Money, no OSID. OSID is down. G-Money is going for that reboot. Should have a decent amount of loot, access to them over at Sunken Shores, especially since it is their POI uncontested. Some of it might have been scavenged, but overall, I wouldn't be too worried for these guys. When does West start? West already started, Penguin. In between the games for Central, we'll watch like the ending of a couple of the games until we go full time into West. Until we go full time into West. So they say, I don't think so, Penguin. I don't think so. It doesn't seem like it. Using the Sinister Cube to rotate on over. Merops is there. QK, Acorn Bolts in the distance. They're just happy, living life on the edge here. No reason for them to take any big leaps and bounds. Put their game at risk. Kanata and Sphinx rotating in towards Golden Grove, north side. They do have a bunch of extra med kits, some extra shields. We got Josh and Iamzo, 94 points, trying to rotate in. The wonky wheel, that's going to be at their benefit. Tyler does get a knock onto somebody. Boz and Grind. Ritual, not Ritual, Muzz and Tyler picking up a couple eliminations. Ritual did pick up one on his own as well. Can't catch everything. I don't know. You guys want me to sit on one person, let me know. But we do have a fight breaking out just around here against two solos. Havoc, I'm not sure where Ruins is at. He's late to the party. Havoc disengaging off. Kodak is down by Encrypted. More shots come in from Havoc, but he's just trying to get below that distance. But he's getting sprayed by so many players. I'm not sure if they saw him a solo outside of zone. Either way, got absolutely melted. Ozone golded, snuck for a moment. Ruins lands one shot, trying to keep him above that damage threshold, but without a teammate, and now getting sprayed by the lobby. It's getting exponentially harder. I don't think Rapid is dead. We take a look at who's alive right now. Edge of zone. More and more teams having to rotate in. You can go ahead and check them out here. Rapid and Clicks still alive. 577 above. Couple rough games here in this game, but they're just trying to close that gap there with eliminations. Dazed gets caught lacking. Knocked almost instantly down. And there goes Rapid just trying to close the gap. There goes Liam just trying to go and overstay his welcome. Trying to be the hero. Muzz, Tyler, they're going to be underneath. They cut Rapid and Clicks luck short. This is where it's going to get tough for them because they're still looking for their elimination. Clicks is able to pick it up, but can they get the loot here? Especially since they're surrounded by so many players. Hungry, looking for that loot, looking for eliminations of their own. Bro, either way, he's uncon though. Okay, 606. Rapid Clicks lurking underneath. Right back into familiar territory. They hear the noise from all around. Shadow and Virgo right there. Got Madden and Cole already inside of the zone. Just trying to put shots, hold people out with the Mythic Pistol. No height though so far. Shadow getting one on the Slepsy. Cold, peeking. Ritual gets tagged up. They fall 138 below the damage threshold. Uh-oh. This is first place right now. This is first place. Nolan, Muzz is doing good. We saw him not on our stream, but we saw him across from Clicks and Rapid. He's doing all right. He's getting some good surge damage. Right now, we got to see how Cold and Ritual handle active surge. Oh, good damage on the Magma. That instantly puts them above that damage threshold. Muzz is just down. I spoke too soon, brother. I spoke too soon. Muzz and Tyler has just gone down, Nolan. That's not my fault. I didn't curse him. I wasn't on him. Not my fault. Sphinx down. Higgs gets the credit for the elimination. Cold, Ritual barely 68 above, and that go ahead and pads the stat a little bit more. Even with a knock on Nicole, they're still 100 below the damage threshold. The teams are going to have to rotate into them. A couple more shots connecting on to Veer. They see a team just trying to stay alive down below. Possibly two different solos. They end up spraying in that direction. Pistol Stinger. It melts through those builds. But they're running out of ammo. Oh my god. Ritual. Ritual just absolutely beaming one. Keeping them above that damage threshold from one zone to the next. You had it on your fantasy team? Well, guess what? I don't care about your fantasy team because I'm coming in last. Because my fantasy team is absolute. Now I'm mad. Now you made me mad. Upset me. I had Agers on there, dude. I thought Agers and Venom were going to pop off. I blame you now. And I got something to blame. Kieran's fault. Bolts gets an Elim. Who did you want to see, though? Ishu. Try to look if Ishu is still alive. They should be near the top of the leaderboard, or at least I thought so. Maybe they've slithered down, but I don't see them here left in this game. Or maybe I overstepped and skipped them real quick. Curve, Higgs, they're still alive. 53 above the damage threshold. Bolts and Acorn trying to have a resurgence here in the second half. 324 above the damage threshold for them. And Curve, spot Shadow, getting elimination in the distance. They don't see a second team. They know Virgo's not necessarily there, so they are trying to put pressure because he's solo, but realizing they have to rotate along with the zone, they cannot tunnel vision on that one opportunity. As Bolts, Acorn try to rotate from point A to point B, they get absolutely beamed by Cold and Ritual on the other side. Visuals and Threats in back-to-back games are going to be the team on the high ground for now. They lost it in that last game, but will they be able to maintain their composure and hold on to it here? Spotting out Clicks in the distance. Rapid still alive. Gold and Ozone, front side of the zone overall. They're shockwaving over, and this is where they're going to try to connect and conserve as many materials as possible. They're continuously putting down that pressure, trying to bleed any of those shots through. Stop the healing from Ozone. Melt through their materials, and right now Threat seems to be doing everything right to find success here in this game. Shadow and Virgo, they're doing a good job as well. I did see Yamzo pick up an elimination along with Josh. They're working through this low ground here. Only one elimination. They're flying under the radar here, but still making impactful plays here in this game. Top 22 placement points have barely start to set in, but they are so close to the meat and the potatoes. They can feel it. They feel their stomach rumbling. They need just a little bit more. Top 21, top 20 players dropping like flies. There's another player on the outskirts, and they're just trying to force him down further. Osid has now taken his place. The bait and switch may not be on purpose, but that's attention right now being drawn away from Josh and Yamzo, and now they get overtaken. Hobby and Aminish on the front side of the zone. The pre-edit comes in, and Aminish does go down. Josh and Yamzo find another quick elimination, even going as far as to chase it deep in the zone. A worthwhile sacrifice that he hoped makes a difference here in the end game, because they get an replenished builds here. It may just be siphon mats for Yamzo and Josh. The way they play the low ground, this is so important. Fanayan trying to go back to back, but without Moneymaker, I'm not sure that one's going to be a possibility. We're seeing the aftermath of Javi after losing Aminish. We know what he can do here in tough situation, but with only 2 builds, I'm not sure it's ever been tougher. Curly, Rise still left alive as well. Scroll, Zany moving to the backside of the zone, but you got Virgo and Shadow still up. I thought they were alive, but only as a solo, but they've still figured out a way to make it work. First place, is he still alive left in this game? No, he is not, so this is a perfect chance for Shadow and Virgo while this game goes on to try to take first overall. Yamzo, Josh still left alive. Josh feeling a little bit of that pressure. Rapid and Clicks alive as well. Top 9 situation. Rapid crashing in game 1. A couple blunders the games after. They're really trying to make up for it, and now they're clashing toe-to-toe. Yamzo and Josh on the other side, and that leads to at least one elimination. Josh does get taken down by Clicks. He's able to reap the rewards as well by cleaning up the actual elimination. Just enough mats. They're trying to heal up here, but they feel the pressure coming in from all angles, particularly the high ground. Shockwaving in the box. Rapid's trying to heal. Clicks has to go by himself. He doesn't have any extra heals in his back pocket. Who's still on height right now? Looking around. Zoe is still alive. Top 6 situation here. He's getting huge chunks. Storm Sickness. This is Storm Sickness for Zoe. Can't take a tick, and he goes down. Top 4 situation. Virgo's still up. Acorn and Bolts. Haven't seen him much of this tournament so far, but better late than never, I always say, as Clicks finds another elimination down below. Him and Rapid still running wild. Bolts, I'm not sure how he ended outside of the zone, but he needs to find his way back along with Acorn. Probably trying to get any bit of resources from fallen players on the backside. It's them two versus Clicks and Rapid versus Virgo by himself. The only solo left in this game. Plenty of builds to work with, but Sahil's where they lack. Right into the box. That's Clicks. That's Rapid trying to catch Virgo off guard, but it's Spray not only in front, but it's up above. But Virgo swiftly moving through the builds, traversing through this territory. Bolts drops down from above, striking while the iron's hot. Big shot on the Rapid to get the first drop onto one, leaving everybody else down below as solos. Acorn calling the play, trying to reel him back in, but he's inside of the zone. He knows the elimination's going to come through fruition. The Siphon comes into play. He's celebrating the elimination onto Clicks and Rapid, but job's not done just yet. Virgo still left alive as a solo here. A tough situation. He's survived so much so far in this end game alone. 217 points. He's trying to make a play for first place after this one's said and done. Did Cold and Ritual get enough points before going down to be able to hold hold on to first place. You see the plans Rapid has in mind, the mastermind coming out of Acorn. They're ready to break open those builds just in case they need access to that mending machine. But now they're just trying to pounce. They're trying to put the pressure out onto Virgo. They don't know the situation that he's in, but they do know it is going to be a 2v1. Virgo still getting pressure. They're melting through the builds until enough is enough. He goes down. Acorn and Bolts, 8 eliminations, take the next game. Hey, Acorn and Bolts, you know? Mid game, Nolan. How does that make you feel? How does that make you feel? Does that make you feel any type of way? Does that make you feel a type of way? How come you aren't casting with Aussie Inc? He said his throat wasn't feeling up to par after doing EU as a solo, and so he couldn't necessarily match my energy, which, I mean, to be honest, very few people, even at 100%, can match my energy. I'm like Energizer Bunny. I just keep on going and going and go. So, I mean, I respect it, dude. Honestly, Ozzy streams like 26 hours a day. There's not even 26 hours in a day, and he streams for 26 hours a day. So I respect the grind, dude. All right, let's check NA West real quick. Let's check game 1 of NA West real quick. Before we jump back into Central, look at the leaderboard. Let's check game 1. Game uno. Juegos. Uno juego. Ooh, Epic and Pump are here. They left Central. Yeah, that is Beckham, dude. The guy from McDonald's. Okay. Larko's in this game along with Zeno. Putting pressure, just trying to break their way into the box. Larko's and Zeno, I do believe, might have won before a divisional cups. I didn't necessarily think they were duos. I thought he was with Timco, but they just beam another player down right before our very eyes, moving swiftly into the top 9 situation. Retro there on the other side. Doesn't want to take a fight, at least not right now, because he got the green light from Phoenix, and they're spraying Zeno and Larkos off their level completely, and honestly separated them all together until they eventually fall. Larkos runs out of build. Zaire is able to strike while their mistake happens, forcing Zeno out of position. Retro Phoenix taking the pressure from up above, forced to scramble down below, trying to lurk, towards the backside of zone. Big shot on Icy. That knock is going to come through, but the pressure still coming in from the high ground right now, and there's multiple eliminations outside of zone, multiple opportunities at the siphon. Retro is going to sacrifice a ton of HP to make that a possibility. Phoenix fighting tooth and nail just to stay alive. The siphon's going to keep him alive. He does have the chug jug as well, but he doesn't have a clear path to zone up until now. Retro is the one that cleared that path along for him, and he's trying to clear it even more. He has way more left on the chug jug, and he's doing the best as possible to allow his teammate the chance to heal. This is teamwork in unison at its finest from Phoenix and Retro, and then that switch is going to come in. Phoenix is now healed. Now Retro's chance to do it himself, and this is why they are a team that's going to the Esports World Cup representing NA West. Crank and Brayden, though, they will not be denied. 64 points so far in this game. 4 eliminations here. They're in the driver's seat. Brayden's even looking down. They're trying to get damage, and that's all they're going to get. No eliminations there. Crank and Brayden are easily forcing teams down, putting them into a bad spot, but they're just not reaping the rewards. In fact, Phoenix and Retro are the ones getting most of that loot. Some of the points on top of that. 7 elims here. Phoenix taking some damage. Really needs some time to heal. Retro has no extra build. They drop Slixies down. That's the solo. They're trying to get the elimination, but it gets stolen away by Crank along with the game. Crank and Brayden, 93 points. Game number 1. They are the team to beat as of today. I thought Phoenix and Retro were somehow going to pull off a little bit of an upset. All right, let's check the scoreboards for NA Central. Ritual and Cold, 254. Shadow and Virgo, 217. Golden Ozone, 5 points away. Right there, 212. Visual Threats, 194. Consistency, if they were to have another good game, I would say it. But right now, they're just outside of the curve. Mirops and QK, 27. 0-point game. G-Money and OSID right there. is any good? I think it is, right? You have to realize you may not know the names, but it is definitely entertaining. If you like Fortnite competitive for, you know, for what it is, which is Fortnite competitive, if you give NA West a chance, I believe you'll like it. Now it's Central game. Now it's a Central game. Yeah, Sleepy Dad. It has been a soul-crushing day, to say the least, if you're a fan of Reeton Cooper. Is he going to make it harder to get Cold to leave Grands? I think so, Keel. Why would, outside of Peterbot and Pollo having a global championship spot, why would they leave, you know? We'll check right now where if he made it off spawn or not. They're not doing that good, though. 58 points. Are they in a smoke grenade? What the heck? I forgot these were even in the game. Oh, my God. Yuz is healing right there. They have to know he's down there. Oh, my God. Yuz goes down. This is a big pickup right here. Tyler's taking way too much damage. 22 HP. They have access to the mending machine, but Sharkman spraying away. Gets a good shot put on him. Muzz doing a good job. Ooh, and they go ahead and take down Sharkman. Okay. Looks like they're trying to jump onto Zoe. They were trying to do the same thing back. Josh is just kind of caught gliding down. There goes Rapid getting elimination onto H-Cube. Zoe, Yamzo, and Josh going up against Reeton Cooper again at Wonky Land. Third party is on the north side, so they can interrupt this fight at a moment's notice. What's up, Pop Curve? Ooh. Good shot by Coop. Reed shockwaving up. Josh landing some good shots before taking a lot of damage himself. Zoe with the Mavens able to get the knock onto Reap, putting him and Josh in a 1v2 against Coop. Coop has the striker, though. This is where it gets a little bit dangerous for the position that Coop's in, but he just tries to build back up, puts himself in a bad spot, and immediately gets taken down. But the party ain't over just yet, kids. The party ain't over just yet. In comes a whole nother challenger, that third team to land at Wonky Land. No extra heals for Zoe, and definitely no builds for Josh. This is going to be tough for them to survive here. Smoke going down. Zoe gets hit yet again. Josh trying to deal damage back with his Maven. Some shots are going to connect. They catch Tank off guard. The flank is there. Tank goes down. Josh lands another big shot. Stops the spray from going through. Stops the build from being broken. Allowing him to work in unison with Zoe yet again. They have the rapid fire SMG. Both of them do. They can melt through the builds. But that little opening, when you go to reload, is going to be the reason why that player is going to be able to move out towards the bottom. What do you think about Pete and Boyle leaving? In my opinion, it's a bad idea. But from clicks to cold, it's just kind of dumb. I think so as well. If you understand Pete, he wants the best drop spots. But I think when is enough, you know? Yeah, for like EWC, Kieran, I think this is a team that can like possibly win the whole thing or just do very, very bad. As you can see, they cleared out Wonky. I'm going to use the restroom real quick. We'll leave it on visuals and threats. Visuals or threats. We're going to do threats. We're going to do visuals. We're going to do visuals. I'll be right back. What happened with Josh dying off the wheel? I don't know what you mean. We'll check. All right. Visuals. What do you mean? What happened to Josh dying off the wheel? By the way, did he get rebooted? Because if he got rebooted, it could have been a surge thing. But unless you're talking about like a different situation, I just probably know nothing about. All right, clicks and rapid. One elimination here. Staying over in Sanctuary. No real reason for them to move just yet. Let's go ahead and check out Ritual and Cold. First place at the Battlewood. Ritual and Cold. Battlewood Boulevard. Or the Battlewood, sorry. There's no Boulevard anymore. Glacier Magma there. I don't see Liam anywhere. Dude. You can climb up the mountain like that? Why are you able to climb up the mountain like that? Learn something new every day, bro. You learn something new every day. Those ears down to Joe. What does Dash actually see? Oh, he didn't take the opportunity. He could have easily beamed one. That was headshot territory. He needs to tell Noxy to just keep shooting. He needs to tell Noxy to keep on shooting outwards. Oh my god, this is one of those. Noxy's fake shooting. Noxy's baiting it. I think they know Dash is there because they heard him pistoling. So they know Dash is around this area. They just don't know exactly where. This is just one of those standoffs. One of those standoff situations. Looks Rapid doing okay. Who got the reboot? Dozier and Ishu? Possibly? Nope. Void goes down again. Osid G Money. By Encrypted and Seek. I'm still interested in this right here. Yeah, they won their fight. They won their fight. I stream on YouTube too, so depending on what you watch, you can watch on YouTube, Kieran, and then chat here if that makes sense. Virgo got the mythic this time around. Shadow's watching him back. G-Money Osid currently stuck in this position. Caliper, Northern rotating on by. G-Money's going to take its moments, probably peek if they're on the other side of the mountain, but that doesn't come to fruition. Literally still locked in right here. If you're Dash, are you still watching this? You don't know they left? Okay. Clicks and Rapid. Does look like they finally rotated on out. Right near the actual rift, so they don't really have nothing to worry about. Looks like Agers. And Veno pushing around over towards the mending machine on the gas station. Trying to take control of this. Push the team off. I'm not sure, Nolan, because he's not even playing divisional finals, dude. He's not even playing divisional finals. So that means Ark isn't playing divisional finals. I feel bad for Ark a little bit. Bad for Ark a little bit, dude. Acorn Bolts up above. Go ahead and check Acorn and Bolts loot inside of the zone. Not necessarily the best, but definitely not necessarily the worst either. Ooh. A knock. A knock from across. Are they beelining over Scroll and Zany? They are actually trying to charge on over, stop the revive from coming through. Scroll second guesses it, realizes the revive happened. Let's go and rewind real quick. Bounces back. Shadow having to use the med kits a little bit earlier than he's hoped. Does find some extra minis here though, so for Virgo, it's already helping the situation. Big Pot as well. Literally doesn't have to actually use the chug jugs in order to get shield. Perfect find. Perfect find. They are stacked. There are a couple other teams nearby that they have to watch out for, particularly the one that did get the knock on them in that situation. Rise and Curly, once they get closer. Acorn, Bolts, Clicks, Rapid off the other mountain as well. So a lot of the southern position kind of already taken. You already got teams positioned in and around the actual map. So it's going to be hard for some of these teams late rotating in the south side to make it in safely. Avi and Diminished even disengaging on out. Clips goes down. Cringe is going to be left by himself. Yemity and Ulk are the ones that pick up that elimination. Josh and Yamzo haven't rotated out just yet, but they do have the wonky wheel, so it's going to be easy for them to rotate on out. Those look like Higgs and Curve finally got bored, rotating out themselves. They do see the zone is pulling towards the north, so they're probably just trying to get former positioning back. Even more so now as Higgs takes a ton of damage trying to rotate on out. Who's last place? It's not these guys. It's definitely not these guys. I don't know. I don't know. They could be dead already. So it's hard to say. First place is Cold and Ritual right here. Second place, Virgo and Shadow. Finally get their stay at the mending machine. Buying some extra med kits here as a just in case. It is going to move into a 2-tick. Not necessarily the danger zone just yet, but third place right here. Golden and Ozone, 212 points. Positioned just outside of where Clicks and Rapid are actually at. Fourth place goes to Threats and Visuals. Coming in from the cluster close, they have an immense amount of gold. Usually when you see it kind of at infinity, they have over 1,000. But right now, 322. They buy the Chug Jug, buy some extra med kits. And so they do have some gold left if it does go down to a heal off, and they do have a patch up situation, or if they need to just plainly buy a med kit. Not actually choosing to use the Riv. Zone rotates not too far off. They don't have a long rotation to make. So they're just going to go ahead and trek this one on foot. Imagine somebody was in there. I predicted Virgo first, Bolt second, and Cold third, where Acorn and Bolts. Acorn and Bolts are just a little bit further down. I don't know the exact placement, but 159 points. That last win definitely boosted them up the leaderboard for sure. I think anything is still possible though, especially for a team like Acorn and Bolts. If they can go back to back here, they're definitely in contention. Skittles off the top, 32 points. Benno and Agers on 94, hitting the last mending machine before they rotate on out. It is going to move to a 5-tick, so they got to be quick, fast, and in a hurry. They're just outside of the zone, so they don't have to be too quick as I thought initially. They're going to go ahead and use the shockwave, cover most of the distance with that leap, and then kind of go from there. We did see Ritual get an elimination not too long ago. Not sure if he's actually able to pick up the knock, so it's just a knock for now. Just trying to fire back. They know they're going to take some damage. It doesn't come out with its own risk here. So they're just trying to make it in towards the zone, knowing that team is eventually going to have to rotate. Just makes it at the edge of the zone, building them a sweet spot here. Enough for them to heal up, and a big spot for them to look back and try to put down damage. They're only 273 above, which puts them above the damage threshold now, but they can easily fall below in the next zone. I mean, saying Peep first isn't Glaze. Saying Peep might be. You know? But I don't like the word Glaze because I want people to proudly be fans of the teams and players in esports and gaming, so. Alright, my fault. No, I mean, but yeah, because you like, if like, we want our esports events in America to rival those of Europe. That's to me the biggest thing. Otherwise, there's not going to be big major events in America for many different esports. Josh gets one. They're still staying alive. They're already on the edge of the zone. They're looking back. Higgs gets chopped down that first time, but he's able to place a floor in. Him and Curb's able to climb up the top of that mountain. But Ritual and Cold have been a good job. Zone was going their way. Haven't really been tested so far. Higgs and Curve, on the other hand, been kind of teeter-tottering, bouncing around. The zone does move in that direction, over onto the other side of the water. This will be in play. So first team to grab that has to put themselves in a good spot. Rise currently underneath. King, Virgo on this side. Nobody's really in this box just yet. Probably think it's already taken here. Veno and Agers looking off on the side. Craze, like I said, along with Virgo, looking off onto the other end, a little bit closer towards the other edge of the map overall. Still got Zoe, Clicks, Rapid, and everybody else. Higgs and Curve right now, not necessarily in the best spot to take it, but they're in a spot where they can start to accumulate that surge just a little bit easier than everybody else. Now, Muzz won off spawn, but I think they die shortly after. I think Muzz is still alive, to be honest. If you see his name in the feed, let me know, because I do not see him alive. Oh, no. They take down Kodak. They take down Sphinx. The two teams out of the lobby. They get 25th, 24th in terms of placement points. Not just that elimination there. Plus all of that loot. And you can see Zoe picking and choosing. How much does he want to take with him across that finish line? Make sure to take every scrap and every morsel, especially when it comes to that material. Spot the team in front. That's Taki. That's Aviv. And right now, they're just trying to make their lives harder. Burn through the materials, but those there need shoot. Pirk at the perfect time. Landing big shots, not only on the Zoe, but to Josh as well. Making them second guess that decision. And this is what happens here in situations like this. When you're this combined in such a close space, you're trying to make moves, but eventually they will catch up to you if you overpeak, thinking everything is free. Josh and Yamzo are definitely going to learn their lesson after that one, especially since they're above the damage threshold, so you can easily try to brush that one off. Uh-oh, I thought somebody might have been below right now. 463, 216, Ritual and Cold. 262 points and counting here. Definitely in a good run, definitely making it as well. What's up, Sabres fan? Instead of Hockey Lover, Sabres fan. Rapid gets Elam. Venom does have that Mythic, so you got to imagine he took down Shadow and or Virgo here. Shockwave from point A to point B, trying to keep in unison along with Agers. They have 6 eliminations so far, and they're trying to play catch up. They have a 150-point deficit, Cold and Ritual. One of the main ways to do that, winning games and taking names. Right now, they have 2 names in front of them. That's Seek, that's Encrypted. They have good damage, and they just need to figure out a way to follow up on it. From above, Encrypted gets spotted out. Mythic not able to connect the shot. Seek goes down, but that's Creon who steals away that elimination. The hard work for Agers and for Veno goes right out the window. Veno healing up along with Agers. Ritual holds, still holding strong. 286 points and counting. So that point deficit just got that much harder. As Acorn and Bolt, you saw them up above. It's not a bird, it's not a plane, it's a cloud that's about to shoot thunder and lightning, especially if you don't watch out. As Ritual Cold spots a chug in the distance being used. That's Veno, but it only lasts for a few seconds before a whole nother team starts to crash in. Zoe's gonna go down. That's Oak who gets the elimination onto Zoe. Bold and Rapid trying to stay strong, but they're momentarily getting targeted out by High Ground. Bolts and Rapid, they have the eagle eye. You can see everything down below. Cold and Ritual, they're a team to watch out for. They are on that minimum second layer, maybe even third, right down below. They're staying above, not on the side of the mountain, but at the tip-top edge. giving them a greater advantage versus some of the other teams. And you can see Bolts just trying to find anybody lurking around. Acorn as well. Right now, Ritual is getting a lot of that attention. Him and Cold, they run into Creon and QTE on the other side, and that's where the zone is also moving in. It's their HP, it's their shield. They have so much to worry about now, but the Shockwave comes on out. Cold tries to catch himself, but he cannot keep grass. His fingers slip loose. He lets go of his grip, and he goes down deep into zone. He's trying to roll his way back. A lot of his material's already been getting on over to Richie, but he's getting beamed down by the zone. Bolts and Acorn get gifted an opportunity here to come back in this game. Cold and Ritual got less than half of the placement points so far, so it's a big opportunity here that you cannot take for granted. They already won that last game, but can they go back to back? We've seen this team do it many of times. They've got heavy hitting competition down below. Curly and Rise. You got Curve still up as a solo, trying to make a run possible. Veno and Agers as well. 8 eliminations here. Agers with 5, Veno with 3, and now they're looking up. Could this be a moment for them to try to contest the high ground? They're lurking around, trying to hide their position. The drop shot comes in. Veno misses that one, but you got to give them A+ for the effort. But this is where they're just running out of time right now. They're still worried about that high ground. It's Bolts, it's Acorn, and they get beamed down to just a sliver of HP. Agers with a shot, getting the knock onto Bolts, flirting back to zone, knows Acorn's down there. He just doesn't know exactly where he's at. The heal off for Agers is coming through, but Agers right now is just starting to lurk at the backside of zone. Here's the body, that's Bolts. He goes for it, gets a little bit too greedy. Shots come in, no HP for the Siphon, so he tries to try to find his way back, but it doesn't come without risk. Acorn gets the knock onto Agers, bringing Veno down to a solo, and Acorn once again getting his revenge. Big shot, 12 HP. That's all he has left. It's actually Curly out of the shadows, out of nowhere. Curly takes down Veno, puts pain onto Ritual, and puts himself into a 1v1v1 situation. Acorn, Threats, and now Curly all left up as solos. Curly here's the chop coming, uses the Shockwave to try to catch his figure. Right now he does so perfectly. Quickly builds back up and takes the high ground back away from Acorn, who tries to go ahead and fight against Threats. Takes him down. 1v1 situation. Curly almost full HP versus Threats, who hits that first big shot. Curly misses his second, misses his third as well. Maybe he's getting antsy, but he's out of builds. That puts him on the pressure cooker. Threats is in a pressure cooker of his own. Shockwave's back out, tries to ping pong back in. Curly, that's the reason why him and Rise are going to take the game. Bro, Kira, me and you, bro. You had Veno, I had Agers, bro. Our fantasy is cooked, bro. Our fantasy league is cooked. Our fantasy league is cooked. What was that one, though? What game was that? Is the tournament over? That was game 5. Are they going to run another game? Where's my scoreboard? Oh.
Yo, leave Jacob. Get the fuck off the party. Nigga, get the fuck off the party, jackass.
Who's Jacob?
How do I leave? There's no leave button. Yo, why? Why did that happen? No, it was this guy. I joined this guy's party on accident. I don't know who else was in the party, but it was this guy's party on accident. That shouldn't be a thing. I shouldn't be able to accidentally join somebody's game. Was that his name? I didn't see the names in there. I was just trying to leave. I was just trying to leave quick. I couldn't find the leave button. I was panicking. I won't even lie. I was panicking. Who won that last game? Does anybody remember who won that last game? This is NA West, Curly and Rise. Bro, I accidentally joined that party. That's actually hilarious. Ooh, we got a Xeno and Larko. Oh, well, we have a Xeno situation. This is game 2, NA West. Check the score. Getting to the next game after this. Slixies goes down, 118. Baka and Hilly, new duo on NA West, trying to put pressure on the Hazo. The pre-edit is in over the top. Ratgun, Blood Gangsta, another new duo, 90 points. Not as high up on the leaderboard as I thought. Zare and Icy, they're going to be on high ground, though. We saw them get a couple eliminations late in that last game, boosting them up the leaderboard. Centro's trying to hold on for dear life as a solo. It's one of the toughest situations you can find yourself in. Icy does go down. They get challenged on the high ground. Oh my god. Zare has no choice but the shockwave outside of the zone. He has 2 full chug-jugs, but no extra shockwaves to find his way back quickly. Cancels the first. Doesn't need the shield. Just needs the HP. Zone moving around. He's waiting for it to open up on that left side. If he could somehow muster up enough to try to run his way in, has to dig deep. The second chug-jug is now being in play. Zare's one and only opportunity here, but he has to be careful. Convict, Yuumi, they're on the high ground, and they're the biggest threat that you have to watch out for, but not so much you would think so, especially without a shockwave. Retro underneath, he goes down. Baka and Hilly take advantage of that one. Shockwave comes in. Olibot trying to go from point A to point B, trying to keep up with Hazo. Another player from the backside of the zone just trying to steal away the elimination, but Zare finally falls. Yuumi and Convict are in position right now to win this game. 2v2 though, they still have to go through Hilly and through Baka. Convict with no builds doesn't really have an easy way to climb his way on up, has to let the zone open up to give himself a little bit of a chance, and now they're putting pressure down. They don't want to let any of these guys down below heal, and I'm not sure the position that they're in either. No builds. Baka really is the only one that has any opportunity, and oh my god, the play has been made. Convict gets dropped. Yuumi by himself. Baka's trying to jump up, hits that first shot, and it's going to be the game-winning shot. Hilly and Baka, new kids on the block, take game 2 in NA West. That is Yuumi, the FNCS winner, and that is Baka, the FNCS winner. All right, after 5 games, we got 1 game left, 292 points. Ritual and Cold. Visuals and Threats in second, 274. Golden Ozone, 254. Acorn Bolts, 235. Shadow and Virgo, 223. So we got 2 picks in the top 5. We have three picks in the top 5. 3 picks. Couple more coming. Couple more coming right here. We have 3 picks in the top 5, though. Yeah, Baka did win with Pars. So we should be able to get into the next game. I believe. 4 Central, last game of the day. All right, right after this. Agers with a shot, getting the knock onto Bolts, flirting back to zone, knows Acorn's down there. He just doesn't know exactly where he's at. The heal off for Agers is coming through, but Agers right now is just starting to lurk at the backside of zone. Here's the body, that's Bolts. He goes for it, gets a little bit too greedy. Shots come in, no HP for the Siphon, so he tries to try to find his way back, but it doesn't come without risk. Acorn gets the knock onto Agers, bringing Veno down to a solo, and Acorn once again getting his revenge. Big shot, 12 HP, that's all he has left. It's actually Curly out of the shadows, out of nowhere. Curly takes down Veno, puts pain onto Ritual, and puts himself into a 1v1v1 situation. Acorn, Threats, and now Curly all left up as solos. Curly here's the chop coming, uses the shockwave to try to catch his figure. Right now he does so perfectly, quickly builds back up and takes the high ground back away from Acorn, who tries to go ahead and fight against Threats, takes him down. 1v1 situation. Curly almost full HP versus Threats, who hits that first big shot. Curly misses his second, misses his third as well. Maybe he's getting antsy, but he's out of builds. That puts him on the pressure cooker. Threats is in a pressure cooker of his own. Shockwave's back out. Joining right back in the Wonkaland fight that we know and love. Tyler's down in the feed. Muds is going to be left by himself, but big shot opening up onto Coop. Josh versus Reet on the other side. Reet fires back, taking the shield and the HP down low to Josh. But luckily for Zoe, he's in the instant. Shockwave's on over to Reet, gets the elimination. Now we see Coop trying to run away. Gonna say Curve, but a little bit of tongue twister. Never hit nobody. Coop just stuck. Coop is just stuck. I think I had like Reet in my fantasy league too. I don't think I'm ever playing fantasy again, bro. I've gotten last place in every single time. Every single time. Every single fantasy league. Last place, last place, last place, last place, last place. I'm had enough! Oh, nice shot from Void. Oh. Look. Gets cut short. Skittles down below. Just trying to go ahead and stay away from the 1v1. Magma does create distance, though. Barrow, Haris runs away. Muzz is still up. We do know Muzz is still up. Fredoxy and Gino win against Cole and Madden. Over on this split drop. Higgs, no curve. Higgs, no curve. Clicks Rapid, both up. Hey, Threads tournament's on the line here. Threads tournament is on the line here. Benno took down Havoc. They jumped on him from the sphere. Okay, not bad, not bad. Pop the big. Threads keep putting down pressure, allowing for his teammate to heal up just a little bit. Are they looking for the duck simultaneously? Why he look at the pool like that? Yeah, I told you. He's looking for it simultaneously. Bros, yo. I put Reed in my new team, but didn't save it in time, so I kept G Money. He's been so good, bro. I've had enough, bro. I quit. I like this. Drop the key down. Thread stays up. All right, not bad. Not a bad situation to be in right now. Rise and Curly move on over to Sinister. Are they going to lurk on the Agers? Agers is down. Veno's still up. Ruins comes back for seconds. Oh, he couldn't get back. Oh, no. Veno and Agers are down, bro. Fantasy League, dude. My Fantasy League. Oh, double mythic. We are double mythicked up. If any game's going to be a good game for Virgo, this is going to be the one. Here and Liam one way. It's got to be Cold and Ritual. Yep. It's fine. They winning grands, bro. Dude, if I play fantasy for grands and any of these guys sell me while I'm on the broadcast, bro, I don't think I'm not going to play fantasy for grands. I want to enjoy grands for what it is. Because imagine hearing me, bro. Fantastic Fortnite? What do you mean? I think so. Yeah, nothing but Fortnite fantasy, yeah. Higgs is down. He was a solo. He was a solo, so I give him that. Ruins down with Havoc again. H-Cube coming in along with Encrypted. Hey, great movement by H-Cube right there. And he goes over the top. Good cleanup right there, too. Good decision making from Flex. The card has been grabbed. Damn, he dropped the 180 Chug Jug to use the 200 Chug Jug. You can, Kieran, but I don't know if Nightbot will automatically time you out, if that makes sense. I don't know if it's auto-correct or auto-timeout. I'll do it. Hold up. I'll do it then. Always sitting G Money. Bro's happy. Bro's happy. G Money's a good story from controller to keyboard and mouse, and he's still putting in pain, putting in work. On button. Okay. Sprays through one build, gets into the next. OSID G Money just trying to keep the angles at bay. Can he ride that and crash everything? Oh, I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. We'll check in a moment if Tyler's back up. There's a couple of shots from G-Money are going to connect on the Northern Caliper. Really pushing him back into his own territory. Yeah, I remember that. Oh my god, they just not letting them heal. They're just bleeding through, hitting their shields. The zone is hitting the HP, and they're just not letting them heal. G-Money on the other side. Him and Osid pick up a quick couple of eliminations, which is big. Guys and Sharkman. We do have Rise down. Curly trying to disengage. Who are we looking for? We were looking for Muzz. Yeah, Tyler is back up. They're at the Sunken Shores. Tyler is back up. They are at the Sunken Shores. Just looting up. W. Clicks and Rapid seem to be taking a fight right now over at the Sanctuary. Rapid up above. Carillion and Jargu. Left their cluster coast early. Ooh. He's really cutting off Carillion's path right now. Good thing Carillion was able to put the wall up in time. Jargu's going to be right behind. Tries to throw the shockwave. Gets a little bit of a speed boost. That one works, but he gets run into the wall. Jargu trying to go for a flank play. It doesn't necessarily work out for him, but he ends up in the box with Rapid. Not necessarily the best spot for either one of these two guys to be in. Rapid taking a couple of those first shots, but Clix is putting down pressure on the Carillion. Each player taking their own 1v1s, but so far it's working out wisely for the two, but they disengage on out to the top. Clix is just trying to cut off the path on the other side. This could be a sneaky opportunity for him, but it also could be a chance for him to get caught off guard in a 1v1, but the latter happens. The first of the two decisions. Clix gets the elimination on the Carillion, leaving Jargu by himself. Clix and Rapid working to Houston to hold down their POI, even long after the game has started. $10 extra on the Chug. We're gonna carry the smokes as well, okay. I'm not sure. I don't think this year, if so, Kieran. And Jargu just trying to survive. Didn't want to build and give away his position, but they jumped out and saw him. Smoke going down from Jargu. Just trying to create a little bit of a distraction here, but his footsteps, the audio visuals. We just need to take, I mean, see, it doesn't work like that. I just want to take audio visuals out of comp, but it just doesn't work like that. They do finally run him down. Josh and Zoe on one side. Shadow and Virgo looking like they're taking some damage here. 231. They're trying to go for the win right now. The only way Shadow and Virgo could win is by taking down Cold and Rapid early or getting eliminations to close the gap. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa! Whoa! Where did these guys come from? Oh, and Sharkman and Yuz are the real winners. Sharkman and Yuz are the real winners of whatever just went down. What the heck just happened? Yuz having all the good loot. In comes Muzz and Tyler. Osid down. G-Money still alive. What a party crashing moment right there. Looking so good for Shadow and Virgo until it just wasn't. Red Shirley, they should be able to get the res, but Tyler's lurking around. They're going to hear the res, and I do think they do. Nether reboot. Backside of zone by Sunken Shores. Almost looks like they got momentarily distracted, but that's okay. Shadow, Virgo, back in the game. Lost all the mythic loot, though. They lost all of their mythic loot. Yeah, dude, that was a good moment. That was a good moment. TK over on the side. What is Fredoxy? You doing a Fredoxy lurk? Is this character supposed to be bald, or is the game bugging out? Is it supposed to be bald? No, but I like the clean bald head though. I won't even lie. I like the clean bald head. I'm feeling this skin. Can we get a bald head edition? I'm feeling the bald head. I'm just saying. And they pull zone. Wow. That's Yuz and Shark, man, letting that thing ring. That's what I'm saying, bro. Bald head looks great, bro. I would use it. I would rock Mr. Clean. Moneymaker at 181. Golden, Ozone at the top. Acorn and Bulge trying to have a resurgence. Clicks and Rapid finally leaving New Sanctuary. Zone went in their favor. They have a lot of distance to cover, but it can easily be covered with the Shockwave and the vents. Oh, and they have this, actually. Yo, Yuz, it's because Osid and them crashed on him. G-Money and Osid down to Muzz and Tyler. Muzz and Tyler said, hey, we may have had some struggles to start the tournament, but we're definitely going to finish strong. Kanata down to Chino. Sphinx by himself. Crazy King out in the open. Virtual and Cold still up at 292 points. Both died. Yep. No. Just Virgo with the loot. Shadow and Virgo are both back up. Tyler and Muzz died. Both of them are deaded. Tweak 200. Threats and visuals, okay. 274, not far off right now. Still has a chance to win. Golden and Ozone, same thing for them. North side of the map. Positioned inside of the zone. Shockwaves being split. Osid and G-Money. Both of them. Oh, Golden over Peaks. I'm not even sure who that was up above, but great shot there. Must have been just Jerem. Maybe Ulk. Either way, that one connected. Curly's here by himself. No Rise in this game. Gonna be a tough one for Doxy. I'm trying to see who all is still alive right now. Acorn, we see. We still got Muzz and Tyler. So they didn't go down. Muzz and Tyler, both up. I thought I saw... Something fell. Something fell. Oh. From 104 to 153 above, even while taking that shot. Works out well for them. Threats and visuals positioned underneath. Javi and Aminish waiting for anybody to come out from underneath. Zoe and Josh, 224. Further down the leaderboard, but hey. If they can find the right elims at the right time, we'll be in such a good spot here on the leaderboard. Lurking around, seeing who's still up. Clicks, Rapid, Cold there. Acorn on one side. Shadow and Virgo. Bolts and Acorn quickly trying to target out Muzz and Tyler. They don't skip a beat, though. Not too much for them to worry about. Just waiting for the next zone. Who's outside right now? Tanky Buka. He's going to be the last one. He needs to figure out a way in right now. Lex and H-Cube going to be up above. This is Sinister Strip. So the cube does not work. Curly goes down. No Rise in this game, so that's going to be them wiped out of this one. 29th place, I do believe, for them. 29th place. Not bad, not bad. It's only, what is the point gap right now? It's only 18 points between Threats and Visuals and Ritual and Cold. It's only 18 points. As of now, at least, it's only 18 points. No elimination so far for them. Just not trying to get landed on, not trying to get griefed. See if we can find something good here. Hold up. Trying to see where all the buttons are at. Clicks it rapid. Steam throw through Seek. Get that elimination there. Vibes is going to be on the other side of that button. Sharkman just trying to move through. Yuz does have the mythic loadout here. Trying to see where everybody's at as they rotate in relation. Acorn and Bolts positioned up above. Ritual and Cold on that low layer. Vlex and H-Cube, they went from high ground to high ground, just trying to hold on to their position. Muzz hasn't rotated just yet. Chance, he's the only one he got. Scare him, just kind of separated. Shields getting cracked off. Only 50 left. Jamzo and Josh, they're elevated as well. Chance kind of blocks him up, making sure that they cannot get that elimination for free. Threats and Visuals needs to go ahead and play catch-up here. They need to be able to play catch-up. Only time will tell if they got it in them. Muzz, Tyler on the other side. Threats, it's the moonwalk. Backtracks in his step. Zone reveals itself, using the shockwave, trying to cover distance, but the shockwave gets cut a little short. He's going to have to use a shockwave of zone. That's going to allow them to get tagged up for 57, just like that. But he quickly finds his way back on over to Threats. Bolts and Acorn in this game, 245 points. They too are in line, trying to go ahead and see if Ritual and Cold will go down. As Ritual and Cold still up at 302 points. 57-point deficit that Bolts and Acorn need to figure out a way to overcome. By either taking down Ritual and Cold, hoping somebody else does it for him, or close the gap. It does look like they found another elimination here. That one's going to be on the Ritual and Cold. 2 eliminations, giving themselves a little bit more to push themselves further. Swap 22 situation, more than half of the placement points still left in this game. Everybody battling it out for first. Dash is there. He's going to go ahead and try to back up. They don't want to get caught off guard too early. Threats is on the other side. 282 points, trying to climb up this mountain here. Reunites with Visuals. They're trying to work their way in towards the zone, but they're being very, very calculated. Without eliminations, I'm not sure the odds of them being able to catch up actually are. Especially with Ritual Cold already finding 2 eliminations. They started with a lead, and right now they're pushing that lead just a little bit further. But right now they're going to choose to heal off, see which direction the zone goes. For Threats and Visuals, they don't want to wait. They want to get to the front. That might have been a decision they will regret. Threats does go down, leaving it all up to Visuals by himself. 286 points and counting. Top 20 situation. This is going to be a tough one for him. We got Shadow, Virgo, both still alive at 247 points. 3 eliminations, but they got tons of catching up to do. Rapid clicks in this game as well, 230. The meat of the leaderboard is so stacked. A few eliminations, 1 bad placement can cost you a whole chunk of money. As Rapid and Clicks try to catch one off guard, Taki gets the memo, maybe too late. Some damage connects, but not late enough to survive. Virgo does go down. That's going to be a tough one for Shadow, because him and Shadow will fall in unison. HQ and Ishu are going to be the ones getting those eliminations. Rapid, Clicks, they find Yuz in the distance. They spot him out as a solo. They immediately start to go to work, but they're not able to bleed the shot through the builds. In fact, the opposite happens. Rapid Clicks taking a bunch of damage, forcing them to reset their builds. On high ground, Javi and Aminis, 152. No chance at winning the game, but they could definitely get a little bit more money. Acorn and Bolts, 2 eliminations, 261. A huge deficit, again, for them to overcome. For Cold and a Ritual, all they need to do is just not go down. They don't need to do anything fancy, but Clicks trying to slide in, taking the fight to Bolts, but he quickly slides right back on out, not getting greedy in any one of these situations. Same with Rapid and Cold up until now. He sees the elimination, he sees the loot fall towards the side, and he go ahead and snatches it away. Almost boxes up Aviv on the other side. Luckily for him, Taki comes in and enters the fight, trying to ease the pressure up just a little bit. And they're still alive, though. They may be weak, but they're still alive and kicking. Visuals up as well. 10 placements by himself, 306 points. But Ritual and Cold staying alive. This is not the best situation for Visuals, because he's going to have to start to pick up some eliminations here. Ritual, Cold end up in the backside of zone. Ritual is going to go down. Cold now going to be left by himself. A couple of extra med kits left in the back pocket. Instead of trying to be the hero and win the game, he's just simply trying to get these extra placement points. Cold with 1 extra med kit left in the back pocket. You see Visuals still alive on the other side. Can Visuals do it? He's a solo as well. 314 points. Trying to see if Cold is still alive. Yes, he is. The last med kit is going to be used. There's not going to be enough time for him to close the distance. 300, and what is the point gap? 52, and it does look like that's going to be it. Even if Cold can't make it back to the zone from here on out, he's giving himself too much of a cushion. He's too big to fall. He's too big to fail. Cold is going to go down, but that might be it. It might be too little, too late. Visuals still up by himself from top 20 situation. 326 points. He needs every single one of these eliminations and some if he has any hope of looking at that leaderboard and seeing himself in first. But it starts there with elimination onto HQ, but he can't actually clean it up, and he immediately falls after Javi and Vinish with the firing squad shooting down from above. Flex is going to go down. Javi and Aminis close out the day with a win. But it's Ritual and Cold who take the tournament. 326. It's not enough. It is Ritual and Cold. 352, 326. They needed 26 more points. Going down that 15th, they could have got... They needed match placements, bro. These guys just got elims. 6 more elims. How much is it per elim? 4 points per. Not bad. I don't think he gets it. So, hold up. There's 2 up above. There's 2 down below. That's 4. That's 16, right? Plus the 10, plus another 4. 30. Yeah, I think he needed to win the game with a few elims. Yeah, he would have needed every kill in the win. Yep. Math is there, though. He gave himself a shot. Can't hate. Can't hate. He gave himself a shot. So we saw Crank and Braden on NA West win game 1. We saw Hilly and Baka on NA West win game. Maven! 12 months. 1 year. We are strong. We are going strong. 12 months. W, brother. So I'm going to go ahead and say, I love you, brother. Thank you so much for the support. Anybody else out there, if you got a Prime sub, we can take that money right out of Jeff Bezos' pocket, put it in my own button. Well, I was going to say congratulations to Cold and Ritual. We're going to go ahead and show that replay one last time, and then we're going to be jumping into the current game of NA West, which should be game 3. See you guys on the other side. Love y'all. This is not the best situation for Visuals because he's going to have to start to pick up some eliminations here. Ritual, Cold end up in the backside of zone. Ritual is going to go down. Cold now going to be left by himself. A couple of extra med kits left in the back pocket. Instead of trying to be the hero and win the game, he's just simply trying to get these extra placement points. Cold with 1 extra med kit left in the back pocket. You see Visuals still alive on the other side. Can Visuals do it? He's a solo as well. 314 points. Trying to see if Cold is still alive. Yes, he is. The last med kit is going to be used. There's not going to be enough time for him to close the distance. 300, and what is the point gap? 52, and it does look like that's going to be it. Even if Cold can't make it back to the zone from here on out, he's giving himself too much of a cushion. He's too big to fall. He's too big to fail. Cold is going to go down, but that might be it. It might be too little, too late. Visuals still up by himself from top 20 situation. 326 points. He needs every single one of these eliminations and some if he has any hope of looking at that leaderboard and seeing himself in first. But it starts there with elimination onto HQ, but he can't actually clean it up, and he immediately falls after Javi and Vinish with the firing squad shooting down from above. Flex is going to go down. Javi and Aminis close out the day. Game 3 of NA West right here. Dante going to be by himself. Teammate going to go down. Xenon still up. Let's check the leaderboard right now. Does look like Blood Gangsta and Ratgun not only first place in opens, they're taking first place already to the finals as well. Ratgun's still up. Luis and Xenon right on their heels. Whole other team up above. They do a good job of landing some damage, even landing that elimination. Freeze is going to go down. It's going to be a big loss for Freeze. Now I remember why he's on the list. He took me out from the scrim, but that's okay. Ratgun gets dropped down from above, still finds a way to 360 that elimination and upgrade the loadout simultaneously. Over 1,000 materials left. They are set up for this game. They just need to figure out a way to make it to the other side safely. That one comes easy. Ratgun leading the charge. There goes Scissor on the other side, and he gets cut down. Him and Velo need to figure out a way around this path right here as they're fighting for the build. Ratgun's not giving up. Blood Gangsta takes a lot of damage, but BG standing 10 toes strong. Sauco, Ceiling, both of them get eliminated here. Luis does finally go down. Snevy still up, finds the elimination, ends the duo's run before shortly after going down himself. Slixi's just trying to stay alive. Epic well in the backside of zone. Shockwave causing havoc, displacing him for just a moment. 168 and counting, but somehow, some way, they are dominating the low ground. But Xenon has escaped, found his way to the high ground, and found another elimination onto Icy. Cloney's healing underneath, trying to get them just a few more placement points. Blood Gangsta gets another elimination onto SZA. 2v1 situation here, and they hear another player hiding up above. That's going to be a duo. That's going to be a solo, I should say. That's Cloney finally making his way towards zone, but Ratgun gets beamed out of the sky. Xenon gets the elimination. He shockwaves up. Hidden versus Blood Gangsta 1v1, and it's back-to-back actual 1vs. Blood Gangsta not letting enough time to let the dust settle. He has to go right back on at it. Builds up, trying to create distance, but he gets chopped right back down to Cloney, who connects with yet another shot. Another chop coming in. Blood Gangsta puts the cone, trying to protect himself. He does have the med kit, but he doesn't have the shot. Cloney out of nowhere wins the game, 123 points and climbing. The place you think Clix will get in FNCS? Top 5. Top 5. Just my thoughts. If you don't like them, you don't like them. It depends if they're contested or not. All right, let's do this before we check out the leaderboard for sure. We kind of know Blood Gangsta probably in first place. They have the points. They have the points. Slixi's an OC? Slixi's an OCs? Okay. There's 2 weeks yet. Anything can happen till finals. I agree. What's up, Grouch? What's up, AIM? Refresh. You know something I don't. You definitely know something I don't. I was like, damn, bro. I swear I saw like a different. I swear I saw a different scoreboard, you know, but I guess. Boom, 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 boom. Who we think is winning West right now? Let me see. 198, 170, 170, 145, 140. No Arc, no Lacey. A couple other teams didn't make it in, but maybe it's because Central just ended. They'll be here now. I'm going to go ahead and call it. Raygun and BG winning this. I remember you, Grouchy. Don't you say that every time? I'm doing good, though. How you doing? I feel like you say that every time, no? Retro, I don't know, bro. Ratgun and BG have been playing pretty dang well. They've been playing pretty well, dude. I don't know. I'm not sure about all that. All right, let me keep refreshing, see when the next game is. So the game should have ended relatively soon, so they should be going into the next game, right? Should be? I say should be, but I don't know, dude. Should be. I'm trying to see who Retro is streaming. Okay. All right, Retro and them are still in lobby. 15 seconds until it starts. So 5 minutes. About 5 minutes. This is the earliest we might have ended a game because the way everything played out. So let's just go and watch the winning moment again. Not giving up. Blood Gangsta takes a lot of damage, but BG standing 10 toes strong. Salco, Z-Link, both of them get eliminated here. Luis does finally go down. Snevy still up, finds the elimination, ends the duo's run before shortly after going down himself. Zixie's just trying to stay alive. Epic well in the backside of zone. Shockwave causing havoc, displacing him for just a moment. 168 and counting, but somehow, some way, they are dominating the low ground. But Xenon has escaped, found his way to the high ground, and found another elimination onto Icy. Cloney's healing underneath, trying to get them just a few more placement points. Blood Gangsta gets another elimination onto SZA. 2v1 v1 situation here, and they hear another player hiding up above. That's going to be a duo. That's going to be a solo, I should say. That's Cloney finally making his way towards zone, but Ratgun gets beamed out of the sky. Xenon gets the elimination. He shockwaves up. Hit versus Blood Gangsta 1v1, and it's back-to-back actual 1vs. Blood Gangsta not letting enough time to let the dust settle. He has to go right back on at it. Builds up, trying to create distance, but he gets chopped right back down to Cloney, who connects with yet another shot. Another chop coming in. Blood Gangsta puts the cone, trying to protect himself. He does have the med kit, but he doesn't have the shot. Cloney out of nowhere wins the game, 123 points. Honestly, when I played that replay, I didn't know it was NA West. Biscuit, I don't have the link for it right now. It's like hidden right now. Ba-da-ba, ba-da-ba, ba-da-da-da-da-da. But they loaded into their game finally. So, we got about like less than 5 minutes. Less than 5 minutes. We got about 1 minute to wait. 1 minute to wait, and we're in the next game. 1 minute. What place is La Hunt? That's my boy. '23rd, not bad so far. Especially if it's only 2 games played. That means they're missing a game. If they could have got 30 points, they could have been around 100. You know, 30 points is a little bit less than half of placement. Salco Z-Link, not the best day. Trying to see, I thought somebody I knew was in finals. Higgs and Curve played a game. Bodify Faux Cake. Hazo, Haas, Zeno. I thought Jerry was in here for some reason. All right. Next game. Next game, NA West. I meant next game now, NA West. Next game now, NA West. I am Maven. Are you ready? That's the thing. Are you ready? Like the game. You ready for Spider-Man Brand New Day? Anybody else get their tickets already? I think Higgs and Curve are trying to drop a bomb. They had 9 kills 21st. That's what all the Central players try to do. That's almost what you got to do in order to win. You either need to win most of the games or just drop nukes with top 5s. I'm going to go watch on my TV, so I'm just going to keep lurking. See ya. Well, shout out, Kieran. Thank you. Thank you for not only joining, but being a, good chatter. Hopefully a good friend for the future, Don't be a stranger. Don't be a stranger. For retail, no. You think Cold will leave Battlewood since Pete is landing there? I don't think so, Maven. I think Cold and Ritual have been playing pretty well, all things considered, Monkey Lands. I had to double take. Is this NA West? I had to look. There was a lot of central names that, Let's see where everybody's landing right now. Blood Gangsta and Ratgun over at the Battlewood. They're gonna go ahead and take the south side of the drop overall. Not every cup, mostly every cup, Kieran. Did anybody I thought he did one of those dun 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 while he was shooting his gun, dude. OCs over here. Uncontested. Golden Grove. Ilibaka. Latte Landing. Contested, but seems to be working out. Actually say uncontested. Triple contested over here at the top. Higgs and Curve. Larkos and Zeno. If you're live tomorrow, I'll be here. If I'm not live tomorrow, I will be live Sunday after World Cup. If I'm not live tomorrow, I will be live Sunday after World Cup. I'm not full time. As you can see, I have 24 of the world's greatest viewers of all time. But I'm not like full time. See ya. Again, appreciate ya. Have a wonderful night. Amazing Curve rotating off, so it's not going to be as big of a fight as I thought. Calamari Canyon, though, on the other hand, might be different. Can I get $5? Need a burger? Bro, if you come over, bro. Yo, August is going to be the worst time, by the way. I know we talked about August. August is going to be the worst time. Probably not, Biscuit. Part-timer. That's the best emote, right? That's the best emote? I thought they would at least fight out, dude. What's up with all these no fights? Involved in Seps, 38 points. Sanctuary to Z-Link and Salco. The Coast to Comp and Snevy. What is going on up here exactly? Knight, Annex, Tractor. Raptor. As these Tatas. I thought Venom Agent would clear favorites for FSC's back today. Yeah, no, Maven, dude. I had Agents in my Nothing But Fortnite Fantasy League, and it just didn't work out. Oh, my God. He really lurked right up to his toes, bro. He really lurked right up to him, bro. Here goes the bombs dropping. Jerry's there. Tries to go ahead and shockwave on up. Misses the first shot on the way over. Lands the second on the curve. But Higgs is there trying to cut off the path. Wall gets taken away. Damage gets put onto Jerry. And Higgs is able to break through the mold to get the elimination here. But Jerry's just squirming around. Body's getting dropped. Curve just trying to stay alive. Putting pressure on to Hezzy. Higgs gets dropped down yet again. He's just trying to shockwave back up. Pressure from a whole nother angle. But Curve is just getting put shot after shot to drop not only the shield, but the HP down low. We'll check on Epic. A nice shot from Higgs. Fourth elimination of this game. Bokig, Botified, Chance. Retro's still looking good. Z-Link going for a push towards the bottom. Epic One Pump looking good. Not good shotguns, though. Other than that, they just need to farm up. They really don't have anything, to be honest. I'm not even going to pretend. They really don't have much. Let me know what you heard, Redeem. What's up, James? Z-Link going up on the Haas. Good damage with the pistol. Z-Link keeping on his toes. But Salco gets tagged up. He's having to converge back. Z-Link trying to put the pressure back. Nothing is for free. Nothing is given. Must demand respect. But Johnny's there on the other side while Haas is taking all the damage trying to heal. Z-Link trying to hold any shots from coming through. And as everybody has to reload, things kind of slow down for only a short moment. But Salco's going right back up for seconds. A bad hop, but a shock. But that's going to be A-okay because they're still on the heels. Haas tries to go ahead and chop on up. But he guns into Salco all along the way. Who's going right back on the offensive. No HP for them to regenerate. So that's going to be a bad position for Haas and Sins to be in. They're already drained. One of them is one shot away from going down. And the way Z-Link and Salco are playing, they're not going to let them escape for free. Rat Gun and Blood Gangsta, James. Hey, he doesn't have a lot of ammo though. Salco ends up in the box and goes down. Z-Link trying to get a little bit of revenge, but he doesn't have control over the pieces. Not just yet. Good damage onto one. Good damage onto the other. Back-to-back shots. Z-Link! He is the missing link that Salco has been needing. Woo! Woo! Going up on the Haas. Good damage with the pistol. Thanks to James. No way. Salco ends up in the box and goes down. Z-Link trying to get a little bit of revenge, but he doesn't have control over the pieces. Not just yet. Good damage onto one. Good damage onto the other. Back-to-back shots. Z-Link! He is the missing link. That's wow. Z to the link. Z to the link. We had to have that one on deck for instant replay. Had to have that one on deck for the instant replay. Ollie. Wasn't Ollie... Or did we see him in a different game? I thought he was central for a second, but... Barco's still up above. Higgs and Curve still making their way on out. Hilly Baca still at Latte. Bokake Botify. Scare Chan still at Wonky. Phoenix, no retro. Uh-oh. Oliver OG is able to get one. I'm calling it. Lacey going crazy on laptop tomorrow. I'm calling it. He is not if he's using a laptop. So I missed that live. I try, bro. He has a God PC. So is it a PC or a laptop? And I'm not saying they're not going to qualify. Oh, it's a PC. That's different. That's different. That's different, okay? I heard laptop. Oh, this is Alex, bro. Alex and Gino. Okay. 120 hertz monitor. That's not too bad, bro. It could be worse. Extra med kits, minis, bigs. Not the best, not the worst. Thought it was laptops, alright. So everyone got top of the line PCs? Damn. I should have applied. I could be doing the Streamer U watch parties with full commentary. Okay, not bad. Dropping down. Creating space. Has the double pump. Trying to get back to Dante. Dante already leaving, bro. He got back to him, and Dante's like, all right, I'm out. You gotta wait for me, brother. Well, the 65 MS for Lacey, it's bad, but it doesn't bother me as much because Ark's going to be doing a lot of the heavy lifting anyway. Mythic pistol? Wow. Higgs literally just going for elims here, trying to chase one away. One gets caught off. Crank steals that one before going down. I should say Flixie. Stealing it before going down. Curve is there. Getting right back into the fight. But the third-party shots causing a little bit of confusion for Curve. Trying to close the gap. Nose freeze there on the other side. Mara as well. Tries to go for a little piece control. Fighting, but get third-partied yet again. Higgs just getting beamed over and over and over. It's relentless pressure, but at least for Higgs and Curve, they do have two full chug jugs. They have shockwaves. They have the mythic pistol, so they have everything that they need. They didn't really lose much. Didn't really lose much, or at least not just yet. Go and check on Blood Gangsta and a rat gun directly into the zone over towards Frosted Flats. Wasting no time trying to close the gap. OC by himself. No Slixies. Take it down early in this game, but you can see him rotating back towards Golden Grove. Maybe even across the water to try to play for a reboot. Nobody's at Golden Grove as now. Nobody's on the south, really, of Golden Grove. So if he gets the revive now, it won't be bad. But the longer he waits, the harder it's going to be. Epic and Pump still on the outside. Velouche still there. Zeno, Larkos find themselves against Gino and Alex. Larkos, they get some damage from the storm. Not necessarily the players down below. Making sure to keep pressure. Dropping down only when they have to. Gino's there on that layer. I'm not sure if he heard him, but that's going to be a giveaway. Trying to build. And this is where he goes right back in for seconds. Double builds. Gino gets tagged up. Only a little bit. Only a little bit of a burst. Same thing for Alex. Not necessarily a haymaker, but damage is damage. Zeno, Larcos trying to converge onto one. They catch Alex out of position, but only for a short second. Almost a bad peek. Larcos resets it just in time, but they trade shots from the shockwave up as he falls down. But they're trying to reunite. Gino getting caught off guard yet again. Zeno and Gino continue to trade shots back and forth until Alex enters into the mix, lands one onto Larcos, slowing him down just a little bit, even slowing down Zeno as well. But everybody trading shots. Even if this fight finishes, there's a lot of damage going both ways. So in terms of Storm Surge, I'm not sure who's getting the better end of this deal. It would have been nice. The OG Zeno, yeah. Oh, that's a big shot right there. That's a big shot. That's a good peek. Oh, that's a bad peek. Got to be able to hit Alex with one of these shots now. Got to be able to slow him down. You only got 10 on the Chug Jug. That's not even enough to get you full HP. Baka, Hilly has both gone down to Chance and Scare. So another one of the top teams on the leaderboard falling early in this one. Oh, no. 3 builds each. No extra heals. Larcos and Zeno. Not looking good. Alex and Gino might be able to take this fight. Oh, Larcos at least gets the down onto Gino, keeping himself alive. Needs the siphon. Grabs the builds just in time. Alex is going to be up above, trying to break his way on out. Wasn't really able to capture most of that utility. There's a shockwave down below, and even more so now that there's some extra builds up above, an extra pump, and even the reboot card. Mark! Yo, Mark! How you doing, buddy? Hopefully you've been good, Mark. Hopefully you're doing well, man. Haven't heard from you in a minute. Glad to see you're doing well. Hopefully you're doing well. I can't see nothing, but... Chance and Scare. Take down Hilly and Baka. Chance and Scare, are they pushing again? It's 6 elims for Chance and Scare. It's the wall on one side. Denied entry. Trying to spray it down. Doesn't get it that time. But Blizzy is backing up. But Chance was able to at least get that wood wall. Continuing to spray him down. Finds the med kit. That's at least a resource for him to use later. But right now, he's going after straight damage. Going after these eliminations. Scare holding inside of the zone, so that way it doesn't take much HP. Goes right back to spraying those covers. Doesn't want to let either one of them feel safe in this spot. Doing good. That's what I like to hear. That's what I like to hear, though, Mark. Anything new? Eat anything good lately? Not bad. Claxy, okay. So they're still up. Let's go and check on the leaderboard right now. Blood Gangster, Rat Gun still up. OCs and Larcos do look like they went down. So another top team on the leaderboard has gone down. Blood Gangster and Rat Gun have a chance to honestly run away with this one. They have a chance to run away with this one. Can you go to 1-up Clax? Yeah, I can't. Hold up, Matt. 1-up. 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 I mean, this is the best I can do for you, buddy. This is the best I can do for you, Matt. How was Clicks doing? I mean, they didn't do good. They didn't do bad. If I remember correctly, which it could be. I could be remembering it false, but let me check. Clicks is not in this one. They got 5th. They got 5th, so they did do good. They did do good. Especially for their new duo. They were 12 points out of 4th, 23 points out of 3rd, and then a bunch out of the top 2. What does that mean, James? Are playing FNCS with play-ins. What does that mean? This is 6 zone right now. This is like I don't know why you would do this, because you are literally gonna have storm sickness doing this. Oh no, I'm not, James. No, I'm not. I'm be on the mic, bruh. Breaking it down harder than a break dancer. You know what I'm saying? This doesn't seem good. This just does not seem good. You don't need it. You don't need it. There we go. That's actually a good hop off the tree. Did you play Inter? I can't, Astro. I can't. As far as I know, at least. Warrior be like that, dude. It just shows that you're a real fan. It just shows that you're a real fan. I don't know why I'm still watching that guy. Pump Epic. 96 points. OC. You see we both crashed. Is that what happened to you? Because you were alive, and then I was looking, and then you weren't alive. But I didn't see what happened. I was going to click on y'all. But then you just weren't there anymore. Uh-oh. Oh, no. That is, both of y'all crashed is like super unlucky. At least one of you could try to clutch out some points. But both of y'all crashing? What team should I start cheering for on NA? I don't know. Whoever you like, honestly. I tried to think and give you a name, but I don't know. What kind of players do you like? You like the loud ones? You like the quiet ones? Like the methodical ones? You like the ones who like Fortnite? Like, what are we talking here? Good sportsmanship? Acorn? Acorn, I think. Honestly, it wasn't about you liking good sportsmanship. It was more so who has good sportsmanship. This is first place right now on West, though. Reach pretty chill. Reed is pretty chill, actually. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Reed, Acorn. Oh, they did find an Elim right there. Evolve just gets scouted out right now. That's another Elim. Second one for Ratgun. They're finding key eliminations here. Not necessarily to keep them stacked, but definitely keeping them healthy. Ritual and Cold. This is BG, aka Azazel. KJ does go down. Trying to see it. Pump Epic Well still alive into this one. Aiden's here on the other side along with Creep. Who are some of the other teams in this game right at the leaderboard? Zare. Acorn with Oliver OG. Cloney's in this one. But Zare and Icy need to come back here. There are teams that are higher up than them on the leaderboard, but they're already eliminated out of this game. Got very different team. 100%, bro. I can tell you this much. You wouldn't like Gears of War. There's no sportsmanship in Gears of War. Like, everybody's friends, but, like, when you're playing against somebody, it's like they stole your sandwich, slapped you in the face while you're hungry. In-game, of course. Dare here along with Cloney. Chance and Scare on high ground right now. If you're going to be a central team, coming into the lobby late, you not only need wins, you need eliminations as well. And right now, Scare and Chance are giving themselves a chance. 8 eliminations, high ground, looking down, beaming a few players out, spots out Higgs, Curve. They're next on that target list. Cloney, Icy, they go down, but it's only short-lived. Cloney gets right back on up and goes right to work with that Chug, trying to get the most out of it as possible, even leaving the minis down behind. That could have been for Icy to hold, but he's looking for only opportunities of his own. Acorn, Oliver, beamed by somebody else, opens up the door for Icy to try to get some damage. Some shots do connect, but not enough to get the down. A bad shock's going to have them running on foot, but they are running in unison. That was actually, was that somebody else altogether? No, that was Cloney. They were running in unison. Icy, Cloney, they're on that mid layer, looking up right now, and it's Scare and Chance. They're still on the high ground, dropping down, putting down as much pressure as possible. Everybody around the lobby can get it. Again, coming from NA West, they're not only down in points, but they're having to come back, and the only way to do that is through eliminations. Oliver OG, Acorn, they're sending it towards the high ground. NA Central on NA Central right now. Acorn, Oliver, they seem to have overtaken Chance and Scare for good. They have no choice but to give it up. And that's going to be Acorn, Oliver OG here reconnecting on the other side. So chopping them down isn't necessarily going to be an option, as it does look like Icy still left alive. His first place out of the game. No, Ratgun Blood Gangsta still up. Relatively healthy. I use that word loosely. If Scare gets found out, Ratgun needs the elimination. He waits just a second too long, but it's not a second too soon. He's able to grab it, but eventually does go down. He was going for the mending machine to try to buy just a little bit more time, but he's going to fall, leaving his Hazel by himself. BG with his first elimination of this game could be the most important. It's the Siphon that really matters. Curve cut off. He gets back-to-back eliminations here. Materials are looking good, and even the Chug Jug, if he has a chance to use them. Top 9 situation. One of few solos left in this game, and he's going to be one less to worry about because he finally gets run down. Mopping, Delila, they're the ones that get that elimination and have to backtrack in their steps because the spray is just too strong. Epicwell by himself. Chance, the guy who fought for the high ground early on, they're forced to give it up. Even Acorn has been overthrown. Icy and Zaire, they're trying to close the gap. This is the best chance that they have to try to overtake first place or get as close to it as possible. They have to get elims. They have to be able to win the game. Cloney, the other Icy, they're basically battling for naming rights here in the game while they're playing. Loser of this divisional cup, loser of this game has to change their name forever. And Icy, he's not trying to go ahead and rebrand, but he might have to. He's gonna go down. Cloney, he's getting that elimination. It's both players going at it here. Icy is the last Icy actually standing. Plenty of solos left in this game, but his Chance on the high ground. Zaire is still up. He's using his Chug Jugs early. All solos left alive. Zaire's using the Shockwave to try to gain some ground, but he can't take height. That's Chance's job. Icy down below. Virus still left in this game as well, but he has a Chug Jug of his own. Chance coming off. NA Central. 11 eliminations here. This would be the cherry on top. Such a good performance that we've seen so far. But Zaire continuously trying to make his way through. 5 builds left. Trying to chase Icy down, but he almost gets cut short. Third parties obviously interrupted this fight, especially more so now that they're all solos. Icy, by the way, trying to use what's left of his Chug Jug. Hits the nice shot, but Chance steals it away. No points for you, and even worse, there's going to be no Siphon available for Icy. No choice but to go back and try to see if there's anything left on the Chug Jug, but that's a decision he's going to regret. Virus waiting like malware to take him down and put himself in a 1v1 situation against Chance, who has a full health lead. 1v1 against Virus. There is no chance at all. 13 eliminations from Central to West. They continue the domination. I said Chance way too many times. You think I can get on the Fortnite broadcast, James? You think they'll let me? Can you put in a word for me for Fortnite so they'll let me cast a game, maybe like in the pros section? I've never casted a game before in real life, so I would like to cast one. You will? Thanks, bro. Thank you. Virus like malware. Bro, I don't even know what to say sometimes. I didn't even know if that made sense. I should have said he infects him like malware, taking him down. Something like that. Now we cooking. This is not the scoreboard. I hit refresh, but this is not the scoreboard. 252, 42-point lead. Icy and Zaire, 4th place, 210. Icy and Cloney, 187. So it's only been 4 games? I thought it was 5. I thought it's been 5 games already. So this is game 5? Maybe start a YouTube? I might have to, you know? Never know. You never know. What does this mean? 2 games left? Okay, game 5 starting now. Okay, so where was that one team that I thought had... Okay, so yeah, these guys are down a game. Okay. That's where maybe it threw me off. Yo, Freeze took me out in a scrim one time. He's been on the list ever since. He don't even know it. That's the thing. He don't even know it. Look at that. Started out with a 15th place, 5 elims, 3rd, 2nd, 9th. Cannot start to slip up now, but right as it looks, it's looking good. Zaire, Icy, 4th, 24th, 5th, 7th. Bit of consistency. That one's going to hurt. Icy and Cloney, 20th, 19th. Those are going to hurt, but followed up by a 1st and a 3rd. That puts them right back up top. Slick Season OC, Double Crash, 30th place. If they could have at least got a top 10, they'd be over 200 points. Luis and Xenon, 43rd. Epic Whale and Pump, 5th and a 4th in back-to-back games with 7 eliminations each. Looking good. Alex and King Reap. Okay. Hilly, Baca, Phoenix, Red Show, Compton, Snevy. Isn't there another Alex, or is that the Alex? It was Alex and Gino. That's the guys I'm thinking of. NKT right here. Never mind. What do we think of the game so far? Is anybody even having fun in here? Is anybody even having fun in here? But if for some reason you got to add... If for some reason you missed the last game, maybe you left the other room because your mom said to pause it, but she doesn't know that you cannot pause things like this, it's okay. I got you covered. We got the replay of that last game. And then afterwards, we're going into game number 5. See you guys on the other side. Cloney, he's getting that elimination. It's both players going at it here. Icy is the last Icy actually standing. Plenty of solos left in this game, but his chance on the high ground. Zaire is still up. He's using his chug jugs early. All solos left alive. Zaire's using the shockwave to try to gain some ground, but he can't take height. That's Chance's job. Icy down below. Virus still left in this game as well, but he has a chug jug of his own. Chance coming off. NA Central. 11 eliminations here. This would be the cherry on top. Such a good performance that we've seen so far, but Zaire continuously trying to make his way through. 5 builds left, trying to chase Icy down, but he almost gets cut short. Third parties obviously interrupted this fight, especially more so now that they're all solos. Icy, by the way, trying to use what's left of his chug jug, hits the nice shot, but Chance steals it away. No points for you, and even worse, there's going to be no siphon available for Icy. No choice but to go back and try to see if there's anything left on the chug jug, but that's a decision he's going to regret. Virus waiting like malware to take him down and put himself in a 1v1 situation against Chance, who has a full health lead. 1v1 against Virus. There is no chance at all. 13 eliminations from Central to West. They could. Good news and some bad news. What do you guys want first? Bad news? All right, the bad news is there's 2 games left, which means you guys have to hear me yap for 2 more games. Good news is there's 2 games left, and I get to yap for 2 more games. Was this who you wanted? Bro, there's nothing to watch off spawn, but I tried. They're good. Where were off spawn fights? This one? What were some of our other off spawn fights? Does anybody remember? Rat gun's not contested. Scaring Chance. Notice over on the other side. Evolved. Seps. Curve already gets an elim onto 1, dude. Saint can't even touch the ground. Bum, bum, bum. The Hunt got an elim. Somebody said they liked the Hunt. Yeah, I don't know. I'm with you. I'm with you. Can I give you some? I mean, you can give me some commentating lines. I can't guarantee I'll use them. We'll feel it out. Where's OC at, bro? Because OC needed that game, but he's like 170 something. The Golden Grove uncontested crash, bro. What the heck?
You don't want to piss me off.
Bro, he's dodging shots. All right, we got a Maven. I wish the bosses were like all around the map like this so I can easily see where some people are at. Epic Well and Pump, surprise contested maybe at Calamari. Oh, they saw a Pump. They immediately try to shockwave on top. Epic Well immediately converges onto that location, trying to make sure his teammate isn't out dry. Hones him off, tries to get the edit. Pump ends up in the box, but Epic Well saving the day yet again. Blizzy's going to be by himself, full HP, a chance to fight back, especially while Pump is weak. But Epic Well not going down without a fight, but that might have been the fight that cost him his life. He's going to fall. It is going to be a trade, but the elimination for Epic Well and Pump has not been cleaned up just yet. Icy puts him in the freezer. We'll see. We'll see. If I can remember. The problem is my memory sucks, bro. Not a bad decision from Pump to just disengage. No reason to get greedy here. We still got the chase going down. Curve gets the knock on to the Arcos. Xeno trying to run away. He's caught in open water, and they clear almost all of Lifty Lodge out. Hey, that's actually really good by Curve or Higgs. Higgs putting down pressure so Curve can go and get the loot. Going to see who's over here that could potentially be fighting him. We got Anthony. Bully Slayer creeping. Denti moving over there. Scissor and Velo. They might have gotten one elimination. Let's see if Scissor and Velo can pick up the other. Yumi's going to be by himself. Convict's already down. That's that first elimination here. So it is going to be a straight 2v1 situation here. There's not a lot of space here for Yumi, so you see, that's why you see him making some extra boxes. He wants some fighting space, some fighting room, a chance to move in and out of the builds. But that first wall gets stolen away by Scissor, who goes right back to the scene of the crime. Knows that Yumi's trying to heal, so he knows he has an opportunity here to bleed some shots through. And he's just consistently following him around. Scissor going up, trying to cut off the angle, maybe minimize the audio, but Yumi's still hitting them side jumps to claim space yet again. He's changing layers, but right now he's burning through his materials until Scissor ends up in the box and takes down Yumi. Uh-oh. Epic Well back up along with Pump. Fresh off the reboot. Oh, big shot by Pump, though. Big shot by Pump. 25 HP. Scissor trying to stay alive, but in comes Velo, ready to crash the party. Big shot by Epic Well, trying to flank him, trying to confuse him just a little bit, but they reunite yet again, trying to get in the same box. Neither one of them having a ton of shields, though. While this moment here, Scissor's trying to heal. Velo's trying to put down pressure. He doesn't want to give him a chance to get healthy, a chance to fight back, and that's exactly why he continues to move forward. Pump finally getting that chance to heal. Stealing the wall back. Cutting down options. Scissor now enters into the picture, trying to go ahead and spray through the builds. They don't really have a lot of space to work with, and that's why you see Pump editing through the top of those builds, trying to land a shot onto Velo, but the consistent pressure coming through from Scissor is going to connect onto Pump, slowing him down just a little bit, forcing Scissor to go up and over, trying to claim that back wall. He does so in quick succession, landing another shot onto Pump, dropping him down to just a sliver of HP. Epic Well stuck between a rock and a hard place. Shots are going to creep through, but it's only a little bit of salt and pepper. Not too many big spices up until now. Epic Well gets seasoned up, gets put in the blender. Now Epic Well is going to be stuck by himself. Tries to edit down. He's trying to escape. Slithers himself in and out of these walls right now with his entire game on the line here. He gets cut off until he eventually gets cut down. Ratgun Blood Gangsta immediately rotating on over towards center zone. Zaire, Icy at Sinister Strip. It is going to be their drop spot. They do have the Chaos Reloader, but it's not as good. I was going to say as the Burst, but it is gold. Other Icy. Curve with another kill. We'll check it out right now. 187. Just want to check out the top of the leaderboard. See how some of these guys are doing. Golden Grove, OC. Slick C's crashing in that last game. They weren't able to actually finish it out, but it does look like they're doing all right. Man, they got the mythic too. They got the mythic. They're just running people down right now. They're just running everyone down. 4 points per elimination. They want to come back. You know? Okay. My day's been going good, James. How's your day been? They're just lurking around for elims right now. They're hunting down for elims right now. I feel like Salco and Z-Link might be doing the same thing here. Baka. No Hilly. Stuck underneath in a 1v1. I don't know what Rexo's doing. What? Are you good, buddy? Oh, can't miss. Baka gets the elim. I don't know what Rexo was doing right there. What's Zero Build Cup tomorrow? I think I would rather stub my toe. Feel bad for Baka. We all kind of knew that was coming. Bro, and I don't know. I don't fancy getting slammed, you know? Looking around. Retro Phoenix trying to have a better game. Zare shockwaving away. Just trying to go for some extra loot at the mending machine, but he gets scared off. Not too much to worry about because he's going to recollect here along with Zare. Days up the top. The hunt specs towards the bottom. Creeps there as well. Slixies and OC. They're taking their time rotating out. Isn't it console only? Oh, I'm definitely not playing then. No, they changed it? Okay. If it was actually console only, then we'd have a problem. Yeah, E. Richard, this is West. 100% the Western Hemisphere. Ba-da-ba-da-da-da-da. Ooh, Slixi's already moving on over. Could be a good chance for them to get a couple elims here, help their surge game early. Okay, Fortnite tracker only shows console, duo, zero build, cash cup for me though. James, I know so, but I don't know. Is this your first Twitch account, bro? Did your other one get banned? Check out the Phoenix and Retro loot. We do have the Mythic Rapid Fire SMG. We also have a Gold Stinger. So getting Surge later in the game isn't going to be as hard for Retro and Phoenix. They just can't fall too below the threshold. Fourth zone moving into fifth. One tick moving into two. As long as they have med kits, which they do have, bigs and chugs, they should be a-okay. Just getting the last of their farm. You can see they're really not missing much. Some metal, but easy to overcome. They heard OC Slixies rotating on by. You can see they're being vigilant. That's an empty chug right there. They can start to use that one. Hit the quick mending machine before you move in. Not a bad thought. From the 15th? From the 15th or from 15 minutes ago? I'm okay with it, James. The one time I tried to use it, I didn't like it, but I don't necessarily think it makes or breaks the change. I think it's a very destructive item. How did they know this kid was in there is what I want to know. It's on the mending machine, so you got to have a little bit of a signal. Crank and Braden right now. Got to be careful. I know they're trying to play protective over the mending machine. Ooh, a shot coming in from the other side. Quickly distracted by the third party. Higgs trying to move out, make space. Curve dropping down below along with him. Toe tagged yet again. Braden is really being a nuisance. Let me see Fortnite comp report. Where's Fortnite comp report? Fortnite comp report or Fortnite comp? Fortnite comp on the 15th. Like the actual Fortnite Twitter or Fortnite comp report? This week, Zero Build Duo Cash Cups is open to all platforms, not just console. We're changing the date for round 2. Okay. July 18th, round 2 on the 24th. You're right. And Higgs and them are still over at the Battlewood. So Blood Gangsta and Radgun gotta be careful here. Because one thing we know is the Central players will fight you for the win. Ooh. Bad hop. Just use 3. Why do you use so many shockwaves right there? That's what I want to know. That shockwave underneath was unnecessary. Retro does go down, though. Phoenix going to be left by himself. OC and Slicksy's there. Retro, 300 damage below the threshold. Oh, no. This literally turned into a nightmare. OCs and Slicksy still underneath. They're not even necessarily concerned with cleaning up the elimination, and they know to watch their back. Phoenix, hot on the chase. He said, hey, you might have took it down my teammate. You ruined my game. Now it's time for me to return that favor. He's immediately chasing in, trying to start the spray. Other teams starting to take notice. Retro, like a fly at a picnic. Shoo, don't bother me. They're trying to swat him away, but really not finding too much success here. On the line, on the edge of zone. It does turn into a 5-tick. So Phoenix time inside of the zone is going to be very, very limited, forcing him to shockwave ahead of the competition. Slicksy's and OC immediately bends him down to just a sliver of HP. Shockwaving up over, trying to overtake him on this rotation. They know they got to climb up the side of this mountain. They said, no, it's not going to be easy. Looking around all directions, even possibly thinking about putting a ramp. Shockwaving up, maybe moving down the side. There's a lot of options here for Slicksy's and OCs now that they have the shockwave at their disposal. But it does look like first place taking a bunch of damage. Ratgun and Blood Gangsta. The only hope anybody really has to slowing down the tempo that is Ratgun and Blood Gangsta is them going down early in at least one of the next 2 games. Early, outside of the top 20 is what I mean. Still need to be able to close the gap with placements as Blood Gangsta finds his first elimination onto Phoenix on the outside. Saw him trying to heal. Overstaying is welcome. Now they're digging deep. Ratgun had to use the first little bit of his chug to heal the first time. And now he only has 10 left. He's running out, and he's running out quick. Darts is there right in front. Blood Gangsta immediately goes to work. Blocks him off. The shockwave, though, is able to allow him to escape by the hair of his chin, forcing everybody to continue to rotate forward. For Blood Gangsta and Ratgun, they're just taking it one step at a time. They know they're not in the most healthy situation, but they're just doing what they can with what they got. Curve, Higgs getting tagged up. Curve just trying to continue to pop the big. You see he's running out of builds here. Keen's there on one side. Higgs just trying to get pressure from stopping on the other. He has all the builds, but he quickly runs on out. Curve knows the pressure is still coming their way, even more so now that the zone is overtaking him. 10 ticks per, 170 still left on the chug, and even a big pot in his inventory, but the relentless spray coming from the other direction will not stop or slow down, but hopefully it does so now that Higgs has been taken down. Curve able to get a little bit of that reward of the shockwave grenades, and he's trying to use it to get towards the zone, but he's out of chug, which means he can't make too many mistakes on his way back. Still 2 more ticks is all he can take to it. Finally goes down to Ratgun and Blood Gangsta. Ratgun and Blood Gangsta right there. That elimination was huge. Probably taking down one of their biggest threats out of this game. Probably shutting down the hope of them catching up here. I played since the beginning, James. Took a little break every now and again, but I've had the game since it came out. Since it was in beta. Ratgun, Blood Gangsta, you can see. They have no extra heals here. It's only top 24. OC does go down. NKT trying to heal, so they're just lurking through. They know somebody has to leave this box. They have to move in this direction. It's going to be the Shockwave, though, so it's not going to be an easy opportunity for them to try to grab. In fact, it's gotten exponentially harder because now they got to trek the rest of this one on foot. You can see they're trying to minimize the amount of audio they give out, minimize the amount of builds, so their position isn't given up for free as Trexter does go down. That's going to be a big find for Ratgun. Tries to clean it up, but it escapes him there by the very end, and now he's getting sprayed by Virus. They're just going ahead and infecting the lobby yet again. Expo's there as well, along with Daze, until Ratgun officially does go down. Blood Gangsta minimizes the audio, stops the movement, forces himself to crouch here. Ratgun's still crawling around, but he's not going to be able to get any of that until eventually they re-peek on the other side. That's Moppings making their life a living. This is West. Blood Gangsta is in first. 274 points. Icy, Zaire need them to go down. In fact, both of the Icies do need them to go down to have any possibility of catching up here. But for now, Blood Gangsta by himself, 48 HP, 16 builds left to his name. There's almost a desperation mode, needing a miracle. Peeking through the cone, vital information, letting Virus pass without having to peek. He doesn't want to bite up more than he can chew at any one moment. Getting greedy cannot be a part of the plan here. The zone on his back. Virus peaks at the perfect moment. Drops down, gets the elimination. Another player drops down along with him. They quickly find their way back in towards the zone, but it's only for so long before they got to keep it moving. No extra shockwaves in their inventory, and there's no extra heals at all, so they're going to have to do this one dry. They do have some builds to work with, a chance to try to find elimination here, but can anybody else play catch up? Icy's there. This is their chance. Both for the Icy's at that. Cloney's going to be down below. 207 points, 230 points. They got to try to close the gap. Top 5 is what they need here in this situation. They already have the 2 eliminations, splitting up the shockwaves. They only have 1 split between the 2. Cloney's looking up, teetering with the idea. Do we challenge this? But there's only 1 shockwave again, split between the 2, and they're going to go ahead and try to use it inside of their box. They're going to try to continue to fall underneath the radar. Eventually, the builds are going to open up, though. Snevy Compton gets spotted out on the other side. Cloney takes a quick click of damage, but not enough to slow him down. Icy along with Zaire, they have to give it up. 236. Even with those 2 eliminations, they're well above the damage threshold. Storm Surge turned off, but they're getting tagged up all along the way. Good thing for them, they do have some extra chug-chugs in the back pocket. 1 elimination for Pony. Sam still up as well. B-Dog gets found out along with Minute. Zaire takes a haymaker, forced to back up in his position. B-Dog gets cleaned up, but I'm not sure him and Icy are able to reap that reward. The loot is there, and it gets stolen away by somebody else. Icy, along with Zaire, they're just trying to hold their position. Cloney and the other Icy are going to be underneath. Evolved is there, but they don't see where he's at. He's hiding his position very, very well. Swift, Aiden, they're underneath, but Cloney and Icy, they don't want to drop down. They see where the zone is going. It's going over this mountain yet again. It may not change layers from where they're actually at, but if they keep on moving forward, that might become a possibility. But oh no, disaster strikes. Minute gets to get back onto Cloney. Solo on solo action now is Icy, the only one alive for his team, trying to make some sort of a run up that leaderboard. At least get them close to contending for the final game of the day. They still have a shot here, but it's slowly but surely slipping through their fingers. 12 builds left, 219 points and counting. Scissors there on the other side, trying to find the other Icy, the other Zaire. They're at 252 points. You got to imagine they're so close to first place here, they can taste it, and they beam their way into the box on Sam. 4 points per elimination, more points for the placement as well. 262. Another team going down, 264. They are lighting up the scoreboard here. They probably all but taken first, but they don't want to just take first. They want to build themselves a cushion going into the last game by possibly taking it overall. Top 7 situation, 4 solos running around. A virtue that they don't have to go through here, but there's a team up in front. They quickly reposition themselves, but it costs them everything. There's no real match split between the 2 other than what's in Icy's inventory, but even now he's fresh out, looks across, spots out Jerry, trying to land the shots for the elimination, but that one gets stolen away. Other Icy finally goes down. That's 3rd place down and out of this game, but right now Icy and Zaire, they've somehow, some way, has let the dust settle, and they've taken away the high ground. Still plenty of solos left in Ray. Ezzy right behind. KJ's in this one as well. Danila, the only duo they really have to worry about is the duo position right below them here and now. Aiden and Swift, and they're trying to break into the box. They really have no extra builds with the solo. Shockwave's up, takes away that high ground, forcing Icy down below. Zare's able to get the elimination, but is it too little, too late? They're in such a bad spot. Icy takes another big shot, dropping down to 47 HP. A lot of the heals onto Zare. He's trying to pop the chug, but he has minis as well. He needs to try to use that first, so that way he can get his shield and HP back on up. There's nothing left for Icy. KJ down below by himself, but he quickly gets taken down. The miracle that Icy need gets the siphon, but it's only the HP that he's going to get back. No extra shields. They try to chop down high ground. Aiden drops down, but he doesn't take any fall damage. Zare's going to go ahead and bite the dust. Icy is going to take a bite out of that same sandwich and fall shortly after. It's Aiden and Swift who steal the game away going into game 6. I didn't like that casting. I'm going to be honest with you. I didn't necessarily like it. We know who's probably in first. Raygun Blood Gangsta went down. Icy and Zare got to be in first, right? That's our guess. 20 point lead. I cursed Raygun and Blood Gangsta. I'll take credit for that one. I somehow cursed them. I said they were going to win. I thought they were going to win. I really believed they were going to win. But right now, it just does not look like they're going to win. So, you see the sadness? You see the sadness? Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. Is that team known in West? Which one? Icy, Zare? I know Zare. Icy 5 been playing a while. 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 Been playing. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's here. I've been playing OC Solo Cup, and I'm 2-3K sad region. Who just won? Aiden and Swift. I've seen his name before. I've seen his name a little bit, maybe. I've seen his name a bunch. One more game. 2 minutes to wait. $2K points of what? 2K PR points? 2K ranked points? I don't know. I have no idea, dude. I have no idea. What I do know for certain, you guys are going to want to listen to this one. Very, very, very good news. Very, very good news. Some people say this is the best news they've heard all day. But the good news is we're going to the replay. We're going to relive that last game. Game number 5. Icy and Zare take first place. And right after that, we come right back to NA West. Game 6, where we crown a divisional champion right before FNCS. I'll see you guys on the other side. Trying to land the shots for the elimination, but that one gets stolen away. Other Icy finally goes down. That's third place down and out of this game. But right now, Icy and Zare, they've somehow, some way, has let the dust settle, and they've taken away the high ground. Still plenty of solos left in Ray. Ezzy right behind. KJ's in this one as well. Danila, the only duo they really have to worry about is the duo position right below them here and now. Aiden and Swift, and they're trying to break into the box. They really have no extra builds with the solo. Shockwave's up, takes away that high ground, forcing Icy down below. Zare's able to get the elimination, but is it too little, too late? They're in such a bad spot. Icy takes another big shot, dropping down to 47 HP. A lot of the heals onto Zare. He's trying to pop the chug, but he has minis as well. He needs to try to use that first, so that way he can get his shield shield and HP back on up. There's nothing left for Icy. KJ down below by himself, but he quickly gets taken down. The miracle that Icy need gets the siphon, but it's only the HP that he's going to get back. No extra shields. They try to chop down high ground. Aiden drops down, but he doesn't take any fall damage. Zare's going to go ahead and bite the dust. Icy is going to take a bite out of that same sandwich and fall shortly after. It's Aiden and Swift who steal the game away going into game 6. Oops, forgot the timing. Can't blame me. Can't blame me. I was close every other time. Watch Wizov spawn. It better be something good. If it ain't something good, you owe me a sub. I'm gonna do it. Where does he land? Did I pass him? Which is completely possible. I said bet. I don't know. You know, obviously owe nothing, dude. Don't worry. We're just gonna trust. Okay, we'll watch them in a second, actually. We'll watch them in a second. Higgs and Curve taking the down low. Larco's and Saint contesting for the chest. Does look like they did get the weapons. They eliminate Saint and Sir Kong right off the map. Did somebody not load in? Haas getting shot out of the sky. Bro, where's this? Where does he land, bro? How about you help me there? He's got to be in here somewhere, right? Oh, bro said I just saw his place on the leaderboard, bro. I don't know if that's disrespect to your boy or not. Looks like it might have been disrespect to your boy. Didn't Chance look like he's down? Yep, he is down. Never mind. Why is it always something? It's always something new. Spotify and Folk Cake. If there's any time to win, it's when I'm watching. Any time to win, it's when I'm watching right now. This is the only one that matters. Forget everything else that happens today. Oh, wow. Notice really still putting in work from down below. Spotify putting in some shots back. Damn, that guy just went in. Bro, look at he's stumbling, bumbling. Bro was stumbling and bumbling, bro. Raccoon and Blood Gangsta, not in first place anymore. Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know. It almost looks like nobody is getting knocked. Dude, Sam doesn't even know how lucky he just got right now. Sam guy doesn't even know how lucky he just got. Oh, saw the toe. Saw the toe. Saw the toe. Oh my god, dude. Bro, no one's actually getting knocked. This is going to be the best endgame. This is going to be the funniest endgame ever with nobody getting knocked. I'm leaving it. I'm not fixing this bug. I'm not even going to try. They're just looking for the other solo. Aiden and Swift right here lurking around this other side of the mountain. Oh, found one. I think there's a high chance because right now you have Higgs and Curve that are key in everything. So if their competition ends up in the wrong path, which some of their competition is in the Battlewood, not too far from here, they're going to get chased down. Look at he thought he had a shockwave. You don't got a shockwave, buddy. Oh my god, Swift. No. From a game win to getting chased by Curve and Higgs. Icy Fi? Okay, I was about to say which Icy, but you said it. Oh my god, bro. They found him out as well. I think he could. Is Cloney crashed? I think I might have to fix the bug. Because if I don't got Cloney's POP, that doesn't make sense. But Cloney's dead, and I fixed the bug for no reason. Bro, sometimes the replay bugs are the greatest bugs in this game. Ooh, Minute takes down one. Minute does take down one. B-Dog is there. Is Curve going to keep pushing this? He only has 13 builds. In comes Minute. Oh, wow. Curve. Throwing punches right now. Curve is throwing punches. Oh, but B-Dog got him. That's it. That's it. Bro, look down and grapple the ground and stuff. I like this idea. I like this idea. If anybody drops down unexpectedly, they will get taken down, but it doesn't look like anybody's going to take the chance, drop underneath just yet. Faux Cake, modify. End up over towards Wonky Land. Super Lurk. Only one quack snack, though. Only one quack snack. It's good for HP, but you want to keep it. Did he find a med kit? Yes, he did. Unfortunately, he had to use it. Chest over on the side. I'm not sure if they're going to go and grab it or maybe that was a replay bug, but either way. Mopping's no longer there. I'm trying to see where Blood Gangsta and Ratka in second place, already rotating out of the Battlewood. They rotate out early. Don't have to worry about Higgs and Curve chasing you down, though, but they don't want to stay too long over towards the vending machine. They know how many other teams like to visit these vending machines, so they don't want to end up in a fight that they can avoid. Just waiting in the bush right outside of Sinister. Not the worst idea. Not the best idea. But they would have had a chance right now. There's a team right there. Shotgun and Trexter. They see each other just a little bit too late. You go your way, we'll go ours. Don't worry. But if you're looking for loot, you know the team just came from there. So it's like... Yikes. Icy by himself. No Cloney. Still by himself. Going further and further towards the north, where you're going to run into Sens. You're probably going to run into Sens and Sam. And Aiden, all of our solos, literally all going back towards the top side of the map. They can get the different reboot here, but it's just definitely going to be tough. Definitely going to be tough. Who else do we have here that has a chance? Nobody else that really has a chance to win, but Compton Snevy over from Cluster Coast. Plenty of loot. Get it all to themselves. OCs and Slicksies. 182. Again, if they would have had just a couple more points from that crash game, they'd be in a better spot, both on the leaderboard and I think mentally as well. Go to Flixie. Which one? Is that the Clax one? Out of zone, ahead of the Frosted Flakes. Hopefully somebody comes down here. Is that their whole strategy is banking on somebody making a mistake. Larcos and Zeno. If they weren't contested by Higgs and Curb, I think they'd be having a much better performance today. They're actually winning off spawn at the actual top spot of the POI, just unable to really convert that into games because of who else is in their lobby. Epic and Pump at 164. Okay, not bad, not bad. It's a lot of extra space here. Yo, just push these guys, bro. That's 8 points. That's 172. Push them. It's a third-party shot, so it's not going to be as easy of a push. There's literally a team right behind them just targeting them out. Uh-oh. It's NKT and Gino. Shock waving away. No real opportunity for Gino and NKT. That one's going to go bye-bye. I feel like this game's moving a little bit slower than some of the other games we've seen, no? Than some of the other games we've seen today. Ibaka back. Focake, Botify. They get one elimination there. Focake getting the siphon. Botify just trying to stay alive. Reunite with his teammate into the same box. Quickly on the run. Has minis. Has the chug jug there. Has the med kit. Is Braden getting the car? So he's going to try to create some distance. He's going to move into Annex and Aiden. 2 more solos. Baka's down. Hilly's going to be by himself here. 11 HP. Has to pause to try to heal as much of the chug jug as possible. He's already getting the side sprayed until he eventually does go down. Tough. Tough. We'll check on first place and go down the leaderboard. 294. At Sunken Shores. See where the zone goes. Not too bad. They have no opposition in their line. So they're going to have a free rotation to zone. Blood Gangsta, Ratgun, inside of the zone already, outside of Sinister still. And then the other Icy does get Cloney back up, over towards Lifty Lodge. Plenty of medkits, not a lot of shields though. Inside of Sinister is going to be OCs. Slixies. I don't mind this position. But you need to get out. They need to get out quick. Sinister's just going to become overrun more and more with people. Some wanting to get the van, and or some wanting to get the mending machine, and others just wanting to rotate by. But they definitely got to be careful. Almost feel the longer they take here, the harder it's going to be. Because look at how many teams are still going to make their way in from the north. Going to curve around on the south. Pumps down. Epic Well's still up, though. They are inside of Calamari Canyon for the most part. They can find a way to get away. He will have high chances of getting the reboot card back. If he has the gold, it's not going to be too hard for him to find a reboot van and get pumped back in the game. Top 36 situation here. 2 players running around as solos. Epic Well is 1 of 2. Icy does get another elimination, though. It does look like. On the south side of the map, their first elimination of the game. It does look like it was 1 player running around as a solo. 4 more points for them. 298 points, putting it closer and closer to being out of reach. The whole south side of the zone is uncontested, which is absolutely crazy to think about. The whole south side is uncontested. They get a whole south side of the zone to themselves. Blood Gangsta Retro still at the bush outside of Sinister. Haven't really moved. Here's some shots coming in from all directions, but the patience here from BG and Ratgun is actually huge. They know their throws, a stone's throw away from being in first place. They just don't want to risk it, especially when you have Groot and Towley by your side. Anybody need a towel? These guys place first in opens. Ratgun is somebody usually I've seen contest for the top of the leaderboard, but like unfortunate circumstances tend to happen. He kind of slithers down. But in this tournament so far, they've been so consistent, mainly up until that last game. They fell a little bit earlier than they have in most of the games so far, which kind of puts them in second place. It puts them on the back foot, having to close the gap just a little bit. It's not too far of a gap, though, just 20 points away from Icy and Zaire. Or 226 above the damage threshold. May not have to worry about Surge for now, but who knows, things can change in the next zone. Icy and Coney, I can't imagine they're necessarily failing rare with Surge. Yep, 108 below the damage threshold. No big pots. No real mobility. Lizzie is going to take down Gino on the western side of the map. Breeze taking out Focake. Spotify still alive. You see him moving up. Cloney, he's out. He's a solo. They're immediately trying to double push into the box. He does get it down onto one, but Cloney's going to get knocked himself. Icy's still left up, but right now the box is being sprayed. He's trying to create some space, but he has to abandon ship. Can no longer be the hero and save Cloney. So Icy's going to have to clutch the rest of this one out by himself. Virus going down to NKT, a.k.a. Alex. OCs, they see him in the backside of zone. 237 points. You got to hope that holds for the two-horse race that now we're in. 448 above the damage threshold. Just trying to see what other buttons we can have. NKT still left alive. Trying to see where that second player is at in terms of the button presses. I know you're not seeing anything now. 271. Blood Gangsta and Ratgun. Wukong's here. Okay. We got Icy. 2-3 button pushes away. We got Ratgun. All right. See? We just take that moment. We figure it out. Makes the rest of this game move that much more smoothly in between finding both first and second place. Thank you for bearing with me. I definitely guarantee you won't regret it. Ratgun trying to put pressure down onto NKT. Brayden is down. NKT is still trying to stay alive, but he gets taken down as well by Wukong. There's 2 bodies worth of loot essentially over there. May not be the most loot. Both players were solos, but hey, that's loot. But if you need it, can push you into the end game. And right now, Ratgun is traversing over, trying to grab the extra shockwaves. That's a little bit more than I think what they needed or even hoping for at this stage of the game, because they're maxed out on materials on top of that one. You got Icy and Zaire outside of Heatwave Harbor, using that first shockwave to try to cover as much distance as possible. Larko's OC and Zeno, everybody's here stacked up on this side. Icy takes a little bit of damage, forced to disengage, forced to reposition. A little bit far away from Zaire, but just one little hop. They do find their way on back. 50 shield missing off of the both of them. They only have 1 big pot split between the two, so they're not going to be healthy. They're not going to be strong here. Yo, will there be FNC as broadcast for FNC as hits official? I believe so. And you'll catch somebody you know there. I don't know who, though. Trying to look where Zaire's there. OC still alive. Ratgun's still up. 278 to 298. 20-point difference. Icy and Zaire, if they make it inside of the top 8, it's mathematically over unless Ratgun and Blood Gangsta get eliminations. Ratgun gets another elimination onto Crank. Closing it to 4 from 20 to 16. And now placement points are starting to set in. Only 16 points of differential between first and second place. Ratgun and Blood Gangsta, Icy and Zaire. As Ratgun just trying to make that rotation on over. Even with 6 shockwaves left, he's trying to get to the peak of that hill. Not necessarily at the top of the mountain, but it's giving him enough space to pause here on their rotation. Think about what's next before they start to move yet again. Icy and Zaire trying to do the same thing, but positioned much differently. Further below on the low ground, waiting for it to open up. They already have their plan in mind and immediately starting to enact it. Uh-oh. Zeno, Larko's from up above. Icy, Zeno separated only for a short second. They do find their way back into the same box. There's not a lot of risk these guys want to take, especially when they're so close. They already are in first place. They just need to be able to hang on to it overall. Ratgun, Blood Gangsta, 800 above the damage threshold, 288 here. They did find another elimination, so they're still closing the gap. It only looks like 12 points of separation. It's actually still 16. Icy was able to get that elimination, which neutralizes the point game on the other side. Ratgun, Blood Gangsta getting sprayed right now by Xenon and Luis. They're going to have to backtrack in their step. It wasn't a lot of damage, but it's enough to make them pop their heels. They're not as confident. One shot is all it takes to take a team like this down. And very, very fast moving. 288 points, 900 damage. Storm Surge, not a worry, because even if it wasn't that much above the damage threshold, only 2 players need to go down. Zone cuts back, further away from Heatwave Harbor. Might be going up over hills, but not over mountains. Icy and Zara on the other side, peeking through that low ground. There's a lot of congestion on this mid layer. They're just trying to figure out if this side that they're on now, is it perfect to Shockwave? They're just trying to open it up. They are blocked off by some ramps, so hopefully they can play this one perfect. Velo, he's the one that goes down. Larkos gets the elimination. They're using that as a distraction to try to find overhead. Drops down right back into the front side of the zone. Icy and Zara trying to do what they can to stay underneath the radar. As long as the team doesn't relentlessly push them, they should be A-okay. Ratgun and Blood Gangsta still trying to close the gap. Larkos does go down, but they have a distance to cover. They're going around the right side first. Let it open up. That's going to give them some space to work with, but it's also inching them closer and closer to Zara and Icy. Just trying to go ahead and heal up, sacrificing the HP. A worthwhile sacrifice for them to try to build themselves a safe spot inside of the zone. Icy's there. They're still lurking through. They're not on that ultimate low ground anymore. They're elevated just a little bit, but you can see on that left side, Ratgun, Blood Gangster, they're there, and they're inching closer and closer. We could definitely see first place versus second place clash at any moment right now, but they're looking the whole other direction. They find Wukong, get that elimination. Scare and Chance, though, clean away the loot. Good shots on the Scare, but not enough to get the actual down. Now everybody is rotating in unison. Shockwave's coming out, so they have no choice but to follow suit. Ratgun, Blood Gangster rotating around the right side. They get the elimination on the Scare just in time for Ratgun to pick up the Siphon. Underneath, a whole duo is trying to get aggressive, but Ratgun is able to hold them off, but not before Blood Gangsta takes so much damage here. 9 HP. He has a full Chug. He has a big pot, but he needs the time, and Ratgun right now is doing a good job of buying him said time. 306 points and counting. Zare is going to be left by himself. Icy goes down. 322. Zare needs to be able to clutch up. 324 points. They at least get one more elimination before Icy has went down, but he has to be able to clutch up. He has to get inside of the top 8, or mathematically it's still possible for Ratgun as he quickly peeks to the backside of zone, fires a shot, a miss into the bushes, doing what he can with only 20 builds left. He almost desperately needs a miracle here. Looking forward, trying to conserve as many of the builds as possible, but he gets tagged up from above. 328 points, 330 as another team goes down. Somebody tries to break in the box on the other side, melts through the builds. 330 points for him. 316. They are 14 points down, and Ratgun right now is inside of the zone. Blood Gangsta playing as a solo on the other side. He's getting tagged up from all directions. Peekaboo with Chance. Trade shots back and forth just in time. Gets the Elim. 326. They are one elimination away from taking the divisional finals. 328. Ratgun left by himself. Blood Gangsta goes down. He is all alone. 330. He even ties first place. Top 5. 334. Maybe there was a bug in the replay mode. Ratgun, you cannot take this moment for granted. It looks like you might be ahead by 4, but there's still a couple placement points still left in the game. 60 Chug. Even some Shockwaves left. And right now, he's not going to peek out unless he has to. He's going to start his heals with the Chug, hoping a few more players go down, hoping a whole team gets eliminated. His chance right now as he Shockwaves up towards the high ground. The Leela's there. Mopping's there as well. So he quickly converges right back down low. Has enough build to build one box, but there's shots coming in from all directions. 338. Ratgun runs again. Shockwaves into the zone, but eventually goes down. 338 points. Will it hold? That's going to be the questions that we ask ourselves. But right now, we still got to end this game. Raptor down below. 6Cs and OC. They have 3 eliminations. Make it 4 as OC picks up yet another one, but puts 6Cs in a bad spot. OC has to abandon ship. Shockwaving up towards the high ground. He gets shot down once, but he's able to land at least one shot. It might be a scratch, but at least it's something. But they fire back. Moppy and Neela land a shot of their own, putting OC into low HP territory. Low shields as well. He's trying to time these Chug Jugs perfectly. He doesn't want them to bleed over into the actual shield, but he has no choice. There's too much game left. First shot going to be traded off. Not enough to get the Elim, and Moppings and Neela will steal the game away. 254, though, for OCs. Ratgun and Blood Gangs to clutch up 338 points. Didn't I tell you? I know Kieran ain't here anymore, but he was like, I don't really watch West. Is it good? Is it entertaining? Bro, if y'all just take the time, to learn some of these West players, you guys are good. You'll be entertained every single time. Every single time. Who won that last game? They moved up into 3rd place with that. No, they got 2nd. Who in the heck won that last game? They moved up into 7th place. Okay, that was good, bro. That was a W last game. And that's why I take the time. Like, it's not easy, but that's why I try to take the time and figure out how many button pushes it takes to go from one team to the next. Mid-game, it's annoying seeing me cycle through players, but it makes for a better viewing experience once the players get whittled down out of the lobby. But let's watch that back real quick. Let's watch the Ratgun clutch. 60 Chug Jug, even some shockwaves left, and right now he's not going to peek out unless he has to. He's going to start his heals with the Chug Jug, hoping a few more players go down, hoping a whole team gets eliminated. His chance right now as he shockwaves up towards the high ground. Danila's there, Mopping's there as well, so he quickly converges right back down low. Has enough build to build one box, but there's shots coming in from all directions. 338. Ratgun runs again, shockwaves into the zone, but eventually goes down. 338 points. Will it hold? That's going to be the questions that we ask ourselves. But right now, we still got to end this game. Raptor down below. 6Cs and OC. They have 3 eliminations. Make it 4 as OC picks up yet another one, but puts 6Cs in a bad spot. OC has to abandon ship. Shockwaving up towards the high ground. He gets shot down once, but he's able to land at least one shot. It might be a scratch, but at least it's something. But they fire back. Moppy and Neela land a shot of their own, putting OC into low HP territory. Low shields as well. He's trying to time these Chug Jugs perfectly. He doesn't want them to bleed over into the actual shield, but he has no choice. There's too much game left. First shot going to be traded off. Not enough to get the Elim, and Moppings and Danila will steal the game. So Rat Gun clutch. I said they were going to win. I said they were Biscuit. I'm just saying. Said they were going to win. No, Biscuit, I'm done right now. I'm done. I want to eat. That was fire to watch. Grim? Is that your first message, bro? Grim, is this your first time here in the stream, bro? Hopefully I did entertain you. If this was your first time, I hopefully, from my heart, from all of my heart, hopefully I left a good impression. You've been lurking 7 in a row. Well, you know, I lurked too, so I can't even say anything. I'm trying to build around a little bit. I try to, like, muscle memory it, but it's not that easy. Thank you for the 7. Thank you for the lurk, bro. Like I said, I lurk a lot in streams too. Oh, I did 2 in a row. I did 2 in a row. Damn it. I hate that mantle. Can you turn mantling off? Oh my god. Damn it, dude. How did these guys do it? Did I just do that? What the heck? Dude, I should have just ended. I should have just ended. Are you getting off? Yeah, I am, Warrior. I'm just trying to build around for a second. You know what I'm saying? I feel like I can't get on Fortnite and not play a little bit of Fortnite, you know? Thanks for the stream. Well, thank you, dude. Yeah, that's going to be it for me. That's going to be it for me. I just want to say, as always, everybody here, whether you guys have lurked like Grim, like me in every other stream, or you're a top G, like a top dog, I don't never want to say that again. Whether you're lurking here like my boy Grim, or you're one of the favorites that I have in the community, dude. Freaking Wheat, dude. I love you. Arca, love you, brother. We got to play again sometime. Vixen Tricks, been lurking. It's all right, dude. I lurk too, like I said. Sometimes I'm just shy. Nobody wants to hear from me. You know what I'm saying? Nobody ever wants to hear from me, so I just kind of sit quiet in these chats. Unless there's somewhere for me to help, you know what I'm saying? I just want to say thank you so much. Specs, you know I appreciate you. We gotta get moving on that mode again. I'm probably just gonna pick a time next week, post to Twitter, and see if we can get just host a little like mini tournament. Maybe get some people. If we get like 16 people, draft based off the people we have, pick 4 captains, and just run like a single elim something, just see if it works. But it has to be a day where there's no scrims, you know. I think that might be cool. Gonna be live. I'm not. Sunday for sure. Sunday for sure. Sunday for sure. We're gonna be seeing who makes it in. Yo, Specs, hold on. Specs, were you editing that video for me? I just need to know. I sent you the clips. I just don't know if you said yes. This is what I want to learn to do better. Edit my ramps. You see my win today? Swift. I think I did, bro. Aiden and Swift. You're Swift. That was Aiden. We did see the win. You can go back and look at it. Full casting as well. Full casting. Full casting. Full casting as well. Go ahead. Use it. Use it before you lose it. I don't know when it disappears. But again, thank y'all. Biscuit. We got Wheat. We have Specs in here. Lotto. You can't hide. Neither can you, Merits. I appreciate you. My boy Arca. Mule, you were here. Aiden, congratulations. You and Swift with the win. Hopefully, I did you guys justice. Hopefully, I did you guys justice. Hopefully, if you go back and watch that, you're like, damn, I did that. That was me. And then maybe you just start dancing while you're watching it. Maybe you start dancing or something like that. Warrior, appreciate you. Strom, appreciate you. I know Keel was here. Warrior, I think I said you. Pharaoh was here a little bit. Thank you so much. Love you guys. Dancing right now, bro. You making some money, bro. Let me hold $1. Let me hold $1, yeah? Let me hold $1. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it because I know it takes some time for that winnings to hit. I know you got them winnings, but I just want to say, bro, I appreciate you. I appreciate you for even just typing a single thing in here. Thank you so much. That's going to do it for me and the stream, though, so the whole rebroadcast will be there. We watched Central. While Central was on, I know West was on. In between the Central games, we did watch the last few minutes of each and every Game 1 and Game 2 and Game 3, and then we went full time into Games 4, 5, and 6. Every single win from today's action on 2 regions are there in the rebroadcast, so if you guys get bored, miss some of the action, feel free to rewatch it, and make sure you guys know we do videos on socials, so make sure you guys follow the YouTube, follow the TikTok, follow the Instagram, and if you guys want to have a conversation at all, just know I'm one of the few. I will make sure to reply if you guys actually want to have a conversation. If you actually have a question, I reply to every comment on YouTube. So if you guys have any questions at all, feel free to hit me up for anything that you guys need within reason. But that's going to do it for me. Adios, y'all. Love you guys. Have a great day. Make sure to eat something good. Take care of your mental health. And tell your parents and your family that you love them because you only get one. Adios, y'all. And I'll see you guys on the next one. Beep, beep, or honk, honk. 60 chug, chug, even some shockwaves left. And right now, he's not going to peek out unless he has to. He's going to start his heals with the chug, chug, hoping a few more players go down, hoping a whole team gets eliminated. His chance right now as he shockwaves up towards the high ground. The Leela's there. Mopping's there as well. So he quickly converges right back down low. Has enough build to build one box, but there's shots coming in from all directions. 338. Ratgun runs again. Shockwaves into the zone, but eventually goes down. 338 points. Will it hold? That's going to be the questions that we ask ourselves. But right now, we still got to end this game. Raptor down below. 6 and OC. They have 3 eliminations. Make it 4 as OC picks up yet another one, but puts Slixies in a bad spot. OC has to abandon ship. Shockwaving up towards the high ground. He gets shot down once, but he's able to land at least one shot. It might be a scratch, but